A Small Town Wedding. Chapter 1. By Melinda Curtis. You're coming home, Vince. Deal with it. Vince Messina considered himself a survivor. He didn't think he'd survive his little brother's wedding back home in Harmony Valley. And that's what this conference phone call with his two brothers was all about. So much for you calling it a wedding invitation. The Texas summer sun beat down on Vince where he stood leaning against his truck, nearly as unbearable as his bittersweet memories of home. You're going to come to my wedding and stand on the altar with me. Younger brother Joe wasn't asking. And you're going to bring that girlfriend of yours. It's long past time we met her. Ah, the girlfriend. His brothers pestered him less when they thought he was in a relationship. Hence his make-believe girlfriend, the latest of which hadn't been make-believe a few weeks ago. Footsteps nearby drew Vince's gaze. He was part of a crew working on a huge remodel in a fancy neighborhood outside of Houston. And the blonde working the tile saw in the driveway. Harley O'Hannigan wasn't likely to go out with Vince again, much less go away with him. But she was just the kind of woman who could hold her own against his siblings. Yeah, my girlfriend isn't sure she can get off work, Vince hedged. What's her name? His older brother Gabe was nearly silenced by the whir of Harley's tile saw and the punch of a nail gun inside the house. And what's that noise? Where are you? They're remodeling my local Starbucks. Lying, Vince pulled his focus away from Harley. He hadn't told his brothers he no longer worked on an oil rig. And, no, I won't tell you her name. The last time I introduced you to my girlfriend, you stole her, Gabe. That was high school, Gabe scoffed. There is no girlfriend, Vince. Admit it. And that's the reason you need to come home so we can straighten out your life. Vince's life was fine as long as his brothers stayed out of it. Not that he didn't love them. He just didn't want to answer for every decision he'd made, every confidence he'd kept, every path he took in life. The fake girlfriend is your tell. Joe sounded disappointed. The last time you bluffed about one, you'd been clipped by a stray bullet in a bar fight. I wasn't actually in the bar fight. Vince had been collateral damage, which seemed to be the story of his life. He set his jaw. I'm not bluffing. There's a girl. Correction. A woman. Wearing worn blue jeans, a burgundy t-shirt with the construction company's logo and scuffed work boots. She wiped a tile dry with a towel, examining the cut she'd made in the white marble. Send us a picture, Joe prodded. We'll compare her to Sarah Whitfield. Did I tell you she was back in town? And still single? Guys, Vince squeezed the tail end of his patience, hanging on tight. There is no girlfriend. Gabe pounced once more. Which means you're in trouble. Do you need me to spot you some cash? No. Money was the last thing Vince was worried about. Harley spared Vince a glance. She was what Texans called a tall drink of water. Long, elegant lines, delicate bone structure, straight blonde hair that she kept in a long braid down her back. Everything about her appearance was at odds with her being a construction worker. That contradiction was the reason he'd asked her out. Her gentle humor and sly wit had kept him asking. If it's not money, how's that truck of yours running? Joe jumped in on Gabe's fun. I could rebore those heads again and you'd get another 50,000 miles. Vince drove their father's red and white 1976 pickup truck. It had a weak air conditioner, cloth seats and unreliable headlights. Dad had been a mechanic who'd struggled with mental illness, made harder on the family when Mom had left them. Despite challenges, Dad had taught his three boys his trade. Only Joe had followed in Dad's footsteps. Gabe was a lifer in the military, currently on leave for Joe's wedding. And Vince. Messina. Break time's over. Vince's boss rounded the far corner of the house they were remodeling. Jerry wore a frown and a sunburn from a weekend spent bass fishing. That deck's got to be finished today. Vince held up a hand, acknowledging the older man. I'm fine, Vince said into the phone. The truck is fine. My bank account is fine. Harley is fine. This last came out like a backfire through a rust-ridden muffler. His brothers crowed over his slip. Retire Dad's truck, Gabe said when he stopped laughing. I'll reserve you a room at the Lambridge bed and breakfast where I'm staying. Bring me some of that oil you dredge up on that rig of yours, Joe said, gasping for breath. Gas in California is expensive. And a girlfriend? Sarah is going to be so disappointed. Vince wasn't working on an oil rig, hadn't been for over a year since it had exploded. He wasn't retiring Dad's truck. Other than the faulty headlight wiring, it ran like a champ. He wasn't dating Harley, not since she'd broken up with him. And he had no idea if he was going to go to his brother's wedding. Harley O'Hannigan finished wiping the grout from the shower tile in the master bathroom and sat back to admire her effort. Carrara marble countertops. Chrome fixtures. White and black glass accents. It was luxury at its finest, not to mention it was bigger than the bedroom she'd had growing up and reminded her of the condo she used to rent in a high-rise downtown. That was 6 months and another lifetime ago. Harley. The male voice, deep and angry, reverberated off the walls in the empty house and shook Harley's stomach. She moved into the master bedroom where the summer afternoon heat was stifling. Most of the construction crew had left for the day and the air conditioning had been turned off by her boss. Vince was sanding the deck outside the bedroom's French doors. She wished he'd left, too. If he had, she'd have opened the French doors to get some airflow. Vince's broad shoulders flexed as he worked the sander. He looked so strong, so sturdy, so trustworthy. Harley shook her head. There's a mistake I won't repeat. Harley. Dan's voice was as hard as his footsteps on the wood floor. I know you're in here. Your truck is outside. I'm in the back, she called. And then so was her former boss, standing in the bedroom doorway. On first glance, Dan looked like any other young, hipster architect, the kind of man her brother would roll his eyes at, close-cropped blonde hair, neatly trimmed goatee, pink cotton, button-down and tight, white cigarette pants. He looked like the worst damage he could do was post a bad review online. But take a second look and you'd register cold gray eyes, an open-mouthed sneer, and fingers flexing into fists. You'd recognize a desperate snake ready to sink his fangs into vulnerable flesh. Fear stuck in Harley's throat. Why hadn't she seen Dan's reptilian side when he'd hired her, a fledgling architect, a year ago? Suddenly, she was glad Vince was still around. Your design can't be done, Dan said in an ominous voice that conjured images of cop dramas and crimes about to be committed. You knew this would happen. Yes, she choked out, hating that she sounded scared. And so did you. I told you not to do it. Not to steal her unfinished sketch. Not to present it to high-profile clients. Not to promise it could be built. He'd stolen more than her architectural plans. He'd stolen her joy in the work and her confidence in her abilities. Dan's brows dropped to the locked-and-loaded position. The structural engineers are demanding to see the plans from you. I put them off another 2 weeks, but that's it. Give the money back, Dan. He'd won an international design award with her conceptual drawings of a playhouse with balconies that seemed to float in the sky. And then the city of Houston had agreed to pay Dan millions to build it. Give it back. He choked on the words. His face reddened. I spent the advance on things like salaries and tuition reimbursement. For her. And on cars and a new house. An over-the-top place some other architect had designed. Dan had little talent of his own. He was drunk on new business and higher fees. As usual, her arguments fell on deaf ears. Dan made a guttural hiss, pacing in a circle. The fear in Harley's throat plummeted to her legs, weakening them. He'd never confronted her alone in an isolated place before. Every instinct she had urged her to run, to get out of the house and away from Dan. Before Harley had a chance to move, Dan did. He closed the distance between them and shoved her, hard. As she fell backward, Harley's vision tunneled until all she saw were angry, slitted eyes. She couldn't catch her breath. She was from a good home, a stable family. People in her world didn't get in physical fights. Despite the stifling heat, Harley felt cold from her head to her toes. She became aware of a scuffling noise. Someone might have shouted. Someone who sounded vaguely like Dan. Harley. Definitely not Dan's voice. She was incredibly thankful for whoever not Dan was. Warm hands engulfed hers, not the slightest bit vengeful. Harley. A gentle voice, one she should be able to identify if her head didn't feel like someone had stuffed it with thick insulation. You're safe. He's gone. She opened her eyes on a shuddering breath. A familiar face greeted her. Vince. They both worked for Jerry, remodeling houses. Vince. Friendly black eyes, a sturdy nose and black hair. That black hair. It had required a second glance when they'd first met. He had fantastic hair. The kind of hair Disney gave its princes. Her heart was racing for the exit and her hands had started to tremble in his. Vince's hands, not Dan's. Vince. He drove an old truck, not a new Ferrari. He'd offered her carrots once when he'd heard she'd forgotten her lunch on a remote job site. He'd bought her a drink after work one day, which had led to him buying her dinner, more than once, and then the infamous weekend away where he'd learned she'd quit being an architect. He hadn't understood why Harley had thrown away years of a college education, mostly because he was so floored by that fact that he hadn't let her explain. Note to self. I'm not safe with Vince, either. Hey. Vince gave her hands a gentle squeeze. Are you with me? With him? Harley would have followed him anywhere a few weeks ago, before the let me tell you what to do with your life debacle. Something crashed outside. Vince muttered what might have been an oath or a psalm. She couldn't hear over the pounding of her heart. He moved to sit next to Harley, tucking her beneath his arm, next to his bulky tool belt. Breathe in. Breathe out. Sounded easy enough, but that heart of hers was hammering against her lungs, making her pant. Vince holding her wasn't helping her recovery. Not that she moved away from him. Not 1 inch. Like this. Vince took Harley's hand and placed her palm on his sturdy chest. She could feel his heart beat nearly as fast as hers, but she could also feel him fill his lungs with air. Breathe in. Breathe out. Vince was big and warm and calm, and completely different than Dan. He'd never be a slave to fashion. He'd never take credit for someone else's work. He'd never put his hands on a woman with intent to do damage. In a distant part of her brain, somewhere where things weren't pounding, Harley's mother recited one of her Southern lectures. Life is hard, baby girl. You need to find yourself a big, strong man to lean on when times get tough. Finding big, strong men wasn't hard. It was finding the one she could lean on forever that eluded Harley. That's it, Vince reassured her. Vince was strong, too. He looked like he could play tight end for the Houston Texans. He smelled of fresh-cut wood and hard work. And he sounded the way Disney princes should, reliable, honorable, understanding. 2 out of 3 ain't bad. Your hair lies, she murmured. It promised empathy and happily ever afters. She should never have broken the no-dating coworkers rule in her dating handbook. But Vince had that hair and that smile and that self-confidence slightly older men with their act together seemed to have. Are you dizzy? Nauseous? Bleeding? His fingers explored the back of her head and found. Ouch. She held her breath until the pain in the lump he'd touched passed. Give me a minute. Take as long as you need. She was afraid she'd take as long as he let her, which just wouldn't do. She was Harley O'Hannigan. The pride of Birmingham. Harley sighed and put some space between them. Thanks. My pleasure. She shot him with a sideways frown. I meant, Vince held up his hands, revealing scraped and bloodied knuckles. I haven't had a good fight in a while. He grinned. It was lopsided and devilish, and made her girlish fantasies flutter foolishly inside her chest. Mr. Carrots was a fighter. How had she not known this? I don't know him at all. You should press charges. A new sensation banged around her chest. Embarrassment. I can't afford the time off from work to fill out police reports or show up in court. What a flimsy fib. Which makes me sound practical. There he went, being nice again. This time it sent tears to her eyes. She didn't want his pity or his kind words. That would destroy the carefully constructed image she had of herself as the woman who can do anything. Which in hindsight was a lie, too. How about we call it a day? Vince stood and offered a hand to help her up, flashing that grin that had gotten her into trouble a few weeks ago. Pack your tools and let's get out of here. First beer's on me. Harley shook her throbbing head, pushing to her feet with the aid of the wall. Thanks for the offer, but we both know that's not happening. No worries. The grin disappeared and, just for a moment, she thought he looked disappointed. But we are getting out of here. Pack up your tools. I'll lock up. Agreeing with Vince that she'd finished for the day, Harley loaded her tools into a bucket and headed for the driveway where she'd left her tile saw. It had been hot inside the house, but it was hotter outside in the sun. It beat down on her head as if its goal was to melt her out of existence. Speaking of existence, the table she'd clamped the tile saw to had been appended. And dragged. And shoved half into the bushes. No. Oh, no. Harley's stomach fell and fell and fell, all the way to the pavement. Her bucket clattered next to it. She needed that saw to make a living. She righted the saw, which was still plugged in, and turned it on. It cocklunked a bunch of times and began smoking. She shut it off and stared at it, unable to move. That doesn't sound good. Vince approached her, carrying a bulky black tool bag. I wondered what all that racket was when he left. Dan. He smashed it. The same way he'd smashed her. There are two things a good man needs, Vince said slowly, epiphany-like. Pride and honor. This Dan has too much of one and none of the other. Harley nodded miserably. Vince peered at the saw. This is totaled. You sure you don't want to press charges against your boyfriend? A weight dropped on Harley's shoulders so hard and heavy she didn't correct Vince's presumption about Dan. Can't you fix it? By tomorrow when she had to tile the outdoor kitchen. Vince was always fixing something for Jerry, their boss. Vince set down his tool bag and examined her saw. See those dents in the casing? When it collapses like that, parts inside get damaged. I can't afford a new one. She'd gone from a starting architect's salary to a tiler's paycheck. And she'd just put a new truck transmission on her credit card. You can take it to that shop on Polk. They'll give you money for whatever parts they can salvage and apply it toward the purchase of a new one. She couldn't afford that either, not without a second job. Until then, she'd be cutting tile with a low-tech manual saw and nippers. Thanks for the advice. Demoralized, Harley released the base from the table and carried the dead saw to her truck, returning for her tool bucket and the work table. If only she could figure out how to make playhouse balconies float on air. Vince was still loading his stuff into his truck's lockbox when Harley opened the creaky door to her hot cab and climbed in. She missed her Lexus. She missed auto start and powerful air conditioning. She turned the key in the ignition. Nothing. Not so much as a tick of the starter. She missed reliability. Not today, she muttered. The truck was finicky. It didn't like to run during downpours or when the temperature dropped to the 30s. But the day had been hot and the skies clear. Come on, baby, she chided the old vehicle. Don't leave me stranded with Mr. Carrots and that grin. Vince locked up his tools and leaned on his truck, staring at hers. Still nothing. Her backside was growing damp with sweat. Vince came forward. He walked with the swagger of a man who knew what his purpose was in life. And, right now, that purpose was to rescue a damsel in distress. Pop the hood, he said. She did, hopping out and joining him at the grill. Not that she knew anything about engines. Her mechanical ability stopped at turning power tools off and on. Vince sked and gave Harley a look that teased and disapproved at the same time. Hey, don't judge, she said quickly. It runs. It's not running now. He drew a blue rag from his back pocket. It was the kind of scrap material mechanics used to wipe their hands and touch hot engines. You might want to spray your engine off every once in a while. He used the rag to check battery connections, hose connections, and to prod the engine compartment as if he knew what he was doing. Harley scoffed. I barely clean my apartment. Why would I clean my engine? So, a mechanic can see if you've got leaks anywhere, for one thing, Vince said straight-faced. Why don't you try it again? She hurried back behind the wheel. The truck started right up. Traitor, she accused under her breath. Vince shut the hood and came around to her window, wiping his hands. Thanks. Harley gave him her polite smile, the one she reserved for helpful sales clerks and the receptionist who squeezed her in at the doctor's office. I owe you. Yeah. He wound out the word and ran his fingers through that thatch of midnight hair. About that. I need a favor. Those kind black eyes lifted to her face. Don't believe in fairy tales. Don't believe in fairy tales. Despite their history, despite knowing better, silly fantasies about princely rescues and Mr. Right fluttered about her chest like happy butterflies on a warm spring day. She should go. Instead, she asked, what's the favor? The devilish grin returned, making the butterflies ecstatic. I need a date to my brother's wedding.
Chapter 2. When was the last time a man asked me to be his wedding date? When was the last time I felt like going to a wedding? Harley couldn't remember on either count. She'd turned Vince down, of course. The wedding was in California the weekend after next, but he'd wanted her to fly out with him this Saturday. Take to the skies with Vince? Thunderclouds lined the southern horizon. Gone were the puffy clouds that served as her inspiration. Gone were the dreams of glory. Harley sighed. There was a time when she believed the sky was the limit. A time when everything she'd set her mind to had come to her easily. Daughter of a couple who owned a tile and granite outlet in Birmingham, she'd been the girl most likely to succeed in high school, valedictorian of her college class, the young architect hired to design beautiful structures for a boutique agency in Houston. And then reality struck. The balconies she'd dreamed up for a uniquely modern theater couldn't be built with today's construction techniques. She'd only shared the sketch with Dan because unbuildable designs could be entered in architectural theory competitions. Winning those awards brought agencies and architects prestige. But Dan had done the unthinkable. He'd presented her design to a client as doable. And they'd bought it. Contracts had been signed. Construction schedules planned. But no one at Dan's agency, including Harley, had been able to solve the conundrum presented by her cloud-like balconies. Harley had begged Dan to back out of the deal. But the press he'd received from the sale was amazing and had led to more architectural business and more requests for impossible, pie-in-the-sky ideas. Instead of admitting the balconies couldn't be done, Dan had found a contractor willing to begin construction with the interior still up in the air. Literally. Backed into a corner where all she could do was put fail on her resume, Harley had quit, only to be told she'd signed a non-compete clause when she'd been hired. Oh, and since her employment package included the firm paying her college debt, she couldn't work as an architect if she didn't work for Dan. Not for 4 more years. He'd told her he'd reconsider the 4-year limitation if she came up with a solution that didn't compromise the design. But the solution remained elusive. Harley's mind was a blank slate. Harley wasn't qualified for any other job that could support her former lifestyle. She'd moved out of her high-rise condo. She'd sold her Lexus SUV. She'd let go of dreams of greatness in the clouds. And she couldn't tell anyone why. There was a non-disclosure clause, too. Clause. Harley wanted to go back to a time when the only clause she knew was Santa. For the girl most likely to change the world, it was humiliating. Her parents told their neighbors Harley was discovering herself. Privately, they'd counseled her to find a lawyer, not that she or her parents could afford one crafty enough to take on Dan. Harley's friends thought she'd finally cracked under the pressure of perfectionism. They'd offered platitudes and shoulders to cry on. Harley had rejected them all. Taylor, Harley's older brother, had just shaken his head and told her she should have known buildings always came back to straight lines and right angles. That's how he and their parents approached tile work and life, eyes on the task in front of them, unlike Harley, who was always dreaming. Without any professional avenues open, Harley had taken a job as a tile installer, a trade her father had taught her growing up. She'd rented a small studio apartment in an almost up-and-coming neighborhood. She kept her head down, away from the clouds. But her eye occasionally drifted toward the architectural elegance of the Houston skyline. And she wondered what she'd do in 4 years when her non-compete restriction expired. Straightforward lines or curvature that challenged. In the meantime, Harley lived day to day, job to job, paycheck to paycheck. But the only way she could do that was to have a functioning tile saw. She stopped at the tool repair shop Vince had mentioned. It was open late because it catered to construction companies. She carried the saw inside and asked the man behind the counter if he could fix it. "Oh, this is bad. Were you in a traffic accident?" Bart, the shop owner, looked like he'd forsaken years of trips to the barber and opened a running tab at the tattoo parlor next door. He had long brown hair, a haystack beard and line upon line of ink on his arms. "You need to secure your equipment when you drive." Harley didn't care about Bart's body art, his hairstyle, or his sad attempts at humor. She cared that his hands were nicked and greasy. It meant he was busy making tools go again. This happened at a job site. Some idiot trashed it. Because some idiot couldn't figure out how to make balconies float like clouds. "Can you fix it?" "Give me 2 weeks." Bart stood back, possibly because he'd given customers bad news like this before. Possibly because construction workers could be as volatile as stiff loan sharks. Harley fought shoulders that wanted to hunch in defeat and reminded herself that nothing was ever set in stone. There was always another card to play. "How about 2 days?" "It'll cost ya." Bart's mouth rolled around before he admitted, "And I might not be able to fix it." Harley felt sick. Her hand drifted to her waist. "And when would I know that?" "When I'm done." Bart curled his scarred fingers around the handle of her saw, as if preparing to claim it. "No matter what happens, you'd owe me $100 just for taking it apart." Fix-in costs extra. $100 and days of uncertainty. Her eye caught on a used tile saw in the corner with a $600 price tag. What if I sold it to you for parts? I'd give you $60. That's all? He must sense I'm desperate. Harley tried to look like she wasn't. How about 100? Bart shook his head. I can come up as high as 70. And even then, I don't think I'm gonna get $70 worth of parts out of it. A good, new tile saw would cost around $1,000. 70 wasn't going to get her close. And she hated the idea of taking out more credit. What would she do if the truck broke down again? Harley thanked Bart for his time and lugged the saw back outside. Her head was pounding. She fantasized about a cold shower and someone to make her dinner. Someone tall and handsome, with hair that promised happy endings. For a moment, Harley let herself daydream of Vince and his talent with anything mechanical, of the tenderness of his kiss, how good his hands were at massaging stiff shoulders, and his skill with the barbecue. He'd know how to fix the tile saw and make her feel better. Harley shook her head. She wasn't in need of rescuing. Sadly, the cold shower was the only one of her fantasies that was going to come true tonight. Tomorrow, however, she might have one more card to play where Vince was concerned.
Vince sat on a corner of the deck he'd built yesterday and wondered if he could parlay Harley being unable to go to the wedding into him not going to Joe's wedding, too. It wasn't as if he was a beloved favorite son in Harmony Valley. His return might make it hard on his younger brother Joe, the bridegroom, who'd only just begun to earn acceptance in town. Vince and his brothers had been hellions as teenagers, cutting class, speeding through streets on deafening motorcycles, wearing black leather jackets instead of the school colors. Vince could use his misspent youth and consideration toward Joe's tentative standing in town as excuses not to go. But they would only be excuses. His real motivation for not wanting to go to the wedding? There were things he hadn't told his brothers. Secrets he'd kept for years about their mother leaving. Those secrets. They sat on his chest when he couldn't sleep at night, clamoring to be told. Sleep deprived, Vince blinked back to the present. He had the case of Jerry's auger motor open and was cleaning the spark plug because the hunk of junk wouldn't start. Pretty soon, Jerry was going to be wondering why Vince wasn't setting fence posts. Soon after that, Vince might lose his patience and tell his boss that his equipment sucked. If Jerry took offense to that, Vince might admit why he'd applied for a job with Jerry in the first place. After that revelation, it was a toss-up as to whether Vince would quit or be fired. Secrets. They were dangerous to his family's happiness. Nothing had turned out the way he'd once hoped it would. He'd left Harmony Valley 16 years ago, fresh out of high school, determined to find his mother. She'd had a 3-year head start, but he recalled she had family somewhere in Texas. He'd needed to know if she was okay and if the decisions he'd made the day she'd left had been the right ones. He'd located her in Sugar Land, Texas, outside of Houston. He'd located her, but he'd never contacted her. Not directly. Though he kept tabs on her all the same, thanks in part these past few years to Jerry. Out front, a truck door creaked and slammed. Harley. She was trouble. She still saw stars when she gazed at the night sky. She'd earned a degree in architecture, only to give up after what she'd called a colossal failure. She'd failed once. Boo-hoo. She needed to learn that life required a strong backbone and the ability to pick yourself up after you got knocked down, no matter how many times it happened. And yet, looking back, Vince had enjoyed his time with Harley. They'd clicked. After a few weeks of dating, he'd asked her to go to Waco for a weekend, the headquarters of that famous TV designer and renovation expert Harley liked so much. They'd taken the home tour and visited all the shops. They'd eaten great Tex-Mex. They'd walked along the river, and he'd kissed her beneath a rambling oak, wishing that they had a future. Knowing that he wasn't the marrying, settling down type. And then they'd driven by Baylor University. One conversation thread had led to another, and Harley had confessed she'd graduated from Rice in Houston. She was an architect. She was an architect working as a laborer. Without delving into her reasons for quitting, Vince had gotten mad on her behalf. He'd lectured her about how privileged she was to have the opportunity to go to college. He would have liked to have been a mechanical engineer, but his high school grades hadn't been good enough. And Harley had just thrown her chance away after one bad experience. She needed to toughen up. And that had gone over about as well as a lead balloon during a toddler's birthday party. Harley had told Vince he'd never had to stare down the face of ruin, forced to admit defeat. He could have argued that he and ruin were on a first-name basis, but there'd been that feeling of forever down by the river. Harley deserved better than him. And so, when she'd told Vince to take her home, he hadn't argued. They hadn't talked at all on the long drive back. And that had been the end of dating Harley O'Hannigan. Vince shoved the auger spark plug home. The heat was rising even though it was only mid-morning. Digging post holes and setting them in concrete was going to make for a shirt-drenching day. Vince had heard one of the big airlines was hiring aviation techs and mechanics at the airport. Better pay. Better working conditions. But no. Vince. Harley appeared wearing her usual, jeans, t-shirt, long blonde hair in a braid. She carried a bucket with her tiling tools and a manual tile cutter. She set everything down near the outdoor kitchen on the deck, frowning. He'd been relieved she'd turned him down for the wedding. After the way things had ended between them, he never should have asked her in the first place. "How's that bump on your head?" She reached up to touch the back of her head. Better. He resisted the impulse to see for himself. "And how goes the tile saw repair?" "Worse." Harley came to sit nearby, a light sheen of sweat on her forehead. "I've been thinking about your brother's wedding." The humidity in the air pressed in on Vince. "Is it a formal affair?" she asked. "It's outdoors and I'll have to wear a suit." "Does that qualify as formal?" "That's not too formal." She smiled the way a woman does just before she says yes to something she isn't exactly thrilled about agreeing to. Reflexively, Vince smiled back. And then he remembered he'd changed his mind about taking her. "Since you're in a bind." "A bind?" Normally, Vince was slow to take offense. Not today. Not with her. His defenses flooded his veins like nitrous oxide in an engine, making Vince talk faster and grip the auger harder. "I'm a grown man, not some kid looking for a prom date. I can walk into a wedding alone. Or, even better, not go at all." Harley tucked stray strands of golden hair behind her ears and avoided looking at him. "But you did ask me. And you turned me down." There was no reason that should poke at his pride, but it did, the same as her assuming he was in a dateless bind. And now, her gaze wound around to meet his and her lips made a slow turn upward. "I want to propose a new deal for us." The muggy morning air suddenly became too thick to inhale. Vince was a man, after all, and Harley was a beautiful woman proposing something. "Go on," he rasped when he should have said, "No go." I'll be your +1, Harley couldn't hide the desperation in her voice, "if you fix my tile saw." Air moved freely in and out of Vince's lungs again. This wasn't a personal proposition. This was a business transaction. "Couldn't find anyone to fix it. Not for anything less than the price of my firstborn." She was as boxed in as he was. A part of Vince was intrigued, the way he was always captivated by things not working how they should. The saw wouldn't be easy to fix. No telling what kind of damage was inside until he took off the outer casing. Another part of Vince was reminded that he enjoyed Harley's company, their quick banter, their obvious chemistry. The bargain wasn't completely out of the question. He ran a hand through his hair, wondering what their relationship would be like today if they'd never talked about higher education and college degrees. "Well," he said gruffly, "we can't have you selling off your firstborn." Harley's cheeks pinkened from more than the sun and she looked away. "I'd need the saw before we leave on Saturday." That might be a stretch. It was Tuesday. What if I need to order parts? She considered this with the same deliberation with which she ordered from a menu. "Could they arrive while we're gone, so you could fix it first thing when we return?" Again, the feeling that he shouldn't take her to Joe's wedding gripped him. Vince fiddled with the screw on the auger motor hood, not looking at her. "Can you really afford to miss a week of work?" That seemed unlikely given she couldn't afford to repair or replace her saw. "Jerry owes me a couple days off and I've lined up some side jobs." She'd put thought into this. She hadn't asked him on a whim. Unless he had a good reason to retract his offer, he felt honor-bound to take her. Vince held out his hand for her to shake because he had to keep this on a platonic footing. "I'm paying for transportation, the hotel and food." "Okay, but," Harley hesitated, offering a question in those blue eyes, not a handshake. Why do you want a wedding date? He returned his hand to the auger, unwilling to tell her the truth and latching on to the first idea that came to mind. There's this girl, Sarah, from high school, and you broke her heart. Harley scared. He let her assumption stand. Having a beautiful woman on my arm will keep my visit simple. On so many levels. Harley leaned back and surveyed him as if he was a blouse she was considering from the bargain rack. And you'll fix my saw. I'll do my best. Fair enough. Harley stood and sealed the deal with a businesslike handshake. Her coming with him complicated things. He just knew it. So, it made no sense that he felt like smiling. Chapter 3. Vince bought 2 plane tickets. He packed a bag that included a dark blue suit, matching socks and tie, dress shoes, and an overly starched white shirt. He took apart Harley's tile saw. Like his head, it was a mess. Bushings. Armature. Casing. All ruined. He spent a lot of time searching online for parts and thinking about the week ahead. But a little voice kept whispering that this trip was as disastrous as Harley's tile saw. He didn't just want her to sell the idea that they were dating. He wanted her to sell the idea that they'd been dating for months. And that would require more than a businesslike handshake. That would require more fence mending between them. That would require answers to questions she hadn't asked and hadn't thought of, ones he didn't want to deal with. Intending to get her on board with his plan before they left, Vince picked Harley up at her apartment complex on the east side of Houston. She was waiting out front in a yellow tank top and blue jeans, a small duffel bag and a backpack at her feet. Her hair was in its usual long, blonde braid and her blue eyes were covered by sunglasses. She hopped into the truck with a simple, hi, setting her things on the floorboard and making herself comfortable. He'd expected at least 1 suitcase, if not 2. And maybe a dress or something a bit more feminine for the trip. It was her day off. Usually on her day off or nights out when she had time to change, Harley wore bright colors, interesting patterns, and often skirts and flouncy dresses. They were on their way to a wedding. It was early, but it was already nearly 80 degrees outside and with the humidity, it felt hotter. Why were her legs covered up? And why was she acting as if they were going to a job site? Is there a problem? Harley asked when he didn't immediately drive away. I was thinking how weird this is. And he didn't mean his thoughts dwelling on her legs. I don't have to go. Her voice was very small and very un-Harley-like. It tugged at him, that voice. She didn't want to go, and he didn't want to take her. He should offer to buy her a saw and leave her in Houston. Vince drew a deep breath. I should have told you I asked you to go to this thing because of my family, who are nuts, she finished for him, shrugging. Vince's jaw dropped. An image of his dad leapt to mind. Isn't that what everyone says? Harley shrugged again and turned her gaze toward the Houston skyline, visible through the smoggy haze. I suppose. Although Vince never said it. Not even in jest. It'll be fine. I'll be fine. She said the words forcefully, as if trying to convince herself. Vince let the truck idle, his plan stuck in neutral. He felt obligated to let her know what she was walking into. Before we go, I need to tell you something. If you want to get back together, I'm going to stay in Houston. Harley drew herself up and frowned at him. There. That was more like the Harley Vince knew. You've been friend-zoned, she continued. I don't think about you that way anymore. Ouch. He hadn't expected that statement to sting. Not even if it was a good thing. I'm not looking for a commitment with you or anyone else. Down the block, a motorcycle accelerated, winding through the gears quickly, as if there was fun to be had ahead. Vince held on to the truck's steering wheel with both hands. He hadn't ridden a bike in ages. He'd ignored the siren call of roaring engines for over a decade. In fact, I'm not the marrying kind. His brother Joe was the Messina intent upon promising, till death do we part. Interesting. Harley crossed her arms over her chest, her gaze cutting from Vince to the skyline once more. Are we going to the airport or not? The motorcycle revved, calling all listeners to the freedom of the open road. Vince couldn't remember a time free of responsibilities, even when he was a kid. Before we go, I need one thing to be clear. My family will expect us. We're not sleeping together. Harley moved her hand to the door, as if preparing to jump out. Ouch. Vince hadn't expected that to hurt either. Her eyes were glued to the skyscrapers downtown, as if she longed to return to her former life as an architect, where everything had been rosy until she'd encountered one bump in the road. If she thought being an architect was hard, she was learning that construction could be just as demoralizing. There was a price to be paid for every decision you made in life. Best if she learned that now, before she hit 30. In his mid-30s, Vince had experienced more bumps in the road than average. The motorcycle came into view. It was one of those colorful Japanese models that young guys rode to pop wheelies and do spin-outs and cheat death. It's not a deal-breaker. But this might be. Vince waited until Harley met his gaze, waited an extra few moments for the feeling that he shouldn't take her to strengthen. When it didn't, he said, I was expected to bring a +1 to the wedding. You say that as if you told your family who to expect. Her eyes narrowed. Who was supposed to go with you? Vince couldn't tell if there was resentment or jealousy in her voice. They're expecting the woman I've been dating, or, rather the woman who broke up with me last month. I broke up with you last month. The corner of her mouth twitched up and then just as quickly turned down. And you never told me you weren't interested in marriage. It never came up. And it had never come to mind. They'd had fun together, seemingly without strings. She'd made no mention of settling down. I like women, but I'm not going to have kids, which means most women either don't want to date me or date me with the hopes of changing my mind. And when they realize my mind's made up, they tend to leave. Promptly. It's a moot point now. Her words had an impersonal quality, which gave everything away, her desire for a picket fence, her longing for children, her expectation that he might have shared either dream. But she didn't get out of the truck. So far, so good. Unfortunately, my brothers don't agree with my decision to stay single and childless. Ah, here's where the nutty part comes in, she surmised. There's no nutty. Forget the nutty. Vince took a deep breath and forced himself to speak calmly. Over the years, I've told my brothers I was too busy to come home, citing long hours on the job or an intense relationship. To keep them from delving too deeply into why he stayed in Texas and to discourage them from coming to visit. Each time they'd press, I'd fend them off. Her slender brows drew together. Are you telling me you aren't man enough to confess to your brothers that you don't have a girlfriend? She made it sound so cowardly. Vince rejected cowardice in favor of practicality and shook his head. I'm telling you, his tongue slowed and tried to spin her a lie. I'm telling you, usually, Vince never stumbled over words, or anything, for that matter. This whole trip was like looking under the hood of a foreign, high-end electric car and not recognizing anything. I'm telling you that I don't want my brothers to know I'm single. They worry when they think I'm single. Everyone is happy with how things are. Your job is to help me keep it that way. You're such a wimp, Messina. She grinned and slugged his shoulder, settling back against the bench seat. You should just tell your family the truth. It would save you the cost of a plane ticket. It took Vince a moment for the meaning of her words and inaction to sink in. Even then, he wasn't sure and had to ask, are you saying you'll go? I'll go. She stretched her legs and put her elbow on the windowsill. This should be fun. Fun? Not hardly. This was survival. Vince kept secrets in order to hold the family together. He kept his distance for the same reason. He had a sinking suspicion that the family's secrets were destined to be revealed. Vince put the truck in gear and headed toward the airport and the wedding, which he was now convinced was as disaster-laden as the combustible oil rig he'd once worked on.
Harley wanted to make sure a week spent with Vince would not be perceived as a romantic getaway. For one thing, she packed clothes that were practical, ones she could dress up or dress down. Today, she wore jeans and a tank top. They were practically work clothes. She shouldn't have worried. Vince didn't flirt. He didn't stare deep into her eyes. He didn't talk to Harley any more than necessary on the flight to California. She took some of the blame for that. She'd had several restless nights leading up to the trip, worried about bills, her career, and Dan. She'd slept nearly the entire plane ride, as if the farther she went from her old boss and her old life, the more relaxed she became. And when they landed, she'd been in awe. She'd never been out of the South. And California wasn't the South. Not by a long shot. In Houston, the buildings were tall and spaced far enough apart you could appreciate their architecture. In San Francisco, the buildings were crammed together, and the roads were narrow. She had to crane her neck to see anything. In the South, you'd leave the city and see miles of rolling hills, towering pines, scrub oak and wide, muddy rivers. In California, you'd barely leave one city, catch a glimpse of a narrow river, a random sheep pasture, or a field of wild grass, and then reach another city. There were mountains in California and big rolling hills, covered with brown grass and green vineyards. Billboards proclaimed wine tasting at the next exit. And the next. And the next. They could have tasted wine all the way to his hometown. And they might have if they'd been a real couple. If she hadn't bragged that she had 2 degrees, they might still be dating. Or not, if Vince had told her he wasn't interested in getting married or having kids. Harley would have considered that as much of a red flag as him assuming a lack of maturity on her part for quitting her profession over one setback. He didn't know it had been a doozy of a setback. Unfortunately, Harley's heart hadn't moved on completely. Her heart still thumped harder when they sat together, at the airport gate, on the airplane, on the rental car shuttle bus. When their arms or shoulders brushed, she wanted to inch closer, not away. And she wondered why Vince didn't want a traditional relationship, solidified with a wedding ring and babies. They reached Cloverdale and stopped to top off the tank before they drove to Harmony Valley. "I'll be right back." Harley hurried inside the gas station and returned a short time later waving a lottery ticket. "My mother always says you never know when luck is going to find you." She'd scrounged change from beneath the seat of her truck before they'd left Houston for just such a chance at fortune. Vince looked as if he thought she should have put her spare change in a bank account. "What does your father say to that?" "That he got lucky when he found Mom." Her father may be balding, but he was a true prince. "Do your parents have any funny sayings?" "Not that I remember." Vince steered the rented SUV toward a 2-lane road lined with tall eucalyptus. "My dad died when I was in high school." "I'm so sorry." Why hadn't she known this? The answer lay somewhere between she'd been too busy being flattered that Vince was interested in her, and she hadn't been curious about his past while she was in his arms. Could this have anything to do with his never marry rule? That must have been hard on everyone. "How did your mom take it?" Vince spared Harley a hooded glance. "My mom left us before that." "Oh, Vince. That's so sad." Harley couldn't imagine her mom leaving the family. "Did she remarry? Did you ever see her again?" "I found her a couple of years ago." Vince's voice was flat, as if he was imparting driving directions to the local morgue. "She lives outside Houston." "She seems happy." Harley angled her knees toward him, prepared to hear all the details. "What did she say when you faced her?" "I didn't pursue it. I just found out where she'd been all those years, and that was enough." If Harley had expected him to express hurt or anger with that statement, she'd have been disappointed. There was nothing, not so much as a too rapid eye blink to indicate his mother's leaving or location or lack of contact bothered him. "But, weren't you curious about why she left? Or why she never looked back?" "Not." He fell silent, leaving Harley to wonder about his past, his brothers, and what kind of greeting she'd receive as Vince's girlfriend. "I've been thinking about our relationship," Harley said as they passed a sign proclaiming Harmony Valley only a handful of miles away. At Vince's blank look, she added, "You know, our pretend relationship and how we're going to act in front of others. To sell the lie, you can hold my hand every once in a while." "Whoa, whoa, whoa." Vince took his foot off the gas. "I need more than handholding to throw my brothers a curveball when they try to get too personal. Besides, no one's going to believe we're a couple if there's no PDA." He was good at public displays of affection. Tender touches. Drawing her close. Kisses of all lengths and intensities. Harley grew warm just thinking about them. She adjusted the air vents for maximum cooling. "Why do we need to prove anything?" She crossed her arms over her chest, refusing to be distracted by the cumulus clouds above a 100-year-old, two-story farmhouse in the middle of a vineyard, or the contrast of straight lines on the ground to flowing curves in the air. People who date have personal boundaries. Maybe I don't like PDA. Liar, her heart cried. Vince gave a short, surprised shout of laughter before glancing at Harley. We walked with my arm around you. We cuddled in the movie theater. I kissed you when I wanted to. Harley practically convulsed with shock. There will be no kissing. Because, like everything else, Vince was good at it. He scoffed. Nobody's going to believe that we're a couple if I don't kiss you. Why? The butterflies were fluttering in Harley's chest, practically flying in formation to spell kiss him. Butterflies are stupid, she murmured. What? Harley gave herself a mental head thunk. She'd have to be on her toes with Vince, or she'd be right back to those idyllic days when they dated. Too much PDA and they'll be asking when we'll get married. Ha ha. Vince deadpanned, giving the SUV more gas. That won't happen. She needed to find something else to talk about. Why do your brothers worry about you? They have too much time on their hands, Vince grumbled, slowing to make a left turn. They give me grief about every little thing, so I make it a practice to tell them everything is fine. Giving grief is what brothers do, Harley said smartly, thinking about her brother. Take that away, and they're like dogs without a bone. Anxious. Besides, maybe they should worry about you. I bet they didn't travel halfway across the United States to find a woman and then not make contact with her. You want to talk about questionable decisions? Vince raised his dark brows. I'm not the one who got roughed up by a boyfriend who also broke her means of employment. If Dan hadn't busted my saw, I wouldn't be here helping you. Harley needed to correct Vince's assumption about Dan being her boyfriend. And he? Helping me? Vince grumbled louder. That would require kisses. Harley bit her lower lip to keep from smiling. I'll tell you what. I'll kiss your cheek when you fix my tile saw. Lot of good, a chaste peck on the cheek will do me when we're back in Texas. He'd turned on a side road and slowed to a crawl. I ordered the parts. It's a delicate piece of equipment and I might not be able to resuscitate it. She doubted that. He'd been able to fix anything their boss Jerry brought him. They approached a dead-end street to the right. A sign with an arrow pointed toward the Messina family garage, which was a two-story, two-service bay building several hundred feet down the road. It looked to have been built in the 50s, straight lines, no gables. It was like a box turned upside down. Behind it was a small, equally boring, one-story ranch home. Across the road from the repair shop was a field with about a dozen cars half hidden by tall grass. A handful of people were poking around. Beyond that was a mowed strip of grass near a bridge. On it sat an odd cluster of things. A Volkswagen made of stacked stone, a rusted swing set and an old yellow tractor with what appeared to be a mermaid made of metal riding a bicycle behind it. A woman in the field waved to them. Is that your family? Yes. The SUV inched forward as if Vince was having second thoughts. I could loan you money for a new tile saw in exchange for a well-timed kiss or two. You? A shout of laughter escaped her lips. Loan me money? What's so funny? Vince braked and faced her, scowling. You're in worse financial straits than I am. What makes you think that? Vince's black eyes flashed. He choked the steering wheel with both hands. I took you to Waco. I'm taking you to California. All expenses paid. You're barely scraping by. Harley had known Vince was nice, but she hadn't realized his ego could be so easily bruised. She couldn't stop smiling. The first time we went out, we went to a bar and left when happy hour was over. We went after work. Vince's expression darkened, brows dropping thunderously low. And first dates aren't supposed to last more than a few hours. You never brought me flowers. I thought guys your age always brought flowers and wine when a woman cooked for them. Harley wasn't pulling any punches in defense of her no kissing while in Harmony Valley policy. And we mostly went places like the art gallery on free entry day and the farmer's market, also free. Plus, in Waco, we stayed in one of those budget motels out by the highway. That was the only hotel that had rooms available. Vince was practically howling with anger. And sue me for wanting to go places where we could talk, places I thought you'd enjoy. Maybe that's more important to someone my age than paying to have someone sit next to me during a movie without learning anything about them. I'm not saying I didn't like going places and talking to you. Her smile threatened to slip, because apparently she'd been yakking about herself the entire time they'd been together without paying attention to him. I'm just saying. And I decided not to buy you flowers or wine the one time I came to your place for dinner because there was an accident on the interstate, and I was running late. He huffed like a winded bull, unsure if he was done seeing red. Not to mention that neither one of us likes wine. Harley reached over and pressed a hand over his bicep, as if to say she understood. They hadn't exchanged enough words between them in the past, at least, not about his past or a vision of his future. I see where you're coming from now. Thank you for offering to buy me a tile saw, but I can't accept. She'd get through this rough patch, even if it took her 4 years of tile work to do so. All eyes in the field were now pointed their way. Thankfully, with the windows rolled up and the air conditioner on, his family probably hadn't heard a word of their argument. Vince sighed. I could turn around and put you on a plane home. I'd be willing to bet when we get to the airport that you'd hop on the plane with me. Whatever was bothering Vince about coming home, he needed to face it, just as she needed to continue to try to solve the balcony conundrum. You picked a bad time to be right. Vince parked in a space at the garage. 3 tables and several chairs were set up just inside the service bays, as if there'd been a lot of outdoor eating going on. Since you're a city girl, be prepared for questions about you and about us, and not just from my family. She'd forgotten she was touching him. Her hand dropped away. If not your family, then who? Only the entire town. He gave her a stern look. And don't go telling them I'm cheap. You're such a wimp, Messina. He needed the tease. You won't think it's so funny when reality hits. Vince glanced over his shoulder toward the field. They'll want to know everything about you. About us. I'll stick to the truth as much as possible. What was he so worried about? Impulsively, Harley stroked his thick, silky hair from crown to neck, the way she used to when they'd been dating. It'll be okay. He didn't look so sure. Let's have a code phrase, she said, still feeling protective of him. You know, if things start to get out of control, let's say something like it's getting hot in here. And that's our cue to make our excuses and leave. Good idea. Someone in the field shouted his name. Harley twisted around. What are they doing over there? Hauling junkers away, preparing the space for the ceremony. They'll expect us to help. Manual labor on my vacation? Harley grinned. It's getting hot in here. Vince laughed. She'd missed his laughter. It was deep and hearty and settled over her like a cozy blanket. Here they come. Vince got out of the SUV, as somber and stoic as if they were going to face the zombie apocalypse. Harley smiled. For the first time since agreeing to be Vince's date, she thought she might actually have fun at this wedding.
Chapter 4. The closer Vince had come to Harmony Valley, the more he'd wanted to turn around. Harley's joking banter had helped, but she couldn't keep him from falling into the past, not when he stood on the property he'd grown up on. He'd learned to ride a bike on that driveway, with Mom running beside him. He'd learned to throw a football in that field with Gabe, with Mom cheering him from the sidelines. And then there'd been the milestones she'd missed. His driver's test. Prom. Graduation. The urge to tell his brothers he'd located their mother was strong. The urge to tell them the truth about the day she left was stronger. Vince rejected them both. Don't rock the boat by bringing mama drama to Joe's wedding. Gosh, the Messina boys are big. Harley came to stand next to Vince. His brothers sprinted across the field toward them, whooping and hollering as if they were in their teens, not their 30s. Gabe slammed into him first, wrapping his arms around Vince and lifting him a couple inches off the ground. He was a mountain of a man with the strength and rigid posture gained from years in the military. But not even the Marines could wipe away the mischievous gleam in Gabe's eyes. Vince. He dropped Vince back on his feet. How many years has it been? 6 or 7. When they'd gathered for Joe's first wife's funeral in Los Angeles. Joe hugged Vince with a set of hearty backslaps. He was clearly the runt of the family. He'd never filled out the way Vince and Gabe had. It's been too long, brother. It has been, Vince agreed, feeling some of his misgivings evaporate. He attributed it to the lack of humidity in the air, and 2 family members happy to see him. They were clearly in a good place and no good would come from Vince shedding the burden of his secrets. And who have we here? Gabe claimed Harley's hand and kissed it. She laughed and Vince felt a stab of something he didn't recognize in his chest. He made the introductions, saving Harley's hand from Gabe's because she'd said she didn't like PDA and probably wouldn't like it from his come-on-too-strong brother. Watch out for Gabe. He used to steal my clothes and my girlfriend's. Harley's cheeks turned a soft shade of pink. Vince didn't let go of her hand. Totally because of appearances. A pint-sized girl wearing dirt-stained coveralls crashed into Vince next. Uncle Vince. His niece Samantha grinned at him, no longer a baby but a teen. Her hair was dark brown and just as short as the last time he'd seen her. But instead of looking as if Joe had hacked it with sheep shearers, it was stylishly cut and straightened. If she was styling her hair, the next step was wearing makeup, talking to boys, and refusing to do oil changes because it wrecked her manicure. Sam, don't grow anymore, Vince told her. Samantha shushed him. Her cheeks turned a brighter shade of pink than Harley's. You're embarrassing me. She glanced furtively at a dark-haired teenage boy, who looked to be about 13 and was staring at Sam the way Sam had once stared at the stuffed beagle Vince had given her when her mother died. Vince exchanged a quick what-the-heck glance with Joe, who gave him a subtle calm-down gesture. And here's the other love of my life. Joe introduced his fiancée. Brittany. Vince's soon-to-be sister-in-law had a thick mane of brown hair with golden highlights, a wide smile that sparkled, and natural makeup. Like Sam, she also wore smudged coveralls. This was no high-maintenance female, even though he'd been told she ran the town's beauty salon. Vince liked Brittany immediately. Welcome to the family. He hugged her warmly. Call me Britt. Joe's bride-to-be inched out of Vince's hug. Joe, why do all your brothers have such gorgeous manis? She ran her fingers through Vince's hair. Vince jolted backward until Britt's hands fell away. It's getting hot in here. Harley laughed, no help at all. Hey, honey, your hands should only be in my hair. But Joe laughed without any jealousy. And the hair of your paying clients, of course. Harley was still chuckling, ignoring Vince's SOS, which he decided to excuse when she reclaimed his hand. Their hair is unreal, isn't it, Britt? ×3. Britt ignored Joe's warning and ruffled Gabe's military-cut hair. I'm a hairdresser. It's hard not to touch it. I don't see what all the fuss is about, Vince said, meaning it. They all had thick, black hair. So what? Joe's hair was a bit too long for a man about to be married and Gabe's was extremely short. Vince's was somewhere in between. Like the 3 bears, they'd each found what was right for them. Who cares? Gabe leaned over to give Britt better access to his scalp. Britt, do that again. Don't, Joe said firmly, tugging Britt away from his oldest brother. I draw the line at making Gabe happy. He teased me mercilessly when we were kids. Oh, Shaggy Joe. Britt snuggled close to Joe the way Harley had snuggled close to Vince when they were dating. I love your hair best. Vince glanced down at Harley, which wasn't far considering how tall she was. I think you should limit your hands to my hair, too. His words came out low and intimate. He might just as well have been saying, you should limit your lips to mine, too. Harley got the message. Her cheeks bloomed with color, and she tried to ease her hand free. But Vince held on. To her hand. To her gaze. And for just this week, to her. Dear brothers, stop with the googly eyes. Gabe turned toward the field, looking like he was on duty. Come on, Sam. When Britt calls your dad Shaggy Joe, it's time to vacate the premises. Googly eyes are disgusting. Sam pulled a face but glanced longingly at that teenage boy. Gabe's complaining about googly eyes. Vince taunted good-naturedly. He's lucky Harley and I don't make out right now. Harley made a disapproving noise. You're impossible. Vince smiled fondly at Harley. No kisses. Yeah, he'd make her suffer a little for that rule. His wedding date huffed and crossed her arms over her chest, finally getting that space she wanted, although their shoulders touched. Brad. Gabe shook his finger at the teenage boy. If I ever catch you looking with googly eyes at my niece again, I'm going to drop you off that bridge. Sam gasped and glared at Gabe. Why would you say that? She hissed like an angry cat. Why? Because I'm your uncle and I love you. Gabe gave her a devilish grin cut from the same cloth as Vince's. And I was a teenage boy once. And a love magnet. I will never. Sam raised her hands heavenward. Look at anyone. Like that. She pointed at Joe and Britt. Vince chuckling, knowing Sam would eat those words someday. Still grumbling, Vince's teenage niece took off running. Sam's admirer joined her as she raced past him. Gabe plodded behind them at his own pace. Joe, don't give that boy an inch with Sam. Vince nodded toward the young pair. She's too young to be interested in boys. Brad knows what the rules are and respects them, unlike Gabe at that age. Joe grinned and it was like looking in a mirror. Except for his eyes. Joe was the only Messina who had their mother's blue eyes. I hope those are clothes you can get dirty, because we could use an extra pair of hands. Vince took stock of his blue jeans and polo shirt, as well as Harley's similarly casual attire. We're good. Are you hooking cars up to the tow truck and taking them somewhere? One at a time. Joe shook his head. That would cost a fortune in gas. We found a scrap hauler willing to take the rest away with a double-decker semi-trailer. He comes tomorrow. The rest? Harley shaded her eyes for a better view. How many cars are there? Joe already got some running and sold them. Britt started walking, beckoning Harley to join her. Next to Britt, Harley looked like a beanpole, as if she lacked curves. So not true. Harley's curves were classic and subtle, like her personality. We just need to clear the debris between the cars and the road, Britt was saying. And then tow them into a line on the edge of the pavement for the hauler to take them away. That sounds easy, Harley said without having any clue how labor-intensive it really was. Vince and Joe fell into step behind the women. It would go so much faster if my soon-to-be wife wouldn't have to look at every piece of debris. Joe wasn't fooling anyone with his complaint. His tone was indulgent. I'm an upcycle artist. Britt told Harley proudly. When I'm not doing hair, junk sculpture is my life. If you see a hubcap or a bicycle on the side of the road, pick them up for me. You did the mermaids? Harley pointed to a sculpture of a mermaid on a bicycle above the service bays. Vince followed the direction of Harley's finger. Designed in metal and painted bright green, the mermaid rode on a red, white and blue bicycle above the service bay doors. There was what looked like another mermaid on the grass near the bridge, along with a Volkswagen made out of stacked rocks, and some other pieces of what Vince had been told were art. Yep, Britt said cheerfully. Mermaids are my thing. You should see the one in my beauty salon. Kiera is my masterpiece. Vince came even with the repair shop. His steps slowed. The sun disappeared behind a cloud as a memory unfolded. It should run. It should run. Dad's freaked-out voice. His silhouette seemed to move through the empty service bay, pacing, hands tugging at his hair. It'll be all right. Mom's shadow was close at Dad's heels. Let's try it again, Vince. Joe laid his arm around Vince's shoulders. The place is different now, Joe said quietly. We've made changes. It doesn't feel as if it was ever his. His. Their father's. A man plagued by voices in his head. And there's no trace of her here either, Joe said with resentment. Her. Their mother. A woman who'd spent years trying to make peace with her husband's many extreme mood swings to shelter her children from instability, until it became too much for her. Too much for me. Vince acknowledged Joe's comment with a grunt, the only sound he was capable of making. They moved even with the house. This time it wasn't a gloomy shadow Vince felt but the icy hand of guilt. His actions had left their family without a reliable parent. We're remodeling the house. Joe's words rang with pride. We tore down some interior walls, ripped out all the flooring and removed everything in the bathrooms. You wouldn't recognize it. Oh, I bet I can. Vince bet he could mark an X on the spot where Dad had his after-work meltdowns. Or stand in the kitchen where Mom would smoke with the window open, hoping Dad didn't notice the tinge of nicotine in the air. Vince walked faster, heading toward the field and the junker cars that needed moving. Sam and I are living in the apartment above the garage until the house is done. Joe stopped. Vince with a hand on his arm. I'm saving to buy you out. You and Gabe. They stood in front of Vince's old bedroom window. There was a reason nothing had ever grown beneath that sill. After dark, he and Gabe had used it as their own personal entrance. You don't have to pay me. The three brothers had inherited the property. But Vince didn't want anything from Harmony Valley. I can't give you top dollar. Joe set his chin the way he had when he was a kid and Vince had told him to go away. This place was a wreck when we got here. Any value in it is coming directly from my pocket. Keep your money. I don't need it. Say what you want. There's a check coming your way. Joe walked on, back stiff with all his honorable intentions. If Joe had gone to Texas, he'd have done things differently. He'd have shown up at their mother's door, introduced himself and told her off. Vince lingered behind, taking in the property, the small house, the modest business, the cluttered field. Joe might believe things looked different now. To Vince, things looked exactly the same. How are you holding up? Vince asked Harley a few hours after they'd started helping move cars, which mostly involved giving the cars an extra push to roll out of the dirt. Vince crossed the trampled paths they'd created to get the cars out, looking attractively scruffy and looking straight at her. Under his gaze, Harley's butterflies threatened to take flight. Harley reminded herself that Vince was eye candy. Not checkout stand eye candy. Nothing that low quality. No. Vince was like the big Easter eggs Harley's mother bought once a year from the gourmet chocolate shop. When Harley was a kid, she'd thought the softball-sized eggs would be filled with chocolate or thick cream. But, no, they'd been hollow. Nothing inside. Not even a small trinket to remember them by. And Vince. Those hollow eggs were a good metaphor where Vince was concerned. He wanted to project an image that wasn't real to the people he should have been closest to. That was something she shouldn't forget. You look beat. Vince stopped in front of Harley and peered at her face the way a doctor once had after she'd gotten a concussion trying to play basketball. That concussion had her sitting the rest of the season. Not that Harley considered that a failure. Being on the team had made her well-rounded on her college applications. She didn't need or want playing time. She'd learned her lesson. Playing was dangerous. I can't give you top dollar. Joe set his chin the way he had when he was a kid and Vince had told him to go away. This place was a wreck when we got here. Any value in it is coming directly from my pocket. Keep your money. I don't need it. Say what you want. There's a check coming your way. Joe walked on, back stiff with all his honorable intentions. If Joe had gone to Texas, he'd have done things differently. He'd have shown up at their mother's door, introduced himself and told her off. Vince lingered behind, taking in the property, the small house, the modest business, the cluttered field. Joe might believe things looked different now. To Vince, things looked exactly the same. How are you holding up? Vince asked Harley a few hours after they'd started helping move cars, which mostly involved giving the cars an extra push to roll out of the dirt. Vince crossed the trampled paths they'd created to get the cars out, looking attractively scruffy and looking straight at her. Under his gaze, Harley's butterflies threatened to take flight. Harley reminded herself that Vince was eye candy. Not checkout stand eye candy. Nothing that low quality. No. Vince was like the big Easter eggs Harley's mother bought once a year from the gourmet chocolate shop. When Harley was a kid, she'd thought the softball-sized eggs would be filled with chocolate or thick cream. But, no, they'd been hollow. Nothing inside. Not even a small trinket to remember them by. And Vince. Those hollow eggs were a good metaphor where Vince was concerned. He wanted to project an image that wasn't real to the people he should have been closest to. That was something she shouldn't forget. You look beat. Vince stopped in front of Harley and peered at her face the way a doctor once had after she'd gotten a concussion trying to play basketball. That concussion had her sitting the rest of the season. Not that Harley considered that a failure. Being on the team had made her well-rounded on her college applications. She didn't need or want playing time. She'd learned her lesson. Playing was dangerous. Vince, with his mind-numbing kissing talent, supreme good looks, and mind-numbing kissing talent, yes, it needed to be said twice, was dangerous. Harley knew about head-spinning danger. She was staying on the bench this time. Let's take a break. Vince took Harley's hand and led her toward the garage. We'll check in at the hotel. Harley hadn't realized how exhausted she was until Vince mentioned leaving. She'd risen early in another time zone and the sun was draining. I'll go with you. Gabe fell into step next to Harley, as energetic as an oversugared fifth grader. I know where it is. And then we can come back for dinner and drinks before we shift to working on the house. Gabe, it's 5. Harley's tired and she's a guest of ours. It was Vince who sounded tired, no doubt worn out by his emotional homecoming. Harley had seen how Vince's gaze shadowed sometimes when he looked at his family's garage. We need some rest, Gabe, Harley said gently. Well, now I feel selfish. Britt stopped inspecting an old car nearby. Her brow furrowed with concern. I'm a bridezilla without realizing it. There's just so much to do around here for the wedding and the house. We'll help more tomorrow, Harley assured her. The Messinas were fun to be around. Brad and Sam ran about like puppies who didn't understand exactly why they liked each other. Gabe wielded verbal volleys, taking shots at everyone, including Harley. The bride and groom snuck sweet kisses when they thought no one was looking. And through it all, Vince seemed off his game, not as witty, not as loving, not as vocal as she'd come to expect. Why don't you grab something to eat at El Rosal? My treat, Gabe said unexpectedly, tugging his cell phone out of his pocket. And while you eat, I can make sure your reservation is ready at the Band B. That's very thoughtful of you. Harley thanked him. What do you do for a living, Harley? Gabe's smile was that of an angel. She's an architect, Vince said before Harley could tell Gabe she was a tile installer. Vince gave Harley a look that telegraphed, let me handle this. How did you meet an architect working on an oil rig? Gone was the angel. Gabe looked and sounded more like a hound dog on the trail of a fox. Was this why Vince wanted to keep his family out of his personal business? Vince doesn't work on an oil rig anymore. Harley pretended she was unable to translate. Vince's Morse code. Stick to the truth. Wasn't that what they'd agreed? I met him on a job site. They'd reached the parking lot. I'm working as a carpenter now, Vince said through stiff lips. Harley couldn't fathom why he wouldn't want his family to know about his job change or why he hadn't told her his occupation was on a need-to-know basis. This was about his status quo, not hers. They reached the door to the repair garage's office. You'll want to clean up before going to dinner. Brother, why don't you use the shop sink to wash up? Gabe opened the door and pointed to the stairs. I'll show Harley the second-floor facilities. Vince's eyes narrowed. Sounds good, Harley said, moving upstairs. Part of her role here was to stop Vince's brothers from pestering him. A little distance between the siblings was called for. The door at the top of the stairs led to a small, homey apartment with a galley kitchen. The kitchen table and living room furniture weren't stylish retro, they were just old, yet well cared for. 3 doors faced her. 2 were closed. The open door revealed the bathroom. Harley went in and cleaned up. When she emerged, Gabe was standing in front of the TV stand that didn't have a TV. Instead, family photos graced the top. He set one back down. I don't want you to take this wrong. Gabe sounded a lot like Harley's protective older brother Taylor, overly confident and a tad self-important. Both characteristics were softened by Gabe's unabashedly friendly smile. I like you, but I know you aren't dating my brother.
Harley's shoulders pinched. She didn't like lying, but she'd made an agreement with Vince to pretend they were dating. And there was just something about Gabe's accusation that raised her competitive hackles. Really? Harley forced out a chuckle and crossed the small room, wanting to study the framed photo Gabe had been looking at. Present your case, counselor. Gabe rubbed his hands together, clearly pleased that Harley hadn't taken offense. First off, there's your age difference. How old are you? Not only did Gabe have no filter, but he also had no sense of boundaries. If it wasn't for his good-natured demeanor, he would have been annoying. I'm guessing 24? I'm almost 27. Harley bent for a closer look. The photo Gabe had set down was of the 3 teenage Messina boys straddling motorcycles. An older man stood behind them with the same thick, dark hair and lady killer grin as the boys. Their father? Harley took in Vince's multicolored striped shirt that seemed too short, blue jeans that seemed too long, and a grin that seemed too wide. Almost forced. When I was 23, I dated a girl who said she was 18. Gabe watched Harley closely, a spider patiently studying the fly. Her daddy came after me with a shotgun. Well, if we're challenging each other's relationships, I'd like to see the buckshot scars on your backside. Harley straightened and laughed, more genuinely this time. Are you implying I'm too young for Vince? I think I'm spinning it the other way around. He waggled his dark brows. Harley shook her head. Nice try, but 7 years isn't that big of a deal. Sweetheart, it's nearly 8 years. Gabe flashed a troublemaking grin. More in dog years. Clearly, it makes no difference to us. Harley rolled her eyes. Gabe could have been cloned from the same genes as her brother. Clearly, there's no zing between you two. Gabe's grin didn't dim. I'm only challenging your claim because we had a rough childhood and I feel responsible for my younger brother. You know, protective of him. Gabe was more transparent than a new window in an old house. You and Joe made a bet about us. And clearly, you bet we're not dating. Gabe's eyes widened and then he began to laugh and nod. Yep. Joe and I have a bet. Joe says you're legit. Harley wanted to put Gabe in his place. And the only way she could think of doing it was to mention something personal about Vince, something he'd only tell a girlfriend, not an acquaintance. It's nice that you have this photo of your mother before she left for Texas. Gabe smiled, disappearing faster than a cockroach on a midnight raid in the kitchen. What did you say? Too late, Harley realized Vince must not have told his brothers about his mother's location. Vince opened the door to the upstairs apartment, not looking like a man happy to see his girlfriend. No doubt, his expression would turn thunderous if Gabe asked about their mother. The smart move would be to smile and make her escape, nose in the air. But then, nothing Harley had done this summer had been smart. Instead, she crossed the room, latched onto the collar of Vince's polo shirt and kissed him. Hard.
Chapter 7. When Vince dated a woman, he held her hand, he slung his arm over her shoulder, he looked a woman in the eyes when she talked and listened to the subtext of what she was saying. He tried to be in the moment, to be authentic and intimate. But he tried to do it without being the guy a woman classified as the one. To do that, he had certain rules. He was always honest about where he saw himself 5 years from now, a common dating question. His answer? Pretty much the same as his life was now. Vince was always honest when the inevitable question arose about marriage, a question many women his age posed. His answer? I don't see myself getting married. And I'm not interested in having kids. And he'd found that certain behaviors made sure a woman got the subliminal message that things just weren't going to work out. He didn't call or text every day. He didn't take women to fancy restaurants or away for fancy weekends. And he didn't hug. Holding a woman for emotional support implied a connection, which implied a relationship, which implied there'd be a future. Harley had said he needed a hug. But how she held on to him wasn't possessive. It wasn't suggestive. It was truly an offer of support. 2 shoulders to lean on, as if she suspected he could use an outlet from the stress of being home. Vince drew her closer. He hadn't realized how much he needed those 2 shoulders, those 2 arms. He hadn't realized that she could read him so well. That did the trick, I bet. Harley released him and immediately focused on straightening her blouse. Which didn't need straightening. Vince blinked. Disoriented. The woman in his arms was gone. Walking away from him. A swing to her step. Hang on. He jogged to Harley's side. What just happened there? It suddenly dawned on him that he'd managed to break every one of his rules with Harley. I should send her home on the next plane. You look like you could use some TLC, Harley said. She reached the crosswalk and checked both ways, more careful crossing the road than she was with her affections. Did you know a 20-second hug has been proven to reduce stress? It had the opposite effect on me. Vince was tied up in knots. He wanted to kiss Harley. He wanted her to want the same things he did. It was just a hug. Harley sounded exasperated. If it bothers you that much, pretend that hug happened weeks ago. She walked faster than he'd ever seen her go. In no time, she'd nearly reached Snarky Sam's, which was half antique store, half pawn shop. Pretend we stepped into a time machine and that hug occurred in Waco just before I shared my greatest triumph and biggest failure, and you decided I wasn't worthy. I never said you were unworthy or a failure. She huffed. Snarky Sam had filled the sidewalk in front of his store with items for sale. A 3-wheeled adult bicycle with a large basket behind the seat. A pot-bellied stove. A fireplace grate and a matching set of tools. Harley slowed down to drink some tea before they reached the sidewalk obstacle course. Since we're in your time machine, Vince studied Harley's features, trying to isolate the motives behind her impulsive hug. I was being honest when I said you should be out conquering the world of architecture, not the tiled curvature of someone's luxury spa. And I told you I couldn't do it. Not for 4 years. Don't you remember? Yes, but you didn't tell me why it'll take 4 years. He recognized that tone she used. Harley was in the you can't win this argument zone. Vince caught her arm, slowing her to a stop next to the 3-wheeler. He noticed the veterinary office down the road, to the left. The parking lot was filled with cars. A mile ahead and they'd be out of Harmony Valley. Oddly, Vince wasn't pining to escape town. He was more interested in straightening the record with his ex-girlfriend. Best to remember the ex part. I told you to try architecture again, he said in his most rational voice. Being knocked down once doesn't mean you're out forever. And I told you I couldn't. She tugged her arm, barely, as if she didn't really want him to let go. In my entire life, I've never faced a problem I couldn't work out. Until, her features bunched and she looked away. Never mind. Tell me. He stopped abruptly, wanting to show he understood she was stressed. Or I'll give you a 20-second hug. Her gaze found the rooftops of the brick buildings lining Main Street and the clouds drifting high above them. As a kid, I used to imagine grand structures. Domes that tilted and swirled crookedly. Buildings that had curved walls. Second stories that seemed to float on air. Her words came to a halt and her gaze came crashing back to Vince. My family thought I didn't understand how a conventional building happens. To them, tiles need flat surfaces to adhere. So, I kept my ideas in a sketchbook. And then I took years of math and science and art, all the while hoping to learn how to bring my impossible ideas to life. Unsuccessfully if her quitting was any indication. I studied the work of Zaha Hadid. She was a pioneer in liberating architectural geometry. A genius ahead of her time. Vince was lost, period. And a bit lost in the passion he saw in her eyes. Harley blinked back to the present. I'm boring you. Not in the slightest. Vince paused, figuring the best means to get to the bottom of this was a direct question. Did you think you'd be a pioneer in the field, too? Harley's mouth worked. Her nose wrinkled. Her eyes rounded with watery disappointment. Yes. I thought I could blaze new trails in architecture. Does that sound conceited? No. It sounds like a really great goal. Lacking an achievable career goal himself, he was envious she had one. A goal. She blew out a breath and shook her head. More like a pipe dream. The glass door to Snarky Sam's swung outward. A small, sprightly old man wearing a red flannel shirt and a deep scowl pinned them with a glance. Are you buy-in or sellin'? Neither. Vince held up his hands. No loitering allowed. The old man pointed to a sign in his window that said as much. Loitering decreases my sales. You get me? Gotcha. Vince tugged Harley across the street. Is your stomach all right? Harley passed a hand side to side over her waist. I must have eaten something yesterday that didn't agree with me. I'm fine. Other than being confused about his feelings for Harley. It might be just what you said, a travel hangover. And perhaps that was what was bothering him, a relationship hangover. 15 minutes later, voices drifted from inside the house Vince had grown up in. Carefree laughter. Indistinct words spoken with happy tones. And yet, Vince heard the sounds of the past. His mother's voice, so clear. Her words roughened by too many cigarettes and too many cares. I can't do it anymore. Vince's steps slowed. Stopped. Guilt pressed at his temples. He should have reacted differently all those years ago, been stronger, thought about what his brothers needed instead of himself. In the end, it hadn't mattered to his future. Harley kept walking without realizing Vince wasn't next to her. They hadn't talked since Snarky Sam's. She'd been lost in her thoughts, and, for once, he'd been wondering about his future, only to find he was still anchored by the past. What's wrong? Harley came back to stand in front of him. Real and solid, and not falling apart like the people in his past. Vince didn't budge. I haven't been in that house since I left. They said they gutted it. Harley studied his face. But you can stay outside if you want to. Her gaze moved to the house with a flicker of interest, an architect's curiosity. Vince wasn't curious. I can't do it anymore. 20 years had passed, and he couldn't shake his mother's words. He'd thought Mom had meant she couldn't handle their father any longer. Later, he'd thought she'd meant she couldn't handle her sons, as well. Up until then, Vince had been her fixer, repairing anything mechanical that was broken, but he couldn't fix her. Gabe stood in the doorway, crowbar in hand. Here come the professionals, just in time to criticize all my hard work on the doors. We haven't put in any doors yet, but come see. Joe appeared at Gabe's shoulder, looking joyful to be remodeling the house they'd grown up in. My friends and I laid laminate all through the night. I can tell you don't want to go in. Harley moved between Vince and the house, blocking his view. Let's take a walk over to the bridge. Your brothers are watching, and you can, kiss me. Harley said this as if she were telling a nurse she was ready for a tetanus shot. Now you're letting me choose when I get a kiss. Vince managed to keep his voice low but failed to smile reassuringly. Or at all. There was nothing reassuring about his memories or his guilt in being the last straw that broke his mother's will to stay. Where were you when Sarah goosed me? I'm a little slow on the uptake. Harley stared at Vince's Adam's apple. It won't happen again. Now, how about we put on a show for your brothers? She tilted her face upward, still not looking at him. Vince glanced around her, checking on their audience. Too late. They went back inside. Harley turned to face the house. The wheels were spinning in her head. All right. About what? He had no clue. Go inside. Vince needed to sort through his emotions, including ones toward Harley. He'd meant for her to be a distraction for his family, not a distraction for him. Go on. I can tell you want to poke around. Harley gave him a glance over her shoulder, smiling slightly. If you're sure. Really? He returned her smile. I can handle it alone out here. You're lying. But Harley left him, nonetheless. Vince lingered near the front walk. From his position, he could see through what had once been the living room and kitchen to newly installed French doors on the back side of the house. Mom would have hated those doors. There'd be no window to crack to extend her cigarette outside. And Vince? He didn't like change. Or the past. And now, he wasn't so stoked about his future. Uncle Vince. Sam put her hands and feet on either side of the home's front door frame and climbed up. She wore blue jeans and a neon orange tank top, and the glee of a newly minted teen not yet enamored with appearances. Come see my room. Sam deftly dropped to her feet and then began to climb again. Please. Dad says it used to be your room. This time when his niece dropped to the porch, she ran out to Vince and took his hand. Vince allowed himself to be towed along. His steps were hesitant. His gaze fixed forward. His ears muffled everything but his niece's voice. It was nasty in here when we started. Sam dug in her soles to keep Vince moving forward. I told Dad we should just tear it all down. Vince wished they had. There was so much guilt here. What he'd done to his family. And there was sadness, looking at his beautiful niece, feeling his heart swell with love for her, and realizing he'd never have a child of his own. Sam glanced at him over her shoulder. But you know how Brit is about recycling. She never throws anything away. Suddenly, Vince was stepping over the threshold. There was no furniture, no kitchen cabinets or sink, no walls with nicotine-stained framed pictures of roses. His mother used to love roses, which made no sense. Nothing about their life had been rosy. And back then. I can't do it anymore. Mom had taken a big drag off an unfiltered cigarette and then tapped the ashes into the grass. He's getting worse. Over here. Sam led Vince past a stack of flooring material and doors leaning against the wall until they reached the hallway. Manageable. The memories were manageable. Vince followed Sam into the room he used to share with Gabe. I'm going to paint one wall purple and one wall green. Sam released his hand and turned around, a hopeful expression on her face. Vince smiled at her innocent ability to dream. He'd let go of his dreams when he'd realized his high school grades weren't good enough for college. Gabe appeared in the doorway. Remember when you used to fly off the top bunk, little brother? I remember you pushing me, Vince joked. Their banter had a familiar feel to it. Separated by a year, they'd been competitive kids, but it was the good kind of competition. He and Gabe had raced to the top of Parish Hill on motorcycles and then sat staring down at Harmony Valley, marveling at how small it looked. They'd swum across the Harmony Valley River. The loser had had to swim back to get the sodas and then they'd lain on the grassy bank on the other side, talking aimlessly. In his years away, Vince had forgotten how close they'd been. When they'd shared this room, he'd known how many girls Gabe had dated and the one that broke his heart. He'd known the things Gabe considered before choosing the military. He'd known that Gabe was looking for a more stable family and that he'd found it with his fellow Marines. Joe called for Gabe from somewhere deeper in the house. Gabe disappeared. Sam smiled and spun some more. Did you wear a cape when you flew off the top bunk? I did. Vince had forgotten about that, too. My cape was a blue pillowcase my mom pinned around my neck. His mother had always been creative when it came to playing. One year, she'd made a fort in the garage from a refrigerator box. Dad made me a pink cape like that. Sam rushed forward and grabbed Vince's hands, using them as ballast as she twirled around, just like when she was 6. Capes must be a family tradition. Like fixing cars. I love fixing cars. He had, too. You don't have to fix cars. You can learn how to fix space shuttles or airplanes. She could go to college and become an engineer and learn how to build things people had yet to dream of. That had been Vince's dream. Nope. They don't make space shuttles in Harmony Valley. Sam released him and stood near the window. I'm going to put my bed right here so I can see the stars at night. She snuck him a sly grin. And that way, Dad won't see the light of my laptop if I'm on it. Vince ruffled her hair. Your dad may not catch you, but Britt will. She was one sharp cookie. Hey. Sam smoothed her bangs back in place. I'm not a kid anymore. Vince snorted. Sam was still a kid. She danced around and climbed the walls. If you're going for classic, Harley's voice drifted to Vince. You can't go wrong with white subway tile. Vince stepped into the hallway. Joe, Britt, Gabe and Harley were scrunched in the nearby bathroom, which had nothing but plumbing, a tub and concrete floors. I know a guy, Gabe was saying. I can get you tile. Cheap. If you get tile this week, I can set it for you. Harley blinked, as if she couldn't believe she'd offered. Wait. Just, wait. Vince joined them. Harley's on vacation. Not to mention, she needed paying jobs. I've already offered. Harley's gaze sharpened, warning of boundaries being crossed. Her sidewalk hug and drive-by kiss had created a humongous hole in the borders defining their ex-relationship. We don't accept barter. Joe frowned. He was a stickler about that and had been ever since he'd worked as a mechanic for their uncle in Beverly Hills. Uncle Turo had bartered into trouble with the law by accepting stolen goods in trade. Joe had been oblivious to their uncle's shady dealings and had almost been guilty by association. Harley shrugged, no longer meeting Vince's gaze. Consider it my wedding gift. Wedding gift? Vince felt a moment of panic. He had yet to buy one. Britt squeaked, trying to contain her excitement. Vince shook his head. Harley. It's okay, Vince. It's subway tile. Harley ran a hand over the new drywall above the tub. That stuff goes up within hours. With or without a tile saw. Vince finally found an argument to sway her. Her brow furrowed. I'm sure I can find you one of those. Gabe again, annoying in his confidence. Great. Harley brightened. Britt gave Joe a pleading look. Surely we can accept wedding gifts like this. Joe heaved a sigh that predicted capitulation. How many bathrooms have you tiled, Harley? More than I can count. I thought you were an architect. Nothing got by Gabe. He gave Vince a got you look. It's getting hot in here. Vince tried to catch Harley's eye. She ignored him. My parents own a tile store. There was a hint of color in Harley's cheeks as she navigated the fine line between truth and fabrication. I grew up on job sites. Which explained why she was so comfortable on them now. Could you teach me how to do it? Britt was in hopeful mode, gushing. That way, I could do the shower in the master bathroom. If it's not too much trouble to teach her, Joe said with an apologetic glance at Vince. Because it is your vacation. Vince blew out a breath. Finally, someone else remembers. Vince doesn't have a say in how I spend my time off. Harley's voice was firm, and her blue eyes dared him to protest. Britt squealed and hugged Harley. I'm that much closer to having a finished house. That's it, then. Gabe prodded Vince's ribs. Are you ready to get to work? Joe tugged on a pair of protective leather gloves. We're putting in doors wherever we have new floors. Vince hesitated. How could he explain that doing anything to make this house livable felt wrong? Are you shirking work? Gabe studied Vince. You never were one to stick to anything. Like school. Yes, I love my brother. Yes, I might have to punch him. A flash of golden hair signaled Harley was moving toward Vince. Vince smiled. Here came another drive-by kiss. This one's for you, Gabe. Vince smiled like he knew his brother was going to regret prodding him. Or not. Vince and I will put the doors on for the two smaller bedrooms. Without a meeting of lips, Harley spun Vince around and guided him toward the doors stored in the living room. And we'll finish before Joe and Gabe have the master bedroom and bathroom doors on. Joe laughed. Only a girlfriend could manage a bit of tricky negotiation like that. Harley removed her hands from Vince's shoulders. She'd gotten what she'd wanted, he realized. By taking on the tile project, she could keep her distance from him without making it seem as if they weren't a couple. Yep, Vince is her man, Britt said enthusiastically from behind them, sounding as if she was totally convinced they were dating. I certainly am. Vince turned and caught Harley's hand, dragging her next to him because, like it or not, they were in this together. Maybe next time I'll prove it with a kiss. Harley's gaze shuddered, but not before Vince saw a flicker of longing. One that matched his own. One they both knew they shouldn't give in to.
Chapter 8. Britt, if you break one more wrapping ribbon, you're going to have 6 children. Peals of feminine laughter filled Martin's bakery on Sunday afternoon. The room was crowded with women of all ages for Britt's bridal shower. Since Harley had been there this morning, pink and white streamers had been hung on the walls and a banner proclaiming, "Joe and Brittany forever," was fixed in the window. "You'll be next." Mildred stared up at Harley in that unfocused way of hers. Something behind Harley caught the old woman's attention. "Unless it's Reggie." She lowered her voice. "That is Britt's sister Reggie serving cake behind you, isn't it?" Harley glanced over her shoulder. Yes. The bride had invited Harley to the shower after a morning spent working on the happy couple's house. Reggie, Britt's twin, had seen Harley's discomfort when she'd arrived and had asked her to help with the event. Harley was grateful, because helping made her feel less of an outsider. Several silly games later and the presents were being opened. Harley refilled Mildred's punch glass while Britt pulled apart the wrapping on her next shower gift with the utmost care. The bride-to-be didn't look as if she'd spent the morning at a job site. Her hair was straight and combed, her makeup flawless, and her dress a lilac-flowered print that brought out the pink in her cheeks. Harley envied Britt's energy. She still had a jet lag hangover. Joe's teenage daughter Sam sat next to Britt, wearing a blue sundress and a sunny smile. She was making a bouquet from the bows and ribbons from Britt's shower gifts. "Where did you meet Vince?" Mildred asked, keeping Harley from moving to refill the punch glasses at the next table. "Was it at a racetrack?" "No," Harley set the heavy glass pitcher on the table. "It was." "Oh, I bet it was through an online dating service." A diminutive woman with white hair barely longer than Gabe's military cut edged into the conversation from her seat next to Mildred. "You can get anything on the internet nowadays. My money's on a matchmaker." A thin woman with elegant features and a tight white bun at the nape of her neck grinned. "So many young people don't have time to date." 3 pairs of eyes stared at Harley, waiting for her to answer. "I'm afraid it's not as exciting or buzzworthy or romantic as any of your guesses," Harley said, feeling flustered. "Never mind the Inquisition." Jessica appeared at Harley's side, smelling of sugar. The bakery owner carried cupcakes with white frosting and flower rosettes, which she distributed from a tray. "Don't you remember what I told you this morning? Not much happens here, so any news is big news." "I'm not news," Harley insisted, suddenly concerned that they'd wheedle the balcony failure from her just as easily as Gabe had discovered the location of Vince's mother. "I also have no news. In fact, I'm not interesting in any way." The elderly women leaned closer, not thrown off. "I'd tell them where you met Vince," Jessica advised. She finished doling out cupcakes and repositioned her tray, pausing to stare at each white-haired woman in turn. "Sometimes you ladies come on too strong." "Who? Us?" The petite woman with the pixie cut sat back. "I think I'm offended." The slender woman with the ballerina bun sat back. "I think Jessica knows us too well." Mildred sat back, grinning. Harley picked up the pitcher and poured punch into the next empty glass. "It's all very boring. We met at work." "He's a carpenter and..." "She's an architect," Reggie interrupted, although Harley didn't remember telling her. "Ladies, I'm collecting your bingo cards. Make sure your names are on them." "An architect." The woman with the bun handed over her card, sounding impressed. "Dating a carpenter." The diminutive woman gave Reggie her card and Mildred's. "Common interests lead to lifelong partnerships." "A match made in heaven," said Mildred. "She dreams it. He builds it." Harley moved on with a punch. If only it was that easy.
Did you get a wedding gift for the happy couple? Gabe stood at the corner of the town square. The afternoon sun was warm but not Houston brutal. The sky was a cloudless blue, like Harley's eyes. The brothers had just finished watching a baseball game at El Rosal while Britt had her bridal shower. Joe was still inside the restaurant, having stopped to talk to the sheriff. And Vince would be lying to himself if he wasn't glancing around, eager for a glimpse of Harley. Earth to Vince. Gabe waved his hands in front of Vince's face. Wedding gift. Do you have one? I haven't bought anything yet. Vince had been too worried about showing up at the wedding. Any ideas? Gabe rubbed his hands together. I've got a sweet lead on a motorcycle. It needs a little work, but... Seriously? Vince poked Gabe's solid bicep. Joe's first wife died in a motorcycle crash. Gabe swatted Vince's hand away. Hey, Sam works on cars. You think she won't appreciate a motorcycle for a little rebellion? Ah, the truth comes out. Vince shook his head. You're trying to make sure our niece carries on the Messina family tradition and terrorizes the town on two wheels. Gabe smirked. Admit it. The idea appeals to you, too. It doesn't. Vince lied. He wouldn't mind taking to the saddle once more, and not just for old time's sake. There was nothing like speeding down an open road to release some tension. It does appeal to you. Gabe grinned. Can't fool me. It might, Vince allowed. But to be clear, it holds no appeal for me as a gift either for Joe or for Sam. If you're looking for a big-ticket item, they could use a riding mower. There must be 3 acres of grass to mow on that property. We'll talk motorcycle getaways later. Gabe nodded toward El Rosal, where Joe was exiting the restaurant. I know a guy who can hook us up with a deal on a mower, I think. Someone in town or... Of course, someone in town. Gabe rolled his eyes. I know people everywhere. And as if to prove it, a truck drove slowly past. The elderly driver honked and waved. Hey, Gabe. Hey, Rutgar. Gabe waved back. Vince shook his head. You've been here, what? A week? And already Gabe knew someone who could hook them up with a deal on a riding mower? And you're already on a first-name basis with everyone in town? People like me, brother. Gabe gave Vince a love tap to the shoulder. Sorry for the wait. Joe joined them and they headed toward the river, where there was a shortcut back to the garage. What were we talking about? Inside El Rosal? Gabe chuckled. Who can remember? But what we need to discuss is your bachelor party. This is my second wedding. Joe waved his hands in the negative. I want to keep it low-key or do nothing at all. They passed by small craftsman homes, many of which had well-kept yards or fresh coats of paint. The town was experiencing a rebirth. Vince snapped off a leaf from a shade tree as they walked beneath it. Gabe wouldn't know low-key if it jumped out at him from that tree. If low-key jumped out at me, at the very least, I'd introduce myself. Gabe strolled backward in front of them. Seriously, we need to do something to mark this happy occasion. Well, Joe hesitated. There is something you want to do, Gabe crowed. I wouldn't mind having a bachelor party with some of my friends here in town. Joe spoke tentatively, as if he expected Gabe to make fun of the idea. Sure, sure. Gabe continued to walk backward. We'll invite Will. He's your best man. And the sheriff. I could arrange for a woman to come out of the cake. No women. No cakes. Vince's little brother was all grown up, ordering Gabe around. Which was fitting, considering Gabe had never grown up. Beer and nachos then, Vince suggested, grinning with pride at Joe's ability to put Gabe in his place. We can hold it at the garage. Pick a day and invite whoever you want. You might be surprised as to who I invite, Joe said somewhat cagily. But it's your day, so who cares? Vince silenced Gabe with a glance. They reached a stretch of undeveloped land by the river and took a path that led to the bridge near the garage. A few minutes later, they were home. Home. Vince couldn't shy away from his roots for the next several days. But he could slow his steps and keep his eyes averted from the buildings and those memories. I'm gonna make some phone calls. Gabe settled at a picnic table, giving Vince a look that said he was going to contact a guy about a riding mower. Vince, I want to show you something. Joe unlocked the door to the office and led him into the service bays. Vince had gone into the garage yesterday to wash up, and he'd done so quickly, trying to avoid the memories. But it had been worry for Harley that had helped in that department. But now, a whiff of motor oil as Vince stepped in, and he was cannonballed back in time. I can't touch it. Dad sat huddled in the corner of the garage with Mom next to him. It's booby-trapped, Gwen. Vince knows all about traps. Mom had her arm around Dad's shoulders. Just tell Vince what the timing is for a '57 Chevy. She kissed Dad's forehead and then looked up at Vince encouragingly. You can do that, can't you? Vince wasn't sure if Mom was asking him or Dad. He'd been 8 or 9 at the time. Mom had discovered his talent for taking things apart and putting them back together. She'd been pulling Vince away from playtime more frequently to cover in the garage. But this was the first time Vince remembered watching his father and wondering why he was acting so strangely. Are you okay, Vince? Joe called out to him from the far side of the garage. Vince walked slowly past the service bays. There was a shiny red metal tool chest on wheels pushed against the back wall near a workbench. A bulletin board with photos of Britt and Sam hung high above it. A calendar with a heart drawn around Saturday's wedding date had been pinned to the bottom of the bulletin board. Over here. Joe stood at the workbench. He opened a cupboard above it. It was a simple cupboard. Thin wood. No handles. Never painted. Hung slightly off level. Vince wanted to straighten it. Paint it. Give it handles. Make it more functional. Essentially, fix it. Fix it. The story of my life. But the cabinet. It was where Vince used to store things when he was called home from school. He couldn't remember what he might have left in there. Joe removed a stack of books, setting them on the workbench countertop. Sam found this stuff after we moved in. I figured I'd leave it for you to go through. The stack was organized from thinnest on top to thickest on the bottom. A car magazine. A slim, black, photo album. Vince's yearbook. An algebra book. Vince didn't touch any of it. This is all trash. With the big garage doors closed, his words echoed in the empty space. Sam will be disappointed. Joe smiled at Vince as if they were the closest of brothers with no secrets between them. She's read every signature in your yearbook. She's asked about every photo in this album. He held up the photo album and flipped it open. Do you remember this picture? Vince bent forward to see. Mom was standing behind the 3 Messina boys. Joe looked as neat as a resident of one of those mansions Vince worked on in Texas. Pressed trousers and a blue-checked, short-sleeved button-down. It had been his 5th birthday. Joe beamed at the camera. Gabe's red and white striped shirt was streaked with dirt. He'd been frogging down by the river and had been upset to be called back, even if it was for cake. He wore a black motorcycle helmet with the visor up. Vince's hands were stuffed in the pockets of his grease-stained blue coveralls. The legs and sleeves were cuffed, because they were Dad's. He was grinning, probably because he was on a cake-induced sugar high. Mom had her hands on Vince's shoulders and Gabe's. Her soft brown hair curled around her face, accenting an easygoing smile. She loved birthdays. Anyone's birthday. She'd sing, "Happy Birthday," from breakfast until bedtime, making the birthday boy feel special. Vince leaned back, swallowing thickly. That was a good day. Look at the captions. Joe read them, perhaps sensing Vince needed distance and wouldn't. Gabe, the jokester. Vince, the fixer. Joe, my favorite. Joe lifted his blue-eyed gaze to Vince's. There was so much of their mother in his eyes. In the cheekbones. In his smile. It made Vince miss Mom. Don't get weak. Don't feel like you have to apologize, Vince said gruffly. Gabe and I knew you were her favorite. Joe shrugged, closing the album. Didn't keep her from leaving me. There was hurt in his voice, even after all this time. Vince stared at the pile of books. Should he take them? Sam found these in your algebra book. Joe held up a small stack of school passes. All signed by Mom and never used. Vince shrugged and lied, never seen those before. Must be forgeries. Joe picked up the books and handed them to Vince. You should have this. Vince hesitated. There was too much history in that stack. In the end, his curiosity won out and he took them. Outside, car doors slammed. Gabe said something. Harley laughed. That laugh. It called to him with its lightness. Vince took a step toward the door. Joe quickly blocked his exit. Do you know why Gabe and I worry about you? Why we pester you to get on the phone and talk, and ask about your relationships? Vince shook his head, clutching the items from his past. Because you'd never tell us if something was wrong, Joe said in a quiet tone. So true. But if you had someone you loved and who loved you back, Joe's gaze drifted to the office, to Gabe, Britt, Sam, and Harley. They'd be there when you needed someone, when you wouldn't let Gabe and I be there for you. You mean if I'm diagnosed with schizophrenia, like Dad, that I'd have someone committed to taking care of me? Vince's worst fear. I'd never do that to someone I love. His gaze drifted to Harley. I'm not alone. Sadness tunneled into Vince's chest, a big, heavy emotion in a small cavity. I have, Harley. I can't have Harley. You have Gabe and me. Joe rested his hand on Vince's shoulder. You have Harley. The things from his past felt heavy in Vince's arms. Just because you found someone to marry you, doesn't mean I need someone. Marrying Harley would be a huge mistake. A door latched. Vince glanced up. Harley stood just inside the office door, staring at Vince as if he needed a hug and she wasn't going to give him one. Chapter 9. Harley's cheeks grew pale. Excuse me. She slipped back into the office, headed for the main door. Vince was moving before he realized he was going after her. Shaggy Joe. Britt appeared in the doorway, blocking Vince's path. She held a bouquet of ribbons as if it were a bouquet of flowers. I received 4 crockpots at my shower. I'm not sure people in Harmony Valley know what a bridal registry is. Sam crowded behind Britt. One of those crockpots looked used. She had a pink curly ribbon bow in her short, dark hair above one ear, the kind of bow that went on presents. Vince edged around them and hurried outside. Vince. Gabe held his phone away from his ear and pointed toward the bridge. You better hurry and catch Harley. I've seen happier faces across the North-South Korean border. What did you say to her? Vince didn't bother answering. Harley was nearly to the bridge. She'd changed for the bridal shower. The hem of her yellow dress flirted with her knees. Vince called to her, jogging to catch up when she didn't stop. The late afternoon light made the river look a refreshing, deep green. A cool breeze came over the mountain range to the west, the one separating Harmony Valley from the ocean. Vince didn't feel cool or refreshed. Harley set foot on the bridge. Vince could feel her slipping away the same way he could feel the humidity rise in Houston. He lengthened his stride, slowed by the items from the past under his arm. Harley, wait. She did, finally, turning to face him, her thick, blonde braids swinging, her cheeks flushed with color, her eyes flashing with hurt. I thought I'd feel a twinge of guilt for misleading your family about our relationship, but I thought I could do it anyway. Harley wrapped her arms around her waist. I didn't sign up to have our every interaction be watched and judged. I didn't sign up to be humiliated by you. I'm sorry. Vince glanced back. They had an audience. Joe, Britt, Sam, Gabe. When we were dating you seemed comfortable in your own skin. Harley was whispering now. In Houston, I'm comfortable being who I am. But in Harmony Valley, I don't know who I am, who you are, or who you want me to be. Why am I here? Because you want your tile saw fixed. Vince knew it was the wrong thing to say, but he couldn't seem to stop himself. Oh, Vince. Harley shook her head. Were you this sarcastic when we were dating? I was. Well, maybe not to this extreme. Harmony Valley seemed to amplify all Vince's flaws. He set the books and things from the past on the bridge railing. I must have missed that somehow. Her words were heavy with disappointment. His chest felt as if the tow chains they'd been using yesterday to haul cars had been wrapped around him and were cutting off his air supply. Vince liked Harley too much to let her think what they'd had was a sham. You didn't. You weren't. How to say he'd been happy around her without making her think there was still a chance for a future together? He couldn't come up with a thing. I'm sorry. She laid her palm on his cheek. Your family is awesome. I'm going to give them my regrets. And then I'm looking into flights home tomorrow. She dropped her hand and took a step back. Their audience was still riveted. It was amazing Gabe wasn't walking closer to try and listen in on what they were saying. Hold on. Vince caught hold of her arm. Being back here. I'm falling apart. Joe said something to me in the garage and I overreacted. That, at least, was the truth. I'm sorry. Don't go. Harley screwed up her nose as if he'd offered her smelly sushi. No. Her refusal meant he'd be facing his siblings alone the rest of the week. I could pay you. Not much, but still. Her blue eyes sparked with anger. My wanting to leave isn't about money or my tile saw. It's about you and me and boundaries that you continue to cross and abuse to make me feel small. Wow. I don't mean to do that. He ran a hand through his hair. I need you. His words were raked with upset. What can I do to convince you to stay? You can be honest. You can tell me why this place throws you off your game. No. Vince swallowed back his protests and said instead, okay. Harley's gaze softened. I understand family baggage. My brother thinks I wasted time and money getting a degree. Her voice trembled and her gaze drifted. Taylor and my parents don't understand why it's important to me that walls curve or rooms intersect in unusual ways. Their world is flat-surfaced. Right-angled. Tile-ready. My family would have been happier had I gotten a business degree and come home to work in the family store. Harley shifted from one foot to the other. I've talked too much. I didn't give you a chance to speak. I seem to do that a lot around you. I like listening to you. Too much. Listening goes both ways. She clasped his hands. Tell me. Start with something small. Her voice was as warm as melted chocolate. Her hands were as smooth as a ribbon of caramel. A gentle breeze lifted the wisps of golden hair she tried to tame around her face. Another man wouldn't let go of this awesome creature. Vince didn't want to break the moment by speaking. He glanced at their joined hands and then back at the garage where their audience was applauding. They liked the show. But Vince didn't want an audience just then. My mother. Harley squeezed his hands gently when he faltered. None of the tension around here is caused by your mother. How wrong she was. Vince stared at Harley's blue sandals, covered in a layer of fine dust. At her long legs and the hem of her yellow skirt. At her hands, gripping his. Finally, he stared into her clear blue eyes. He'd missed her touch, her smile, her curiosity, her cut-to-the-chase attitude. But when he'd been with her, he hadn't been honest. He'd diverted her personal questions with kisses, despite the pressing need to tell her things he hadn't told anyone else. It had been a relief to find she was afraid of something, that she'd failed, that she was human. It had given him an out from the feelings he'd felt blossoming for her. Quit making googly eyes at each other. Gabe called. Kiss her. Harley made to pull away. Vince held on, an idea taking shape. A really bad idea. Don't let go and I'll tell you everything. Harley stopped struggling. I don't want to make deals with you, Vince. I want you to tell me things because you trust me with your secrets. A strong ache of longing filled his chest. Why?
The butterflies were back. Why do I want Vince to trust me with his secrets? Because she wanted her tile saw fixed for free? No. Harley shook her head. She asked herself again, why do I want Vince to trust me with his secrets? Because. Her heart pounded a silent answer. Harley's mouth went dry. I don't love Vince. After watching Vince with his brothers, she'd been curious about his past, that's all. Love had nothing to do with it. It was curiosity about someone she cared for. Vince was staring at Harley, waiting for her answer. An answer that could mean the difference in her staying or going. An answer that could reveal too much about how she felt about Vince. But she couldn't seem to stop herself. Why do I want you to trust me with your past? Because we were close once. And I still care about you. Vince's eyes widened with panic. His hold on her hands convulsed. Clench and release. Only Harley wasn't letting him go. Let me rephrase. She infused her voice with a businesslike quality. If any of my friends asked me to pretend to be something I'm not, I'd do it if they gave me a good reason. Friendship? What a farce. When she thought about Vince, friendship was increasingly the last thing she wanted from him. And yet, he made anything but friendship a Herculean task. Harley picked up the books he'd been carrying and handed them to him. And then she claimed his free hand in hers. If you want me to stay, you talk and I'll listen. A wrinkle appeared on Vince's brow. And then, miracle of miracles, he started to speak. My dad was diagnosed with schizophrenia after Joe was born. His words came out as slow and deliberate as the sun moving lower on the horizon. He'd never taken as much as an aspirin before his diagnosis. Afterward, well, Dad had a slew of pills he was supposed to have every day. She could see where this was going. A sense of doom pressed upon her, stifling butterflies. There were times Dad couldn't remember how to fix a car. Or he could remember, but he couldn't bring himself to do it. My mom worked when she could and quit to stay at home when Dad was taking a nosedive. Did your father have other employees? Someone to help pick up the slack when he couldn't perform the duties that kept food on the table? Vince shook his head. Who did your father rely on when he couldn't function? Me, he said softly. But, you were a child. He nodded, gaze fixed on his family. They don't know what you did. Harley gestured to their audience, tried to wrap her head around that. Joe and Gabe don't know you helped at the garage. How could that be? Vince's black eyes came back to rest on Harley. He didn't fidget or shrug. He contained all his bad memories and all his messy emotions behind a mask. Only his eyes hinted at the extent of his pain. I'd wait to see what cars came in and what mood Dad was in that day before leaving for school. I'd ride my bike home at lunch. And sometimes you wouldn't go back, Harley finished for him. Vince nodded. Which didn't go over well with the school. And gave you quite the reputation. As a slacker, she thought. Just this morning someone in the bakery had mentioned he'd barely graduated high school. The school thought I went home sick a lot. I had a cell phone. She'd text me when she needed me. Vince's gaze drifted back toward his family. I liked school. So much regret filled these last words. Harley's heart went out to him. He'd mentioned in Waco that his grades weren't good and that he'd wanted to go to college. Vince wasn't stupid. He'd sacrificed a chance at a future to protect his family. No wonder he'd been upset that she'd seemingly thrown her career away. She'd never done anything with a higher purpose the way Vince had. On the day Dan broke her saw, Vince had said there were only two things a man needed, honor and pride. He had an abundance of both. And yet, he seemed ashamed of what he'd done. Why? Growing up in a house like ours, Vince's voice sounded distant. His eyes saw something other than Harley. Never knowing what the day would bring, his dark gaze returned to Harley, and she almost wished it hadn't. The emotion there was too raw. The pain evident in every tense line on his face. I'm 33. A year older than my dad was when he was diagnosed. The gentle breeze that had felt refreshing moments before felt as cold as the Arctic. It's why you don't want to get married. Harley rubbed her bare arms. She couldn't imagine thinking about her future and not having the vague impression of a child at her feet and a man at her side. What an adolescent she was. With silly dreams. In case his mental illness is hereditary? Vince's expression conveyed sadness. He knew the personal loss his choice would cause. He mourned. And he mourned alone. Harley made a small gesture toward his family. You should tell them what you sacrificed. How you held the family together back then. His mouth hardened into a firm line. A clear no. They'd understand, Vince. There'd be no need for fake girlfriends. Regret traced a fragile line around her heart. No need for me. Meanwhile, that hard line of Vince's mouth wasn't budging. Which could only mean one thing. There's more you're not telling me. Something he suspected would upset his brothers. Harley's heart clenched. You can leave if you need to, Vince said softly instead of refuting Harley's words. He'd fulfilled his part of her request. He'd told her a secret. He'd put this trip in context. But he was giving Harley a choice. Stay with him and endure the past at his side. Or go. She'd gotten what she'd wanted. He'd opened up to her. But Harley wasn't satisfied. She agreed to stay anyway. Vince couldn't fathom why Harley wasn't leaving. She had college degrees. Plural. She had a traditional, loving family. What did she see in a guy like him? Not that Vince wasn't also relieved that she was staying. It boggled the mind. As did the tender way Harley was staring at him. Vince fought the impulse to tell Harley about the last day his mother spent in Harmony Valley, in case that would be the last straw. Harley wouldn't look at him so kindly then. Not after he confessed the harsh words they'd exchanged. The limit he'd reached when he'd told his mother to leave and never return. And if he told that part of his past to his brothers, they wouldn't look at him kindly either. Tally-ho! A golf cart with 3 elderly men turned onto the road in front of the garage. Vince took his things from Harley, grateful for the distraction. Pizza's here! Sam shouted, pointing to the approaching cart, which was zipping toward the garage. Come on, Uncle Vince. Let's go eat. Harley turned Vince back the way they'd come, linked her hand more firmly with his, and tugged him home. Everything looks better after pepperoni. You won't look better, Vince blurted, still numb from oversharing. You look beautiful all the time. Harley scoffed, cheeks blossoming with soft color. After seeing my reflection in the mirror this morning, I'd have to disagree with that statement. The golf cart parked near Vince's rented SUV. Sam ran around to the back where an old man rode next to a small stack of pizza boxes. Finally, all 3 original bad boys of Harmony Valley are back together. The front seat golf cart passenger, a slight man with a belly that hung over the belt holding up his blue plaid shorts, raised his hands as if signaling for a touchdown. Just look at them. Most men would be quivering in their boots. And most women. Watch yourself, Erwin. Gabe laughed and went to greet the elderly men with handshakes. Vince groaned. Just what we needed. Groupies. Harley chuckled. It's exactly what you need. The driver swiveled his sizable girth sideways, the better to take in Vince. He wore a baggy Hawaiian shirt over yellow and pink checked golf shorts. That looks like the middle Messina, all right. I hadn't realized when we were dating that you were a celebrity, Harley whispered to Vince. He shook his head. The gangly-limbed man in the back of the golf cart got to his feet, swaying as if he might fall. You two are idiots. Grandpa Phil. Britt had been approaching the golf cart. She rushed to his side to steady him. I'm fine. The old man sounded annoyed but didn't shrug her off. Just getting my sea legs after the wild ride Rex gave us. Gabe admired the golf cart. How fast does this thing go, Rex? She'll do 20, the big man said with a booming voice. Thanks to Joe's fine-tuning. Thanks for nothing, Joe. Britt's grandfather spotted a chair in the driveway and tottered toward it. Do you know them? Harley asked. I think Britt's grandfather used to be the town barber, Vince replied. He's giving her away, but I have no idea who the other 2 are. They didn't have to wait long to find out. The old man who'd ridden shotgun was beelining right for them. I'm Erwin. He planted his feet in front of Vince and hitched up his blue plaid shorts. We have something in common. Really? Vince glanced at Joe for some clue, but his little brother was busy rearranging tables in the parking lot. We're both big, bad motorbike riders, Erwin announced with brass. He waited for Vince's response. Erwin named his motorcycle Barbara. The corners of Gabe's lips twitched as he hefted a cooler from the golf cart. Because all big, bad motorcycles need a name. What was your motorbike's name? Erwin stared at Vince the way children gazed at actors who played superheroes. Mother. Gabe snorted derisively. Vince fought the impulse to strike back at his troublesome brother. Meanwhile, Harley smoothed the conversation gap. Gabe means Vince named his motorcycle after their mother. Gwen, Erwin breathed. That is so cool. Britt is bringing salad and fruit from the apartment, Joe announced. Let's eat. The group converged on the pizza boxes. Vince didn't budge. Or look at Harley. I have never named a motorcycle in my life. Talk about being unmanned. Worse, he stood holding his schoolbooks. What does it hurt that an old man thinks you have? Harley asked in a soothing voice. A man needs two things, Vince muttered. Yes. Harley nodded. Honor and pride. Honor and pride. It was what his father used to say when he was in his right mind and lamenting drifting to the edge of elsewhere. Honor and pride. Without them, a man is nothing. I think a man needs more than two things. Harley's tone was a gentle tease. What about food? A man needs food. A woman does, too, apparently. Her stomach rumbled. A man does get hungry. Vince's gaze dropped to Harley's lips. I could use a kiss. Or at the very least, a 20-second hug. Even a hungry man limits his diet sometimes, Harley said with a smile that begged one in return. Man cannot live by sweets alone. Vince gave her that smile and a laugh, too. That's more like it. Harley drew him toward the food table. This is exciting. The bad boys of Harmony Valley together again. Erwin followed Vince around the food table like a lost dog waiting for a scrap of food to drop. Except Erwin had a plate full of food. Presumably, he was following Vince around so he could sit next to him while they ate.
Except Erwin had a plate full of food. Presumably, he was following Vince around so he could sit next to him while they ate. Do you eat breakfast? Erwin elbowed Vince. What am I thinking? Of course, you eat breakfast. I mean, heh. Would you like to have donuts with me in the morning? At the picnic table, Joe bent his head, unsuccessfully hiding a smile. Across from him, Gabe choked on a bite of pizza, erupting in laughter. Even Harley seemed to be biting back a smile. I don't eat donuts for breakfast, Vince managed to say without bug-slapping irritation. He scooped watermelon onto his plate next to 2 slices of meat-laden pizza and some hot wings. It suddenly felt like a long time since lunch. I should have known you were a protein man. Erwin leaned around Vince's shoulder, watching him select a bottle of water from the cooler on the table. Doesn't matter. We'll hook up eventually. With the 3 messinas back, there could even be bar fights. Erwin uttered these last words gleefully, as if there'd be advance warning and seats sold. Bar fights? Vince hadn't yet eaten, but it felt as if pizza grease was congealing in his stomach. There could be bar fights, Rex, the golf cart driver, said speculatively. If we had a real bar in town. El Rosal doesn't count. It's more restaurant than bar. There will be no bar fights, Joe said sternly. Erwin sighed dreamily. And motorcycle races up Parish Hill. If any of us had motorcycles, Gabe pointed out with a significant glance at Vince. And we're going to be part of everything this time, Erwin finished breathlessly. Right we are, Rex echoed. Idiots, Phil mumbled. Silently, Vince agreed. Harley sat on the end of the picnic bench next to Gabe. There was room on the other side of Gabe for both Erwin and Vince to sit. Vince came to stand beside Harley. Shove over. He didn't wait for her answer. He sat on the few free inches of wood at the end and nudged Harley to the left with his hip. He frowned across the table at Sam. Who does Erwin belong to? Us. Sam grinned as if she'd been taking lessons from Gabe. It's good to be loved. Erwin sat on the opposite end of the bench, spreading out like an overly watered oak tree. Britt smiled at Erwin as if he was no trouble at all. Erwin and Rex adopted Sam and Joe when they arrived in Harmony Valley. We've had trouble getting rid of them ever since, Joe admitted, but he was smiling, too. We're family now. Rex had already cleaned his plate. He eyed the pizza boxes. I'll be here for the messinas as long as it doesn't interfere with Jeopardy! Or a game show network marathon, Erwin agreed. Imagine how your life would change if you knew how to record shows. Gabe's comment seemed to be directed to Erwin and Rex, but he looked at Joe when he said it, devilment sparkling in his eyes. My grandkids tell me it's possible. Rex handed his plate to Sam and nodded toward the pizza boxes. But going to the moon is also possible, and I don't do that, either. Sam got up and filled Rex's plate with pepperoni pizza, just the way she might have done for a favorite grandfather. The breeze rustled eucalyptus leaves. Shadows seemed to shift inside the service bays. Beside Vince, Harley shivered in her sleeveless dress. He spread out, planting his feet more than hip distance apart. He set his elbows on the redwood table. His left arm and leg touched Harley's, offering her some warmth. The planks in the table were cracked but had been filled and stained a traditional redwood color. Vince leaned back and tried to get a good look at it. Is this our old picnic table? The one we used to have in the backyard? Joe nodded. Took a sander to it and refinished it. Why add to the landfill? Britt patted the surface. The wood is still good. The three boys had often retreated outside when Dad's emotions got the better of him. Vince would sit on the table and watch Mom try to talk Dad down from paranoia, wishing she'd let him inside to help her, but little Joe had needed a responsible babysitter, which Gabe had never been. Now this, Mom would like. That Joe had kept a part of his childhood instead of gutting it and throwing it in a dumpster. I suppose that swing set over by Britt's art display was once ours, too. It is. Britt looked proud. Vince knelt sideways and looked underneath the table where he found a carved heart and a set of initials. You didn't sand off Gabe's graffiti. Graffiti? Those are works of art, Gabe said, smiling. Do you know how hard it is to carve a heart with a pocket knife? Much less a girl's initials. I'm lucky I have all my fingers. I bet some of those girls wished you'd taken off a digit when you dumped them. Vince couldn't resist poking fun at his Casanova brother. Like Francis Edwards. Some of the exuberance drained from Gabe's face. Franny was the one girl in Harmony Valley to break his heart. I didn't carve that many hearts. That's not true. Sam laughed. Brad and I find Gabe's hearts all over town. He's a legend. Gabe frowned. He so rarely wore any expression other than a big smile that it was as if a cloud had cast its shadow over him. I wonder where Franny is today, Vince said, because he rather liked the idea of Gabe squirming in front of their niece. I'm tired of hearing about Messina romances that don't feature me. Britt seemed intent upon turning the conversation to safer waters. She caught Harley's eye. Tomorrow is a big day. Reggie is throwing me a bachelorette party in the afternoon. Ha! Gabe laughed and gave Vince a meaningful look. Good time for a bachelor party. And tomorrow night is the couple's dinner, Britt added. Ha, Vince said with less gusto than Gabe had used. I guess single Gabe will be eating leftover pizza. Ha, Gabe said again. Nice try. I'm the master of ceremonies. Anyway, Britt waited to make sure everyone was listening to her. I wanted to make sure. Harley knew she was invited to both events. Harley thanked Britt. Are you sure you want me along for the bachelorette party? It's not really a party, Sam explained. Reggie's hosting a lunch, but Britt wants to go salvage something she saw upriver first with Dad and me. She never slows down. When you get married, you can do anything you want on the day of your bachelorette party, Britt said kindly. I will. Sam pulled apart 2 pizza slices. I'll make everyone go to a car race and we'll pay extra to be in the infield. Over my dead body, Joe muttered. I got your back on that, Gabe seconded. Maybe Erwin was right. Maybe the bad boys of Harmony Valley were back together because Vince agreed, too. You didn't have to be a Messina to know the racetrack infield was where the wildest parties were held. Your dad doesn't approve, Sam. Or either one of your uncles. And it's safe to say your grandmother Gwen wouldn't approve either. Speak of the devil, Gabe said with a sly look in his eye. Vince knows where Grandma Gwen is. Vince had taken a bit of pizza, otherwise, he would have said to Harley, it's getting hot in here. I guess now's as good a time as any to announce. Harley got to her feet and dragged Vince to his. She smiled and waved at Gabe. After we got things straightened out, Vince asked me to marry him. And I said yes.
Chapter 10. As a kid, when Harley had imagined becoming engaged, she'd imagined a man who was sure he loved her to the clouds and back, getting down on one knee to propose. She hadn't imagined blurting out an engagement to a man who she knew didn't love her and who seemed dead set against marriage and fatherhood. And if she would have imagined it, she would have also imagined he'd refute her statement. Other than raising an eyebrow, Vince refuted nothing. Which made the butterflies ecstatic. I can't believe it. Britt had rushed around the picnic table to hug them. I can't either, Gabe mumbled, handing over a $20 bill to Joe. I guess you win the bet, brother. He came around to hug them both, as did Joe. This is depressing. Erwin pushed his plate away. First Joe comes back, and I learn he's not in a motorcycle gang. And now the baddest Messina is getting married. He shook his head. Pitiful. I take offense to that remark. Gabe's chin jutted. I happen to be the oldest and the baddest Messina around. Well, at least you're single, Erwin begrudgingly admitted. Sam hugged Harley. I want to be a bridesmaid. I like being a bridesmaid, even if the bachelorette party doesn't have dancing cowboys. Dancing cowboys? Joe stuffed Gabe's 20 in his wallet. Who told you that nonsense? Brad. Sam stuck her little nose in the air and walked back to her seat. His older sister got married last year. She had dancing cowboys at her wedding but no horses. I think cowboys should always come with horses. What did I tell you about Brad? Vince demanded of Joe. I'm gonna throw that kid in the river, Gabe grumbled. Stop. Britt rapped her knuckles on the table. Everyone just stop. This is supposed to be a joyous time for Harley and Vince. And I'm so full of questions, I don't know where to start. And then she disproved that last statement by rushing on. How did Vince propose? I bet he had some romantic things to say. Did you pick a date? Are you going to get married here? Or in Texas? It's getting hot in here, Harley murmured, feeling exactly the opposite. The evening breeze was kicking up and she didn't have a sweater. Vince draped his arm over her shoulders and pulled her close, rubbing her bare arm. We haven't made any decisions yet. We'll let you know as soon as we do. And kids, Britt piped up. Have you talked about kids? Vince stiffened. That's it. Britt's grandfather stood. I'm done with the foolish conversation. I managed to stay out of most wedding discussions this week, I don't need to listen to all this romantic drivel. I'd like to go home, and I'd like someone other than Rex to drive me. Vince jumped up. We can take you. Harley doesn't have a sweater and it's getting chilly. And in a moment Gabe was going to realize Harley's announcement had derailed his conversation about their mother. Harley stood. There was another round of hugs and congratulations. This time, Harley began to feel guilty. These were good people, and she was deceiving them to act as a buffer for Vince. Britt helped her grandfather into the back seat of the SUV and then hugged Harley a third time. I thought there were just a few couples who might win the couple's dinner, but now I have to add you to the list. What is the couple's dinner? Vince asked from behind the wheel. It's like that newlywed game they used to have on TV, Phil said from the back seat. It was Erwin's idea, but apparently it's a thing. It's a more coveted invite than to our wedding, Britt agreed. Rex and Erwin are offering prizes. Idiot prizes, Phil said none too softly. Britt glanced over her shoulder at Joe and Gabe. Can you believe those two? They're betting on who'll win couple's dinner, you two or Joe and me. Game on, Harley said automatically, not realizing she had such a competitive streak. Game on, Vince mumbled when she'd closed her door and buckled in. Seriously? Phil was snoring before they'd driven half a mile. I don't snore like Phil, do I? Harley asked, searching for a safe topic of conversation. You slept like the dead last night. Vince drove down Main Street at a very sedate pace. What got into you back there? Not an hour ago, you were prepared to leave. I knew you didn't want to talk about your mother. Harley shrugged. I wanted to change the subject quickly. And the words came out before I thought things through. Who knows what you'll say next? Vince stopped at the town square and then turned right. He seemed to know where Phil lived. And we've got 6 days to go. Phil's house wasn't far off the town square. They woke Britt's grandfather, then escorted him to the door before returning to the SUV. We've barely been here 2 days. Vince's voice was chilly. Imagine how far our fake relationship progresses by next weekend. There was something about his sarcasm that prodded Harley to give a little back. Oh, come on. It's not like you haven't had pretend girlfriends before. So, now you have a pretend engagement. And next week, you can have a pretend breakup. Vince parked in front of the B&B, he held up a finger as if he'd just made an important discovery. You know, the hard planes of his face were shadowed by the large tree they'd parked under and the gathering twilight. An engagement means there will be kisses. His voice sounded triumphant. Oh boy, Harley practically threw herself out of the SUV. But a tiny voice in her head whispered, oh boy, kisses. With a much different tone.
I'm engaged to Harley. That statement made Vince feel equal parts annoyance, dread, and excitement. Harley returned to their room alone while Vince sat in the dimly lit dining room of the Lambridge Band B. He placed the things he'd taken from the garage on the table in front of him. I'm engaged to Harley. A fake engagement was something he'd expect of Gabe. Vince smiled. Or maybe a shotgun wedding. Who cares about Gabe when I'm engaged to Harley? The engagement was just a farce, of course. Vince wasn't going to buy her a ring. He wasn't going to worry that she'd have expectations of marriage when they returned to Texas. But it did give him carte blanche to put his arm around her while in town, to keep her close, purely for pretend purposes and perhaps to steal that kiss they were both longing for. The door to the bed and breakfast opened. 2 men walked in, deep voices murmuring. You waited up. Gabe sat across the table from Vince. And here I am in before Leona's 9 p.m. curfew. I suspected you might want to talk. Vince leaned back in his chair, looking at Joe. Mom's in Texas. Joe frowned. He didn't sit. He gripped a tall chair back. And you're in Texas. Coincidence? I think not. I already told Gabe, Vince said evenly, we don't talk. No, Joe said, visibly struggling to keep his voice down. We don't talk. He gestured back and forth, Vince to himself. What good could possibly come from you having a relationship with Mom? She doesn't care about us. Vince shifted in his seat, trying not to look guilty. Afraid he did anyway. I admit that I was curious enough to do an internet search. But that's all I've done. And I didn't tell you I knew where she was because I knew you'd get upset. Joe sat in a chair at the head of the table, reached into Vince's pile of memorabilia and withdrew a slip of paper. These passes to get out of school. You didn't forge Mom's signature. She signed them. This wasn't the direction Vince had thought the conversation would go. He glanced at Gabe. Don't look at me. Gabe held up his hands. This is your rodeo. The truth, Vince, Joe said sharply. I worked in the garage, Vince admitted. I worked in the garage plenty. Joe bristled. I still made it to school every day. Vince reached for his senior yearbook, flipping to a section in the middle for school activities. You played sports, Joe. He jabbed his finger at a picture of the football team. Joe's jaw jutted. Your grades weren't good enough for you to play. Holy moly. His grades weren't good because he didn't go to class. Gabe snatched that telling slip of paper from Joe's hand. Why didn't you go to class, Vince? You know why. Vince's throat was raw, and that rawness came through in his tone. Someone had to fix cars when Dad couldn't. Dad asked you to cover for him? Joe scoffed. I don't believe that. When Dad needed help, he wasn't capable of asking for it. Dad didn't ask me. Vince plucked the get-out-of-school card from Gabe, sliding it over the polished wood to Joe so he could see the authorizing signature once more. Mom did. For a few moments, the only sound was the ticking of the grandfather clock. Joe shook his head. Why would she do that? Why only you? Because Vince could fix anything, Gabe said slowly. And I was too interested in girls to help, unless Mom managed to corner me. And you only wanted to play sports, Joe. Vince didn't mean for his words to sound like an accusation, but they did, nonetheless. Don't forget that I was her favorite, Joe said hoarsely. He got up and left. To his credit, he didn't slam the front door. We should talk more often. Only the sarcastic way Gabe said it implied the opposite. This is why I don't answer your phone calls, Vince told him. Because what I have to say isn't always what you want to hear. Because it hacked at the fragile ties between. Gabe stood, his face in shadow. You're so naive, Vince. It's not what we want to hear but what we need to hear. He turned, heading toward the stairs, tossing over his shoulder, you should marry Harley. Women like her don't come along every day. Vince blew out a shaky breath and centered his things in front of him on the table. Slowly, his head came down to rest on top of the photo album. When it came to secrets, he wanted to believe the worst was over, but it wasn't. He hadn't told them why Mom left. The memory from that fateful day returned. Vince sat on the redwood table in the backyard. I want to go back to school. He had an algebra test that afternoon. He liked math. Your father needs you at the shop. Mom took a deep drag on her cigarette and picked at her cuticles. She'd torn the skin around her nails until they bled. Eat your sandwich and forget about school. You don't need it to be a mechanic. No, Vince threw his bologna sandwich on the ground. I don't want to be a mechanic. Some of his friends were talking about college. And even though Vince knew college wasn't for the likes of him, he wished things were different. Not that he could say that to anyone. But he could stand up for himself, if only for today. Dad can fix whatever came in today. As if on cue, Dad started shouting, panic in his voice. Something wasn't going right in the garage. I can't do it anymore. Mom started to cry. I don't want to do it anymore. He's getting worse. She stared at Vince with hollow blue eyes. I'm a horrible mother but I can't do it without you. You'll have to quit school. Footsteps in the hallway brought Vince back to the present before the worst of the memory washed over him. Leona appeared in the opening to the dining room. The old woman wore a plain dress, pearls around her neck, and had that silver hair pulled tight away from her face. Guests don't sit at my dining room table except for breakfast. Not even if they pay extra. Vince quipped, getting to his feet. Not even. Leona nodded. Good thing I wasn't eating. He'd been sitting and chewing on old memories. He gathered his things and headed toward his room. Harley was already in bed. She didn't move when he entered. I'm engaged to Harley. Harley, who had a big heart and rushed to everyone's aid. Why hadn't someone rushed to her side and stopped her from quitting her dream job? Someone should have. Someone should have protected her the way she protected him. I'm engaged to Harley. It felt more like a responsibility than a sham. Vince stood with his back against the door a long time before he went to bed.
Chapter 11. Harley woke to Vince sitting on his bed, looking as if he hadn't slept. He was wearing the same t-shirt and basketball shorts he'd had on yesterday. If this is what being engaged does to you, I say we call the whole thing off. Harley pushed herself up and finger-combed her hair. Her stomach was in the neutral zone, neither friendly nor ready to make war on her equilibrium. A joke was called for. I kept you awake all night with my snoring, didn't I? Vince shook his head. I've been wondering why a smart woman like you ended up in a situation like this. There were dark circles under his eyes and stubble on his chin. An architect working as a tiler pretending to be engaged to a high school dropout. Harley considered his words as carefully as she considered him, suspecting there was a trap here somewhere. Why does it matter? You needed a wingman, and I was available. You've been coming to my rescue too often. Vince rubbed the dark stubble on his cheek. It seems only fair since you rescued me from Dan. No. It's not right. Vince stood and in one step was close enough to run his fingers through her hair. His gesture was intimate. It was loving. It made butterflies swoon. Not to mention that Vince didn't retreat when he was done. He sat next to her on the bed. Why did you quit being an architect? We're engaged. I should know. The question caught her by surprise. At her hesitation, he smiled softly and took her hand. Pretend you're telling your fiancé. Close. Vince was too close. Near enough to kiss Harley good morning. Butterflies trembled with anticipation. Harley drew a deep, calming breath. I told you. I draw buildings. Harley reached beneath her pillow for her sketchbook. Mostly stuff that can't be built. She flipped a few pages open quickly, embarrassed by all the characteristics her brother Taylor had associated with her drawings. He'd said they were loopy and unclear in form. That they were cartoonish and had no basis in reality. That they couldn't be built. Your ideas are unique. Vince traced the lines of a building with his finger. But I wouldn't go so far as to say they can't be built. Think of all the impossible structures out there. The pyramids. The Taj Mahal. That ball in Epcot Center. Harley closed her notebook. Are you making fun of me? No, Vince cleared his throat. I joke when I'm nervous. Harley hadn't known that about him. And your drawings are far above my pay grade. I feel like you should be stuffy around me because I don't create anything more serious than a back deck with straight lines. She treasured his vulnerability because it meant something about his feelings, something Vince wasn't willing to admit. Architecture is stuffy for a reason. There are two branches. In the first are those who build things, anything from basic houses to tall skyscrapers. And in the second? Those in the second branch live in the truly creative side, the completely impractical side. She tapped her sketchbook, warming to the topic. They refine designs and enter them in competitions, not to be built, but to be admired for their vision. For the impossibility. For the future. His gaze was sincere and accepting. Harley drew a deep breath, fighting a feeling of lightheadedness that she attributed to his hand wrapped around hers. When I first began drawing buildings, I didn't realize there were two branches. I saw movies and cartoons where characters lived and worked in impossible structures. The sky's the limit. Vince gave her hand a gentle squeeze. And it seemed right, sharing a room, sharing a confidence. Exactly. And when I went to work, I'd already won some awards for my pie-in-the-sky creations. I'd received a lot of job offers out of college and I was a bit high on myself. Pride goeth before a fall. No wonder you rejected my honor and pride rule. Indeedy. She opened the sketchbook to a page. The page. The city of Houston requested submissions for a theatrical playhouse. I went to my boss and showed this to him, knowing the balconies couldn't be built, but hopeful that he'd respect my design and bring it back to reality in his submission. Then he stole your design. Vince's brows lowered. No. Kind of. Harley was tap dancing, trying to protect her pride, when she shouldn't. Not with Vince. I mean, I was employed by him and had gone to him with it, so he had every right to use what I'd created. Her voice weakened as she talked, until it became a whisper. I just didn't expect him to use it as is. With every impossible curve. But Dan had taken pride in presenting it. Vince studied her drawing. I'm not sure how he plans to build those balconies. Harley gave a nervous chuckle and closed the sketchbook. Me, either. It's a purely creative drawing. Meant to be entered in a competition to build my name and my company's reputation. Vince stared at her with those dark eyes. But if you only enter competitions, when do you get to build something? That's just it. The most well-respected architects win awards with designs that cross the limits of modern building capabilities into no man's land. And then they or their team reel their designs back to what's possible if someone is interested in paying to have it built. She hugged the sketchbook to her chest. This design isn't pulled back enough, and my boss is convinced someone, me, can come up with an idea that will make it viable, still retaining this look. My career, well, if more people knew I was attached to this mess, my career would officially be over. Vince's brow wrinkled. To make balconies like that float on air, normally you use cantilevers. These are more delicate and unexpected than that. She moved her hand back and forth, tracing a path up a switchbacked road, each movement increasing her desire to see it come to life as well as increasing the weight of failure. I envision the balconies weaving in and out of the rear wall, and up and down that wall, like the swirled layers in clouds higher and lower in the air. There aren't rows of seats. There are clusters of seats within each cloud. Each balcony. You're stressed just talking about it. Vince stroked the backs of his fingers down her cheek. Someone will come up with a solution. Maybe. Hopefully. But it won't be me. Because, she cleared her throat. Well, what if I wasn't cut out for architecture in the first place? She looked into Vince's eyes, blatantly searching for reassurance that no one had been able to give her. Vince half turned, laying claim to her arms. What if you're destined to dream on the creative side and leave a trail of breadcrumbs for future generations of architects? What if you won't see live to see fruition of your ideas? Would that make you stop sketching the impossible? I don't think I could stop. Harley bit her lip, hoping that was true. I doodle something every day. It's just. There's less joy in it now. And I blame myself. I should have made a smarter career choice about what I chose to put forth. Never blame yourself, Vince said softly. Harley could fall deeply for this man. But she had to be honest. Never blame myself? This from the man who seems to blame himself for the choices his parents made. For the unusual childhood he'd had and the scars it had left behind. Vince's hands dropped away from Harley's arms, and he made as if to stand. She captured his hands with her own and held him next to her. I'm not judging. I'm just making a comparison. We might be more alike than you think. At least, that's what Harley was coming to believe.
Chapter 12. We aren't anything alike. Vince didn't say that out loud to Harley. She had ideas that could leave a positive mark on the world. He had secrets that could burn his relationships with his brothers to the ground. Instead of arguing, Vince pressed a gentle kiss to her forehead before standing. I'm going to shower. He needed to be alone, to think. Don't blame yourself. Harley was trying to absolve him of his guilt. But the way things fell out last night with Gabe and Joe. That was on me. When it was Harley's turn in the bathroom, Vince took the photo album Joe had given him and stared at the picture of his mother. How hurt she'd be to learn Joe and Gabe wanted nothing to do with her. Or maybe he was reading Mom all wrong. Maybe she never thought about her sons, never longed to pick up the phone and call or to take a trip to California to visit. Vince thought about her. He wanted to visit. But something always held him back. He tucked the photo album in his suitcase, sat back on the bed, and glanced around the room. The corner of Harley's sketchbook was visible beneath her pillow. Her drawing of the playhouse had been unlike anything he'd seen before, much less anything he'd tried to build. Vince wouldn't mind looking at it again. That would be an invasion of privacy. Vince glanced out the window. It was going to be another hot, sunny day. Sounds came to him. Birdsong from outside. The murmur of voices down the hall. The shower water running in the bathroom. Vince checked the time on his phone. Nearly 8. He checked for messages. None. And then when he was done trying not to pry, he gave in and reached for Harley's sketchbook. Earlier, she'd flipped through it so fast, he hadn't gotten a good look at anything but her playhouse design. The first few pages proved just how different they really were. Harley had drawn structures that resembled lopsided, flattened muffins. An apartment complex reminiscent of a swirling soft-serve ice cream cone. And then Harley's drawings took on a more sophisticated feel, refining those initial ideas. The muffin looked sturdier, more like a functional building than something whimsical you'd seen in an amusement park. The ice cream lost its cone and took on the characteristics of a snow-covered mountaintop. A turn of the page revealed a house with a roofline like the first big hill on a roller coaster. A gentle climb up and a dramatic drop down. It was simultaneously sophisticated and fun. Whoever lived in that house would need to be confident in their own skin, because people would either love it or hate it. Vince came down on the side of love, if only because it would be so much fun to make. He turned the page to the sketch of her theater, which flowed across 2 pages. The orchestra was hidden beneath the stage. The walls undulated toward the back in vertical waves. And the balconies ebbed and flowed above the main floor seats like ribbons of water, sometimes pooling in a deep bend and offering 10 seats together, sometimes straightening for only 2 seats across. The heights were different, too. Some sections higher, some lower. It wasn't the best use of space. There'd be more seats in a traditional design. But her idea impressed and fascinated him. Harley had created curved theater boxes instead of a usual downward-sloping balcony. And nothing seemed to hold it up. The shower stopped. He returned Harley's book to its place beneath her pillow and searched the internet with his phone for any information on the architect who'd inspired Harley. They both had the same loathing of right angles. And then he searched for information on the companies that built those designs. Before Vince had a chance to find any companies in the United States, there was a soft knock on the door. Vince. It was Gabe. Vince stepped into the hallway, who was grinning like he'd just been promoted. "You're talking to me? I'm never going to stop talking to my kin." Gabe's grin turned into a half frown. "Even if you try to go radio silent." "But, hey," that grin went back on high beam, "I found the perfect gift for the bride and groom." Without waiting to see if Vince was interested, Gabe headed toward the lobby. Before they reached the front door, Leona stepped into their path. Her hands were clasped in front of her. "You're desecrating my front yard with that motorcycle, Mr. Messina. Do you like it?" Gabe asked, bursting with pride. "It's a wedding present for Joe and Britt. I suggest you look at Brittany's bridal registry. They still need a cake plate." Leona walked toward the dining room with the careful steps of the aged, pausing in the arch. "I don't want to see that monstrosity on my property again." "Understood?" "Yes, ma'am," Gabe and Vince both responded, moving toward the front door. When Vince caught sight of Gabe's motorcycle, his mouth dropped open. Shades of Easy Rider. A red chopper with ape hanger handlebars was blocking the front walk. It was the kind of motorcycle people rode for show, not comfort. The handlebars stretched upward more than 2 feet above the gas tank, leaving the grips and controls at head height. "Tada!" Gabe stared at the bike with stars in his eyes. Vince stopped on the bottom step, drawn to the bike but also knowing it wasn't appropriate. "What were you thinking?" "I was thinking it was free. I couldn't resist." Gabe rubbed the dirt-covered, red teardrop gas tank as if it was Aladdin's lamp. "It doesn't run, but you're going to work your magic to make it purr, and then we'll give it to the happy couple. They can use it to tour up and down the coast. Britt doesn't seem like the motorcycle touring type. And Joe," Vince felt a frown etching itself into his face. "We talked about this. We decided to get Joe and Britt a riding mower, not a motorcycle." "But," Gabe held out his arms to encompass the bike, smile fading. "It was free." "It wasn't free. You traded something for it," Vince guessed. It was a skill Gabe had learned from Uncle Toro, otherwise known as Prisoner 05045-123 in the federal penitentiary. "So, what if I did?" Gabe scoffed. It took more than a poke at his superpower to rile him. The other day, someone in town was having a yard sale. He had a riding mower. Frustration snarled its way up Vince's throat. "I went back this morning, and the guy gave me that mower for free." Vince refrained from rolling his eyes. He knew better than to expect Gabe to stop at one trade. "And then I took the mower back to the garage and put it on the battery charger, in case it was merely a dead battery that kept it from running." Vince came down the last step. "That doesn't explain you getting this thing. While the mower was charging, I drove back into town past a house where I'd seen this beauty sitting in the side yard. And an elderly woman was outside cutting flowers and said she'd give me the bike, free, if I mowed her yards. You fix that mower to give to the bride and groom, I'll use it to mow Lilac's lawns, and we'll own this cycle." Vince had to admire his brother's skill. He had to have been up at the crack of dawn to get so much done already. "Do the Marines appreciate your talent?" "No, sir." Gabe rolled his shoulders back into military attention, grinning. "I'm on permanent report, not that it matters when my guys show up with what the troops need." Vince took in the sleek lines of the motorcycle's gas tank, noted the cobwebs on the wheels, the rust on the mufflers and the grime on the carburetor. Still, it wouldn't take much to make the bike shine brighter than a new nickel. The inner workings might present a challenge, but to ride all that power, to experience all that freedom. It was irresponsible. Vince would not be sucked into one of Gabe's schemes. "Take the motorcycle back." Gabe's grin fell. "We can give Joe and Britt the riding mower as a wedding gift." Vince stopped dreaming of the open road and started thinking of his younger brother. "This chopper. It'll upset Joe." A small motorcycle that was one step above a moped turned onto their street. The rider wore tight, red, riding leathers, the kind professional racers favored. He brought his bike to a wobbly stop near the curb and removed his helmet. It was Erwin. Saw Gabe pushing that motorcycle over here. Who am I riding with this morning? Vince and Gabe exchanged glances. Harley joined them. She wore a blue velvet skirt, a gauzy blue blouse and a hesitant smile that said she either regretted telling Vince of her failure or she regretted the fact that they, the recently fake-engaged couple, had an audience. She yawned and came forward, easing her arm around Vince's waist, gaze coming to rest on the chopper. This explains why Leona is huffing around the dining room. Leona doesn't like bikes. Erwin swung his leg off his motorcycle. The bike teetered since the old man had neglected to put the stand down. Erwin caught it just in time and pretended nothing amiss had occurred. This is Barbara, my ride. She kicks gear. But she's nothing like that hog. He pointed to Gabe's chopper. That thing is a monster. A classic. Aged to perfection. Like me. Erwin yanked up his too tight leather pants. Harley squeaked. Vince kept his eyes on the old man's face, sucking back a smile. How long have you been riding, Erwin? Oh, I'm practically a professional driver now. Before my wife died, Erwin paused, fighting the face crumple of grief. She didn't let me do anything dangerous. And I didn't want to make her worry. This last was spoken softly, without the bravado Erwin normally exuded. You loved your wife enough to stop doing something you loved. Vince spoke to Erwin, but he made sure Gabe was listening. Joe's made a lot of changes to his lifestyle for Sam. Joe is boring. Erwin hitched up one knee and tried to sit on the chopper. His red leather pants were so tight, he couldn't get his leg over without Gabe's assistance. When he was settled on the seat, he flashed a grin decorated with silver crowns. Joe isn't like us. We're men of action. Men who take risks and live life on the edge. He had to stand on his toes to reach the tall hand grips. Gabe gestured to Vince, as if daring him to destroy the Messina image by refusing a free motorcycle. Living on the edge is tiring. Vince wasn't perpetuating any image, edgy or otherwise. Gabe just brought this bike over for me to admire. It's not ours. And the look he gave Gabe said as much. That's a shame, Harley said. I bet Britt could use it to make a mermaid for her art display. Ah, both Messinas said at the same time, having found common ground. Vince looked at Harley and mouthed, thank you. This hog is a lady magnet, not art. Erwin released the handlebars and sat back down, frowning. Don't destroy this roadworthy beauty by making it into a mermaid. A red Thunderbird convertible zipped around the corner. The driver was a very thin woman with a very tight white bun. She waved as she passed. Did you see that? Erwin said breathlessly. Rose waved at me. I have to have this bike. Rose would go out with me if I had a chopper like this. Gabe and Vince exchanged glances and slight shakes of their heads. The motorcycle was too big and too dangerous for the small man. You know how you might get a date with Rose? Gabe had a mischievous look in his eye. How? Erwin was all ears. Take pointers from me. Gabe tapped his chest. You. Erwin stood and gripped the handlebars again. You'd help me? I'm out. Harley headed for the sidewalk, turning toward the town square. Good luck, Cupid. Vince didn't want to wait to hear what scheme Gabe had hatched, he followed Harley. Hey, you left without a good morning kiss.
Harley turned to face her fake fiancé, feeling lightheaded. She was aware of Gabe's eyes on them, the need to keep up the lie that they were a couple, the need to keep up the lie to herself that she wasn't falling in love with Vince. But Harley wasn't in the mood for a kiss. After Vince's sweet conversation this morning, she wanted a hug. So, when Vince reached her, Harley wrapped her arms around his waist and buried her head in his chest. Hey, he said softly, arms drawing her close. What's this? Rather than answer, Harley snuggled closer. To his solid chest, to his warm body, to the sturdy essence that was Vince. He rocked her gently from side to side. And in their embrace, Harley imagined the answers she'd been searching for were clear. I'm yours. This isn't pretend. Granted, Vince had made clear he wasn't in the market for a wife or a family. But the way he kissed her, the way he held her, the way he'd encouraged her earlier. Vince felt something for Harley. They could figure things out. They could navigate a path to a future together, as long as their feelings continued to grow. Harley drew back and stared into Vince's dark, expressive eyes. "Now, kiss me like you can't live without me." Was that too much? For Gabe's sake, of course. Neither one of them moved. The sky was a clear, deep blue. Blooming wildflowers bordered the sidewalk at her feet. Erwin's laughter mingled with the joyous squeals of a toddler. Someone vacuumed. A car started. A dog barked. The sun warmed Harley's shoulders. It was just a normal day. Or it might have been if either of them acknowledged that things between them were becoming real. The hug was a better idea, Vince whispered, surprising Harley. He took her hand and set off toward the town square where a woman waved as she pushed a toddler in a stroller. It was? Harley was sorry she'd hugged him now, sorry there was an audience behind them and an audience ahead. They needed time to work through this tangle of feelings. The hug was a better idea, Vince repeated simply. Before we know it, the week will be over. The week? Their ruse. Vince must have seen the longing in Harley's eyes, longing for a connection and love. He was being kind, putting distance between them, making sure Harley didn't get hurt. She was fairly certain it was too late for that. And yet, Vince held her hand. "Why do we have to think about the week being over when we've only just arrived?" she asked. Vince's brow furrowed. Not in anger. More like regret. Regret? The last thing Harley wanted from Vince was regret. She'd like. And then it hit Harley. It hit her harder than the need to rise to his defense when his brothers picked on him. She had deep feelings for this man. Deep feelings. Possibly, love? Or not just possibly. I love Vince. In Harley's heart, the words felt right. I love Vince. She loved his strength. She loved how humble Vince was. She loved his willingness to sacrifice for others and his courage to go it alone. She loved how Vince looked at her sometimes as if he could look at her all day, all night, and forever. Her father would look twice at Vince because of their difference in age and education. But he'd come to respect him. Her mother would be charmed by Vince's manners and fall for his hair. I love Vince. In Harley's head, the words felt authentic. Loving Vince seemed possible. But then again, in her head the vision of swirling balconies felt achievable, too. Common sense reared its ugly head and tried to squash her feelings. No. Harley stumbled to a stop, holding onto Vince and staring into his eyes, silently asking for a kiss. For any physical sign that love between them was possible. None came. But the doubt. The doubt came crashing into her head. I love Vince? Who am I kidding? By letting herself love Vince, Harley was setting herself up for one whopping disappointment. Vince had vowed not to marry, not to have kids. But he didn't vow not to fall in love. Standing there on the sidewalk, not kissing her, Vince was trying to protect Harley's heart. Too little, too late. Harley's heart was cracking. There was a deep pain in her chest. Gabe's hearty guffaws echoed down the street as he bid Erwin farewell. A window slid open behind Harley. A car backed out of a driveway. Erwin's little motorcycle rumbled to life. And the toddler being pushed in the stroller said, "Tree." All around them, things was happening, people were moving forward. But Vince. He was stuck in second gear. Vince leaned in, almost as if he'd reconsidered and was going to kiss her. Harley hoped he'd reconsidered. But he merely touched his forehead to hers. "Why aren't you kissing me?" Harley's question was little more than a mournful sigh. Besides the fact that Gabe went inside? Vince gave her a wry smile and pulled away. "It's pretend, remember?" He started walking away. Harley couldn't move, perhaps afraid to trip on the pieces of her heart littering the sidewalk. "I'm confused," she said in a strained voice. But Vince didn't answer.
Chapter 13. Vince Messina. An old man with a gray ponytail and a purple tie-dyed t-shirt came to stand outside El Rosal. He stuffed a cell phone into the back pocket of his cargo shorts. "Welcome home. I'm just visiting, Mayor Larry. Vince slowed, stopped, extended his hand, and glanced over his shoulder toward Harley, who was walking several feet behind him seemingly lost in thought. While Vince had been walking, he'd been thinking about the rest of his life. Without commitment. Without love. Without Harley. She'd told him to kiss her as if he couldn't live without her, and Vince had been struck with the sudden need to do just that. Oh, he knew she was only kidding. But on some level, a passionate kiss seemed wrong, like cutting a corner on a marathon race or eyeballing a window casing instead of using a level. They were falling back into the place they'd been while dating, except this time they were talking about things that meant something. He didn't want Harley to look at him as more than a friend. He couldn't give her what she deserved in a relationship. Think twice about leaving town, son. Mayor Larry was a two-handed shaker. He'd been the town leader for as long as Vince had known Harmony Valley had a mayor. Back in the day, the mayor had talked to Mom several times about encouraging his 3 sons to be better citizens. And now he wanted Vince to stay. Harmony Valley is thriving. Mayor Larry pumped Vince's hand, smiling at Harley as she came to a stop next to Vince. It warms my heart to see so many of your friends and family returning, getting married, having babies. And speaking of families, introduce me to this charming fiancé of yours. Vince made the introductions. And then Mayor Larry worked Harley's hand with that same shake and cover, two-handed enthusiastic technique. Young lady, I hear you're an architect. Harley nodded woodenly while Vince's guard went up. Ah, here's the town council. Just in time. The mayor nodded toward a dated green Buick parking in one of the few open spaces nearby. When I spotted you, they were just around the corner. Sorry. We're on our way to get Harley a cup of tea. Vince tried to tow Harley toward Martin's. In his experience, any time the town leaders wanted to meet with him, the news was bad. Just in time for what? Harley was too polite, digging in her heels when she should have been taking Vince's cue and finding a bunker to hide in. We wanted to set up a meeting with you, Madam Architect. The mayor bowed, which was weird. Oh, Harley's panicked gaze went to Vince. He pulled her closer. Hello. I'm Rose and am so glad we caught you. Rose, the thin, elegant woman who'd been the object of Erwin's affection in the Red Thunderbird earlier, approached them with graceful steps. She wore a long, full, blue skirt and a pink blouse with ribbons on the sleeves. Her severe white bun contradicted the subtle breeze-induced dance of her skirt and ribbons. Vince and Harley were heading to Martin's for tea. Mayor Larry looked pleased with himself, rocking back on his Birkenstocks. We can talk there. Talk about architecture. Harley gripped Vince's hand as if he held her dangling from a ledge. Yes. That sounds lovely. Rose introduced the other ladies. Mildred mentioned you'd met. That's her with the walker. And that's Agnes. We would have been here sooner, but Rose was out joyriding in her T-Bird. Agnes had been slighted in the height department but not in the sass department. And she didn't think to ask me to come for a ride. Mildred lifted her walker over the curb and followed it up with careful steps. Is that Vince? That's me. Vince moved to help her. How did you like the mole tacos at El Rosal the other night? Mildred asked. They were fabulous. Thanks for the recommendation. Vince made sure she had both feet on the sidewalk before letting go of her. Rose saw you with a motorcycle at the Lambridge Band B. Mildred stared at Vince through her thick lenses, short white curls ruffling in the breeze. Are you going to take your fiancé for a ride later? Actually, Vince met Harley's gaze. He should end this now and come clean about the pretend engagement with everyone. She's not. Running, Harley finished for him, moving to his side and taking his hand. The bike. Vince leaned down to whisper, it's getting hot in here. I like this topic better than architecture, Harley whispered back. I could have used you on my racing team, Vince. Mildred reached over to pat his arm. You could fix anything, including my Volkswagen. German engineering. Vince couldn't keep the reverence out of his voice. Fixing it was an art form. Yes, yes. Mayor Larry positioned himself to lead them to Martin's. You can catch up all you want at the bakery. He set off at a good clip. Lots to do this morning. Vince and Harley followed. The three town council ladies brought up the rear at Mildred's slower pace. "If you don't want to talk architecture, we could make a run for it," Vince whispered. "They'd never catch us." The mayor disappeared inside the bakery. Now was the time to make a move. "Much as I want to go, it's good Messina public relations to listen." Harley smiled at Vince for the first time since he'd refused to kiss her, but it was as polite as her plan. It didn't reach her pretty blue eyes. "Besides, I think Mildred has a crush on you. You shouldn't disappoint her." Mildred wasn't who Vince wanted to avoid letting down. It was Harley. Vince held the bakery door open for Harley and the town council. "Welcome. Come in. Keep me company." A blonde woman waved from behind the counter. The bakery was nearly empty and her apron free of stains. "Light crowd today. There's a breakfast and lecture at the winery." "Hey, Harley." "Good morning, Tracy." Harley ordered tea and a black coffee for Vince. "I met Tracy at the shower. And no. I do not want a horseradish anything." Tracy pouted, but not for long. She waved at the mayor and the town council, who'd taken seats at one of the larger tables. "The usual?" There was a hearty chorus of the affirmative. Tracy set about steeping tea for Harley before pouring Vince a large cup of coffee. They waited for their drinks before moving to sit with the mayor and town council. "Our town needs an architect," the mayor said simply. "Why?" Harley cradled a mug of tea between her hands. "I see plenty of empty storefronts. All small." Agnes unfolded a sheet of paper with a map of the downtown area drafted in pencil. She smoothed it on top of the table. "And some of the interiors are crumbling and unsafe. We need to knock down walls." Mayor Larry flicked his age-spotted hand over Agnes's map. "Get rid of rodents," Rose added with a dramatic shiver. Mildred adjusted her thick glasses on her nose and squinted at the drawing. "I'd appreciate more businesses being handicap accessible." Despite worrying about the stress the conversation was giving Harley, Vince was intrigued. "That doesn't sound as if you need an architect," Harley said gently, with a note of relief. "You can do all that with a structural engineer and a good contractor. It's much more than that." Mayor Larry's wrinkles cascaded from his smile. "I'm considering opening a retail outlet for my business. I need something unique that will speak to people, appeal to them and their wallets." Vince couldn't remember what business the mayor was in, but this was just the kind of boost in confidence Harley needed to get back in the game. Something unique. Harley stared into her green tea like a fake fortune teller in a traveling circus. "And I want to build a very small theater." Rose waved her hand in a grandiose manner. "For plays and musical performances. A small, yet stylish stage. Rich acoustics. Beautiful balconies." Balconies. Harley sat back, leaning as far away from Rose as she could without falling out of her chair. Vince came to her rescue. "There doesn't seem to be a large enough population in Harmony Valley for a theater or a large retail store." He gestured to the sidewalk, which was empty. Granted, it was summer, midweek, and relatively early in the morning. Tracy delivered the rest their drinks and scones, more than they'd ordered. She set a plate in front of Vince, along with a white paper napkin. On the house. 3 Italian wedding cookies sat on his plate, dusted in powdered sugar. His mother used to make them every Christmas. He couldn't remember the last time he'd had some. Mayor Larry checked his watch as if Vince hadn't spoken. In fact, they could have cared less about Vince. And not just because he was a Messina, but because he was unnecessary to this project. "I'm irrelevant." His ears buzzed, drowning out everything else. He'd made himself superfluous to his brothers through physical and emotional distance. Harley wouldn't need him to fix her tile saw if she embraced architecture again. And his mother? She'd never needed him once she'd left California. That was what he'd wanted, wasn't it? To be someone those he loved didn't rely on so their lives wouldn't be hamstrung if Vince developed schizophrenia. Harley swiped one of his wedding cookies, sniffed it and then took a tentative nibble, gazing at it as if she was trying to decide if she should eat the rest. Or perhaps she was nervous because balconies were involved. When Harley set the cookie back on Vince's plate, he clasped her hand. "There's nothing wrong with listening to what they have to say. Who knows? It might inspire you." You were right, Mildred, Agnes whispered. They do make a cute couple. Harley's gaze lifted from their joined hands to Vince's face. Since when are you the glass half full man? Since I realized you needed me. That didn't feel accurate. Since I realized you needed someone in your corner. Yes, that was it. Vince repeated the words to her. Harley shook her head, a bittersweet smile on her face. Everyone needs a Vince Messina in their corner. I didn't realize how much I did until we came here. Harley needs me. Something seemed to shift inside of Vince. Something he didn't understand. I could love Harley. If love wasn't selfish given what mental illness he might develop. Vince rejected the idea of love. A pink shuttle bus stopped outside the bakery. The lettering across the side said Harmony Valley Sightseeing. The double doors opened and about 24 people spilled out onto the sidewalk. They were smiling and laughing and carried oblong cardboard wine boxes imprinted with a black horse on a weather vane. About half of the bus riders entered Martin's. The other half headed for their cars or up the walk, presumably to El Rosal. Perfect timing for our example, Mayor Larry said. Here come some tourists who went to the winery's sunrise breakfast. The driver waved to his passengers. It was Rex, the heavy-set older owner of the golf cart last night. He closed the doors and drove off. Tourists go to the winery. They eat. They drink. They take the bus ride to the top of Parish Hill to enjoy the view. And then they come down and spend a little more at Martin's, El Rosal or the boutique across the road. Agnes finished the last of her tea. We need more things for people to do in town. Yes, to capture more of their dollars. Rose daintily dabbed her lips with a napkin. And their hearts. Scone crumbs ringed Mildred's latte like a dusting of snow. We don't want anyone to regret coming to Harmony Valley. Take your time. Finish your tea, the mayor said to Harley. And then we'll show you around Main Street.
Harley had seen Main Street. It had the bones of the century-old gold rush architecture, narrow brick buildings, tall, interior ceilings, ironwork porch railings. But many buildings had also been modernized with swinging glass doors, plate glass windows, and stucco fronts. Everything was straight-lined, basic construction, put in place quickly to serve the swell of fortune seekers who'd come to California. Harley wasn't seeking her fortune or a job in Harmony Valley. And if she had been, she'd be looking for tile work, not architectural projects. Certainly not the challenge of theater design, including balconies. So, it didn't make sense that she let herself be swept out the door of Martin's and along the sidewalk. Harley's mother used to say, inspiration never comes when it's convenient. For the last few months Harley had edited Mom's statement down to, inspiration never comes. We can't stay long, Vince was saying, taking Harley's hand. Britt's bachelorette luncheon is today. Harley wasn't hungry. At least, not for food. She was hungry for solutions to architectural riddles and carefully locked Messina hearts. No one had a special recipe for either of those. I'm looking forward to the wedding. Rose glided ahead of Harley with the grace of a ballerina. Phil promised to make me a redhead while Britt was on her honeymoon. She glanced over her shoulder, smiling at Harley. He's the colorist at Britt's beauty shop. You aren't going to be a redhead, Agnes gently teased. Britt said you shouldn't do it. And what she says, goes. Plus, Rose chickens out when Britt's not there. Mildred was winded, keeping up with her walker. I think if you want to go red, you should go red. Harley slowed down for Mildred's sake, slowing Vince down with her. She was in love with an emotionally unavailable man, and she'd failed at the one thing she wanted in life. Why rush? Are you okay? Vince asked Harley in a low voice. She nodded, nodding her fingers with his. If they'd been engaged for real, she might have stolen a quick kiss. Mayor Larry led them to the corner, his long, gray ponytail swaying behind him. This location would be ideal for fit to be tie-dyed. Tourists will see my store as they enter the town proper. The town council was congratulating the mayor on his clever store name, while Harley bit her lip. She had no interest in the retail space, being antsy to see the building they thought was good for a theater. The mayor unlocked the door to a small, empty, retail space. This used to be the locksmith shop. I'd like to have some display space here by the windows and a countertop in the middle. He pointed here, there, and everywhere. And a row of sinks along the back wall where people can make their own tie-dye. You don't need an architect for this. Harley finally found her voice. You need someone like Vince. He builds things. She'd expected Vince to frown, but he surveyed the space with a critical eye. We have a local contractor. The mayor's smile never wavered as he rejected Vince. Vince's frown came and went so fast, Harley might have missed it if she hadn't been staring at him. We didn't know an architect. Agnes beamed at Harley. Until you. Let me finish telling you my vision. The mayor regained the floor. I wanted to knock out this wall into the empty space next door and build dressing rooms, plus have additional retail space and storage. I wanted to be more like a loft you'd see in downtown San Francisco. But with more pizzazz. Rose raised her hands and lowered them like a jazz-fingered rainbow. You young people want to shop the internet. Larry is talking about building an experience, not just a t-shirt store. Mayor Larry nodded emphatically. Folks are always looking for something else to do in town. Let's not forget it's my granddaughter's wine that brings people here, Agnes said with pride, as if making sure the mayor knew the pecking order of Harmony Valley attractions. I still say we could charge for go-kart trips up and down Parish Hill. Mildred sat on her walker, staring out the window. How fun would that be? Great fun, Vince seconded enthusiastically. Until someone crashes on one of those hairpin turns. Agnes sked. Crash kaboom. The lawsuits would destroy the town again. Not everyone is as good a driver as you were, Mildred, Vince said, earning him smiles from Agnes and Rose. There is that, I suppose, Mildred said morosely. Harley was intrigued by Mayor Larry's vision. She walked the space. You've got good bones here, except it's brick, which isn't always stable when you remove it to create new doorways and windows. At least, not when it's this old. A century, if not longer. But it can be done, the mayor asked. Anything can be done if you have the money, Harley told him. And the right architect, of course. That's the spirit, Vince murmured, earning a smile from Harley. Let's look at my project. Rose did a little shuffle toward the door, swinging her skirt like a flamenco dancer. It's across the street. She led them toward a mid-century, flat-top building with floor-to-ceiling windows and a sign on top in red letters that said groceries. Agnes had a key and took them inside. The metal shelves still created aisles, but they were blocked by cobwebs. A miniature train track ran along the outer walls about 7 feet up. The track was held in place by suspension wires. I see this as the lobby and the entry to the main seats. Rose made a sweeping gesture. Mildred sat on her walker near the door. It's rather large for a lobby. Rose peered down an aisle. Perhaps we could have lavatories and dressing rooms in the back there. Where do you see the stage? Harley had to ask. The building was just a flat, one-story box. Any stage would be at floor level and hard to see. Next door. Rose led them outside and toward a 2-story building. Again, Agnes had a key. She unlocked the door and they all filed in. It may have been 2 stories tall, but there was no second floor. It made Harley wonder what the building had originally been built for. The stage would be small, maybe 30 by 20. Rose turned and raised her slender arms over her head. There'd be small balconies above us. I can see the balconies. Vince was staring up at the wrong end of the building for balconies. There wasn't enough support on that long wall. Rose twirled to his side. Can you see a ceiling painted with a scene from Greek mythology? Or clouds, Harley murmured. And to the side of our balcony sections, Rose continued. The side walls would have scenes of balconies painted on, balconies filled with Renaissance lords and ladies watching the performance. You mentioned you wanted a couple kissing, Mildred added. Or whispering secrets and pointing to a handsome man in the crowd, Agnes added. Well, I can see it. Somewhere between the bakery and the theater, Vince had switched allegiances. He quirked a brow at Harley, as if daring her to embrace Rose's vision. Can it be done? Rose clasped her hands to her chest, expression hopeful. Disappointing her would be like disappointing Harley's own grandmother. Anything can be done with the right vision, Harley repeated with the qualifier, if you have enough money. No problem. This from the mayor, whose shorts were worn at the seams and whose Birkenstock sandals had deep, dark, toe imprints from years of wear. I'm going to borrow from my grandson-in-law to make my dream come true. Rose's willowy, white brows had a determined set to them. You should never stop dreaming, no matter the cost. Wise words, Vince murmured, having moved next to Harley. She elbowed him, although not with much strength. Dreams aside, we need a plan to move this forward. Despite his tie-dye and long ponytail, the mayor was a pragmatist. Could you draw up plans for both projects, Harley? Of course, she can, Vince answered for her. Harley is a dream believer. Harley frowned at Vince. Unfortunately, I'm not licensed to practice in California. Not to mention her non-compete clause with Dan. We wouldn't want to put you in a bind, Agnes spoke when the mayor and Rose seemed too crushed to do more than pout. But if you could dream a little for us, perhaps then we could talk intelligently to someone else about what we want to do. Someone else will have a different vision than I do. A more executable vision. Harley refused to look above their heads to balcony height. What we're saying is, we lack imagination ourselves to brief an architect, Mildred said flatly, the true pragmatist among them. We need a boost on the design swing before we can swing alone. When Harley didn't immediately answer, she added, we would pay you, of course. Done. Vince clapped a hand on Harley's shoulder. Harley mumbled something noncommittal and waited until she and Vince left them to turn on Vince. You had no right to tell them I could do that. You're just like them. Vince shrugged. You need a little push to get you back on track professionally. I'm right where I need to be. But how it turned her stomach to say that. There's no future as a laborer in construction, Harley. Harley frowned. Says the man who's a laborer in construction. Chapter 14. News in Harmony Valley never traveled at a snail's pace. By the time Vince and Harley reached the garage, his family was aware Harley had been presented with a job opportunity. You're moving here. Sam cried, skipping around them on the driveway. The teen wore a sophisticated white and orange striped sheath. Her orange flip-flops snapped with every skip. What? Vince couldn't contain his anxiety. Who told you that? Dad said the mayor hired Harley. Sam skipped back toward the shop, swinging her arms. You can't let Harley move here without you, Uncle Vince, because you love her and you're going to marry her. The L word stuck in Vince's throat, preventing him from saying anything. Love. Love had brought his mother to Harmony Valley. It had given her 3 children and years of happiness. At least, until things went south with Dad's mental health. Had love been worth the pain to her? The answer had to be no. Didn't it? Vince stared at Harley. At blonde hair and her eye-rolling expression. She had everything a man wanted in a woman: smarts, a good work ethic, loyalty, a kind heart, a sense of humor. She had everything Vince wanted in a woman. But was love worth the risk? Could he stand to hurt her if he developed any of the mental health issues his father had? The answer twisted his insides uncomfortably. The answer was no. Thankfully, Harley was just as upset at the prospect of living in Harmony Valley as Vince was. She filled the void left by his silence. There is no job. I'm not moving here. It's a misunderstanding. Gabe and Joe lingered in the open service bay, watching. Oh. Sam pouted. You'll miss me. She flashed the trademark Messina grin and Vince's insides twisted some more. Vince would miss his niece. He'd miss them all. Joe's steady presence. Britt's infectious enthusiasm. Even Gabe's endless and troublesome stream of ideas. That's too bad because I'm sure Harley could whip up plans for a house here in no time. Gabe dangled a set of keys in his hands, presumably for the mower he claimed was inside charging. Apparently, it wasn't a surprise wedding gift. You guys could get married and build a house right in that field. Harley removed herself from the conversation, drifting away to the moat area by the bridge where some of Britt's upcycle art was on display. Joe didn't comment. If you moved here, Vince, Gabe went on cheerfully, Joe wouldn't have to buy you out. Joe still said nothing. Gabe came over to Vince and gave him the keys. Maybe I'll move into the apartment above the garage when I retire from the military. Uncle Vince could work at the garage, Dad. Sam tapped her feet, as if she'd taken dance lessons from Rose. No, he can't, Joe said emphatically, with a hard glance that swung Vince's way but stopped somewhere near his feet. There's not enough business to support 2 mechanics. 3. Sam pointed her thumb at herself. You're forgetting me. How could I forget you? Joe slung his arm around his daughter and drew her in for a hug. It's you and me in that garage, kid. Sam beamed at her dad, and Vince felt a pang of something foreign in his chest, something like envy. Which was ridiculous. He didn't want to have kids. I'm not moving here, Vince said firmly, heading toward the Messina-free zone that was Harley. But Harley might be. Gabe chortled. Hey, tell her I found some tile for the shower today. And the tools she needs. When did you have time? Vince asked. A hardworking man has enough time to get everything on his list done and then some. Gabe shot Vince with his finger gun. And who said I found it this morning? Where did you get the tile? Joe asked. Mayor Larry is renovating his house. Gabe toned his usual exuberance down a notch, but it was a very small notch. He special ordered tile that he doesn't like and can't return. And you bought it from him? Joe demanded. Tell me you paid him cash money. Gabe momentarily lost hold of his smile. Okay. I'll tell you. I'll tell you whatever you want to hear. Gabe, Joe warned, unhappy with his oldest brother's tendency to weave an entire story around a single thread of truth. Hey. Gabe held up his hands. I picked up a job driving the Harmony Valley sightseeing shuttle for the mayor for a couple of days this week, starting tomorrow, because Rex is going in for a medical procedure. And I told Mayor Larry whatever he was going to pay me could go toward compensating him for that tile. You'll get a paycheck, Joe demanded. You'll cash it and give the mayor money. No barter. But there are so many more hoops to go through your way. Gabe looked to Sam and Vince for support, but the two of them were wise enough to stay out of it. You'll leave a paper trail. Joe retreated into the service bay, but he wasn't done talking. Promise me. I'm not joking about this. That tile is for my house. Okay, okay. Gabe finally looked serious. I'm going to drive the ladies to their bachelorette lunch. Vince, can I take your SUV? Vince tossed him the keys and then crossed the field toward Harley, who sat on one of 4 slick racing tires arranged in a circle across from the swing set. Vince had bought those tires the summer he tried building a dragster. He might have finished it if not for Dad dying. Does Joe know I lied about our engagement? Harley stared at the sky. Her arms were wrapped around her waist. I'm not sure. Vince sat on a nearby tire. We were too busy bickering to talk about you. All families argue. Harley lowered her gaze to him. Don't think your mother left because you and your brothers fought. I know it wasn't because of that. Vince didn't want to talk about his mother or moving to Harmony Valley. He wanted to get to the bottom of what was bothering Harley. Did you come out here to contemplate the mayor's offer? No, she stared back up at the sky. Not smiling. Do you remember building houses with Lincoln logs when you were a kid? Sure. They'd had a set. Second-hand and missing a lot of smaller logs. He and Gabe had used the longer logs to stage sword fights. Vince could still feel the sting of wood on his knuckles. Did you ever try to make houses with porches or balconies? Harley's voice was too casual. She was leading up to something important. That went beyond my skill. Vince was reminded of her theater sketch. I made rectangular cabins, mostly without windows. I used to make elaborate log cabins. There were room additions and decks. And then I discovered Legos. The tense lines on her face smoothed. You can create beautiful castles with Legos. With the right tools, anything's possible. Harley gave him a half smile. When I was 12, my grandmother gave me a sketch pad. That's when the world of architecture became unlimited to me. Her smile fell. I've been drawing impossible structures ever since. Impossible is nothing but a puzzle yet to be solved. He'd probably seen that on a poster in a bar somewhere. Harley winced. Impossible is a career killer. When I was a kid, just learning how to change the oil on a car, my dad didn't expect me to be able to change a transmission. Vince moved to kneel before Harley, laying his hands on her bare knees. Love. The word came unbidden, pressing pause on Vince's train of thought, because when he looked at Harley, the L word seemed to fit. He didn't want it to, for her sake. Vince removed his hands from her knees and pulled his gaze away. What I'm saying is you can't judge your potential when you haven't mastered the simpler things in your craft. You think I should apprentice myself to an architect who specializes in housing developments? Harley's words shook with anger, which was good, considering that meant she'd found her emotional footing. You think I should spend my days drawing straight lines for cookie-cutter homes? Based on attendance, couples dinner was shaping up to be the social event of the year in Harmony Valley. Or at least, Harley thought so. Cars lined the road leading to the Messina family garage. Cars were parked around the corner and along the street leading to the highway. The mayor's tourist party bus, driven by Gabe, had been put to use. Gabe kept picking people up and dropping them off at the garage. Harley took one look at the long line of tables set across the garage's parking lot with name cards set in front of every pair of chairs and turned to Vince. We shouldn't play. The game involved answering personal questions about your spouse or significant other. She feared they'd fail miserably. And wouldn't that be just one more reason for Vince to think about how they'd be friends when this week was over? We can always back out. Vince stared down at Harley with an unreadable expression. The breeze ruffled his black hair. He wore slacks and a red polo shirt, looking nothing like a simple carpenter from Houston. Even his black dress shoes had a shine to them. But Harley, don't you want to know how well we know each other? Yes, she admitted, somewhat exasperated, having spent the better part of the day with women who were overjoyed that she was who Vince had asked to be his bride. If only it was the truth. But why? Why play any game other than to win? Vince surveyed the crowd. Do you remember the night we played darts in that pub? Harley nodded. They'd found a hole-in-the-wall bar to watch a baseball game. I was so upset when we didn't win, mostly because you let that lady have a do-over. Everybody needs a do-over sometimes. Vince ran the backs of his fingers over her cheek. You, of all people, should agree with that. You want a second chance with those balconies, don't you? She nodded. And sometimes you have to live in the moment. Vince escorted Harley to a table for the contestants. They were assigned a spot between Mildred and Hero, and Jessica, the bakery owner, and her husband Duffy. There were white folding chairs set up facing the contestants' tables, and it seemed every one of them was filled. There must have been at least 60 people in the audience. Ladies and gentlemen. Gabe had a small microphone attached to a karaoke machine. Welcome to Joe and Britt's couple's dinner. You've all chipped in to help pay for dinner, catered by Chef Enzo and Chef Claudia, who run the lunch service at Jordana's and the dinner service at El Rosal. There was a wild round of applause, possibly from fans of their mole tacos, which were delicious. We're here to celebrate Joe and Britt's forthcoming nuptials, Gabe continued. But before they get married, we'd like to put them through their paces and prove they're compatible by seeing how they stack up to the other couples in town. You know what that means, Duffy said to Jessica. He had a hand on the swell of her stomach. That means we should lose on purpose to make Joe and Britt feel better. Oh, what a sweet idea. Jessica kissed her husband's cheek. Don't get any ideas about going soft, Mildred admonished her date. We're in it to win it. It starts all over again, Vince whispered in Harley's ear. She shivered, not entirely from the evening chill, and didn't complain when Vince put his arm over her shoulders. What if they did well? What would it prove to Vince other than they'd been close once?
All right, couples. Gabe waved his sheet of questions in the air. Dinner is almost ready. It's time to find out which couples know each other best. We'll start with the ladies. First question, the answer to which is written on your card with a big, red, number 1 on it. What is your man's favorite food? Harley and Vince flipped their cards over to show the audience before looking at each other's answers. Harley grinned. They'd both written the same thing, carrots. Vince looked perplexed. The crowd read all the cards, groaning, chuckling, and applauding. Mildred, chocolate is not my favorite food, Hero admonished, waving a card that read green beans. It's yours. Ham with bananas and hollandaise. Duffy gave Jessica a kiss. Spot on. He'd written the same thing. Gabe came to stand in front of Vince and Harley. There's no way carrots could be my brother's favorite food. It's written on the card, my friend. Harley stacked the 2 cards together, unable to contain a triumphant smile. Gabe turned to the audience. Moving on to the next question. This one is for the gentleman. If you were home on a rainy day, what movie would your partner want to watch? The cards flipped over for the audience to see. Harley and Vince's cards showed the same answer. Love Actually. Harley fanned her suddenly warm cheeks. How did you know? It has an architect in it. Vince lowered his voice. And it was sitting in your Netflix watch again queue when I came over to your apartment. I'm touched. Harley pressed a quick kiss to Vince's cheek, noting the way his eyes darkened before turning away. What does yours say, Hero? Days of Thunder. Hero sounded dejected. I know you like Tom Cruise, Mildred. Honestly, that's my second choice. Mildred slumped. I wrote Cars. We're moving on, people, Gabe said into the microphone, clearly born for the limelight. Food is almost done, and we have 18 more questions to go. Before dinner was served, Vince and Harley racked up a total of 14 matches. Joe and Britt beat them by 2. Mildred and Hero only had 10. And Duffy and Jessica left in the midst of the game because Jessica thought she might be having contractions. Gabe stopped by Harley while Vince was getting them bottles of water to drink with dinner. Impressive score. Gabe lowered his voice. I'm still not convinced Vince didn't bring you for show, but I'm rooting for you all the same. How Harley wanted that to be possible. But reality was that love, like her balconies, was out of reach. Harley dreamed she was a bride. Except when she walked down the aisle, there was no groom awaiting her. Everyone was talking at once, and Harley felt trapped between the crowd of guests and a door that refused to open. She didn't remember picking out wedding invitations, much less a wedding dress. She didn't know who her groom was supposed to be. But the empty altar broke her heart. Harley pushed and pushed and pushed until the door opened, only to bang into a wall, jolting herself awake. She sat up, disoriented, dizzy. She clapped a hand over her eyes. Her dream anxiety manifested in an upset stomach, threatening to heave. This isn't my bed. No. Harley wasn't in Houston. She was in Harmony Valley. A bed and breakfast. And Vince. He'd been her absentee groom. Her stomach gave a gurgling protest. Ugh. She'd eaten too much salsa last night. Or overloaded her fajita with cheese and sour cream. Or realized that no matter how compatible she and Vince were on paper, no matter how much she and his family wanted their engagement to be real, it was a temporary fantasy. Just as her dreams of a stellar career had been. Vince entered the room they shared, holding 2 mugs. One mug had a tea bag tag hanging from the side. Based on the smell, there must have been coffee in the other. Harley breathed deeply. I slept in again. The ruse was exhausting her. No need to apologize. Vince placed the tea mug on the nightstand next to her cell phone and then sat on his bed. Take your time. You're on vacation. I'm going to tinker with the riding mower Gabe found and see if I can get it running. Thank you for the tea. Her stomach, still anxious, gurgled again. Go drink your coffee in the dining room. I'll be out in 15 minutes. She was going to Joe and Britt's house to tile. Don't mind me. He settled against his headboard. I need to check my email. Vince. We're pretend engaged. I want a little privacy. In case she got sick. Her head felt fuzzy, exacerbating her upset stomach. And she hadn't even drank alcohol last night. Vince didn't look up from his phone. Unless you were planning to dance naked into that closet they call a bathroom, there's nothing you're showing that I haven't seen before. I'm not looking, anyway. Yeah, but you're the one who said we need to think about what happens after this week. Vamoose. Vince didn't say a word, feigning, she was sure, that whatever he'd found on his cell phone deserved his undivided attention. Harley huffed, grabbed clean clothes from her duffel and headed for the bathroom. Something had gone wrong last night at dinner. Everything had been fine with Harley until they'd eaten. She hadn't wanted to talk much afterward. Now, Vince lingered in their room, preferring the quiet to watching Gabe devour breakfast. Harley was in the shower. Every once in a while, he'd hear a bump. He knew about bumps and that shower. It was too small for anyone over the age of 10. Harley's notebook was back beneath her pillow. He'd been raised in Harmony Valley where everyone was in everyone else's business. He took it out again and flipped through it, noting things he hadn't yesterday. Staircases that ascended to clouds. Ribbons of walkway that curled around walls, as if they were catwalks designed for felines living in yurts. Vince traced the lines of a muffin-shaped house, wanting to be able to solve Harley's unsolvable puzzle. A seed of an idea took root, based on something he'd seen yesterday when they were touring the buildings downtown. Something he should remember but couldn't quite. There was just this feeling that something he'd seen would work. If he could only grab hold of that thought. Harley's phone rang, shaking the idea for Harley's design concept loose. Her phone display read Dan Friedman. Dan. Harley's ex-boyfriend. The man who'd smashed her saw. If Vince had known the guy was that vindictive, he'd have landed a few more punches before he'd let him go. Vince made a rash decision to answer her phone. For your own good, you need to quit calling, buddy. He ended the call without waiting for an answer. Vince picked up her notebook again. That solution. He studied the drawing, trying to recapture it. But the thought had slipped away. The shower turned off. Vince flipped back and forth through Harley's sketchpad, listening to the hair dryer running. No ideas appeared. At least, none that would help her. He was consumed with a mental photograph of Harley in Dan's arms. Consumed with jealousy. That guy wasn't right for her. She needed someone who admired her work, appreciated her quick wit, accepted the fact that she'd go her own way and make decisions in her own time. All of which were important and had nothing whatsoever to do with how Vince could lose his hands in her thick blonde hair when he kissed her. Harley shut the hair dryer off, snapping him back to the present. He returned her sketchpad to its rightful place. Harley emerged a minute or so later, braiding her long, thick hair. She'd put on a pair of blue jeans and one of Jerry's company t-shirts, this one margarita green. Why don't you ever let your hair down? The only time he'd seen her take it out of the braid had been before she went to sleep at night. Or when I set it free. It'd get covered in grout, for one. She rummaged through her duffel, which seemed to hold more than Mary Poppins's magical carpet bag. Or caught in a tile saw. Shed all over someone's new floor. Get tangled in some guy's hands. She hesitated only a second before firing back. And then Jerry would tell me I'm reducing productivity at the workplace. Their verbal banter always made him smile. If only things were different. If only he was different. I could love you if. What did you? Harley half turned, half looked, half spoke. Love? Vince hadn't meant to say anything. But he was looking at her and the L word was bouncing on the back of his tongue like a springboard diver readying for a reverse double somersault. Because Harley was great, really great. And talented. And beautiful. And it stank that he couldn't be the man she deserved. But he could tell her how he felt about her, along with the parameters he had to live by. The rules that meant they couldn't be together. I could love you if, she launched into his lap, knocking him backward on the bed. One kiss. Another. And. Vince lost count. It was enough that Harley was in his arms. For the first time in days, he felt like he could breathe. He breathed in the scent of Harley, her soap, flowery shampoo, a distinctive scent that was all hers. He broke off the kiss. Set her aside. Sat up. We need to talk. This time he'd try not to blurt out the L word. What I meant to say was. I love you. Harley stared at him, blue eyes shining with the truth. Don't mess this thing up again. Vince drew back. Love is serious. Loving him was serious, he'd meant to say. She laughed, stopping when he didn't laugh with her. What's wrong? Let me rephrase. Loving me. You should consider all the consequences first. Consequences? It was Harley's turn to draw back. Vince put his hands flat on the bed and leaned away from her to keep from reaching for something he shouldn't have. I could love you if you promise to let me go the moment I show any symptoms of. No. Love isn't like that. Harley's head swung back and forth. My love isn't like that. I don't need you to be perfect. No one's perfect. Perfection is overrated. But healthy isn't. Vince would not touch her again. Something in his chest panged at the thought. I've seen what happens to a healthy person in a relationship with someone battling untreated schizophrenia. Which you don't have, she pointed out. But I could develop. That's a risk I'm willing to take. She leaned forward, covering his hand with hers. If it came to that, I could learn how to help you. She was so trusting. So naive. So hopeful. That hope wrapped Vince in its tempting, loving embrace, bringing him closer to her. Closer to everything that frightened him in the night. Harley had no fear. She looked at Vince and dreamed about a full and happy life. With him. He couldn't let her have that illusion. I can't have children. Harley startled a little, like a kitten who wasn't sure the sound she heard was that of a predator's paw behind her. I mean, I can have kids. At least, Vince assumed he was biologically capable. The point he was trying to make was about choice. But like I told you before, I don't want to have kids. Harley grew wary, not to the point of defensiveness. But she was looking at him in that analytical way of hers. He needed her to conclude that he was not the right man for her. He needed it like a drowning captain needs to know his crew will be okay as he goes down with his ship. Let's say I never develop mental illness. That doesn't mean my DNA couldn't be carrying something that passes the disease on to a child. I won't do that to my kid or any kid. Has schizophrenia been proven to be genetic? It doesn't matter. Lightning struck my dad against all odds. Harley was missing the point. I won't take that risk. And you shouldn't, either. No kids. The wheels were spinning in her head. He'd seen her smiling at his niece. He'd noted her chuckle as she'd watched Sam and Brad bicker. She liked kids. She wanted kids. We'll talk about it, Harley said carefully, fingers twining in her lap. She was just stubborn enough to believe she could change his mind. She'd probably taken a debate class in college. Relationships are about compromise. No kids. Vince wasn't compromising on this. Ever. But, Harley's fingers stopped moving. We could adopt or find a sperm donor. Vince should put an end to this madness right now. Before they fell too much in love. Before Harley refused to let him go when he became his father. I'm perfectly capable of taking care of kids, and you, if need be. Harley lifted her chin. Vince recognized the determined set to her jaw. Overlaid his mother's expression onto Harley's. Saw the path she'd travel. Saw her upbeat, positive personality deteriorate until she was a bitter, empty shell of the beauty before him. This can't work. Vince stood, charging for the door. Needing out. Needing to save her. But Harley was quicker and reached the door before he did. She placed her hands on his chest. What happened to small steps and learning how the simple things are done? What happened to not giving up after just one failure? Harley was using his own words about her quitting architecture against him. She raised up on her toes, pressing her lips to his. And Vince was lost. Not lost as he'd been to his brothers when he'd left Harmony Valley. But lost to want. Lost to longing. Lost to love. And to his horror, he couldn't find the strength to insist Harley let him go. Not until Gabe knocked on the door a moment later, telling Vince what he already knew. It was time to leave.
Chapter 15. The longer the day went on, the sicker Harley felt. Her head pounded. Her stomach churned. Her entire body sagged with fatigue. She blamed it on Vince. Or at least, on his fear of a disease that he may never develop. How could she get the upper hand on those fears of his? It had taken another kiss for Vince to agree to give them time. But Harley had no illusions. This was a temporary truce unless she could convince him their love was worth overcoming any fear, any doubt. Vince checked on Harley before lunch, pressing a gentle, almost reluctant, kiss on her forehead before leaving. He was going to Santa Rosa for an engine part. He was determined to get the riding mower fixed to tackle the field they'd cleared of cars for the wedding on Saturday. The tile Gabe had found was cutting cleanly without cracks and going up without a hitch. That practically guaranteed something would go wrong. I brought lunch. Sam wandered in as Harley was finishing up the hall shower. The teen carried a plate with a turkey sandwich and potato chips. She wore her coveralls today, which sagged around her ankles. It's so pretty. She took a picture of Harley's work with her cell phone. I still need to grout. But the black and white geometric pattern was stunning. You can help with that tomorrow. Unexpectedly, Harley's stomach lurched. She ran for the front door, gagging, and spit up in the trash can on the front lawn. Should I get my dad? Sam hovered in the doorway. Or call Britt? Joe was in the garage. Britt was at the salon. Don't bother them. Harley turned on the garden hose and rinsed her mouth. The last thing they needed to worry about was a sick wedding guest. I've been feeling. I don't know. Weird? All morning. Maybe it's a migraine. I always feel sick when I have my period, Sam said in a conspiratorial whisper. Britt said I have to suck it up. Welcome to womanhood. Harley's insides contracted and she dry heaved. I should get dad. Shoot. She was scaring the poor kid. No, Harley dragged herself upright. I just need a bottle of water and some air. Britt says learning to deal with cramps is how women get through childbirth. Sam made a face. I'm never going to get pregnant. Pregnant? When was my last period? Harley flushed with a heat that clogged her brain synapses. She couldn't remember. I'm going to walk to the store and get something to settle my stomach. Because it was unsettled. Actually, unsettled didn't even come close to covering it. Walk? It's nearly a mile. Sam's youthful smile turned wicked. You have a driver's license, don't you? Let's drive. She pointed to the tow truck. Dad's got our truck up on the lift. I'm sure he won't mind if we take this beast for a few minutes. Before Harley could protest, Sam was off and running to get the keys. Harley followed at a slower pace. She couldn't be pregnant. The only man she'd been with was Vince and they'd been smart and used protection. Nothing is 100% effective. Harley fought rising panic. A baby. She couldn't kiss Vince into staying through that. 10 minutes later, Harley parked the tow truck in front of the convenience store a mile south of the Messina garage. I'll be right back, Harley told Sam, because she wanted to buy a pregnancy test without an audience. But Sam was already hopping out of the truck, oblivious to the situation. A wave of nausea hit Harley again. Nerves. It was just nerves because she'd fallen in love with Vince, and he was trying to run away. I am not pregnant. Harley climbed out of the tow truck as if she was Mildred in need of a walker to keep her balance. This was not how her life was supposed to go. Harley was supposed to be an award-winning architect by age 30, married, and contemplating slowing down to have kids. If she was pregnant, Vince would. She shied away from the thought. And architecture? Harley could kiss that career. Goodbye. The high-powered niche that intrigued her required power lunches, networking cocktail hours, schmoozing dinners, not changing diapers. She struggled to push through the heavy glass door. Edna says what you need is on the candy aisle. Sam leaned on the counter and talked to an older woman, presumably Edna. Harley waved a greeting and moved slowly toward the candy. Just the thought of chocolate sent a wave of disgust up her throat. Opposite the candy were the antacid tablets. Pain relievers. Cough syrup. Tampons. Adult diapers. Condoms. And one lone pregnancy test kit. Harley was afraid to pick it up. Sam was telling Edna all about her bridesmaid dress. Nausea rose like a helium bubble in Harley's stomach. Up, up, up. Harley swallowed it back down, not wanting to be sick in the candy aisle. Not wanting wasn't enough though, so she grabbed the test kit and raced into the bathroom. She'd figure out how to pay for her purchase later. The bathroom looked like her grandmother's. A small white vanity with gold-painted trim. The molded plastic on the cold water handle was cracked. The toilet was running. If the test came out negative, Harley promised to open the tank and adjust the flapper. The nausea receded. Harley opened the pregnancy kit. The test stick was supposed to show results in mere minutes. 1 line for no. 2 lines for yes. Harley completed the test but couldn't stand to look at that stick while she waited. She set a paper towel on the vanity and laid the test on top, face down. And then she set the timer on her phone for 1 minute and paced. A baby. A baby is supposed to be a blessing. A binding sign of faith in a relationship. The timer went off. Harley peeked at the stick. No blue lines. She turned it back over and set the timer for another minute. Bottles. Daycare. Baby daddies. If I am pregnant, what's the worst that can happen? Vince will bail. He'd be beside himself, worrying that he'd passed on an unhealthy gene to his child. Stop thinking about it as if it's a done deal. I have an upset stomach from 2 spicy tacos. But Harley wasn't feeling sick anymore. It was more a numb feeling of terror. The timer chimed. Harley peeked. The stick might be too old to work. There was no blue line. Or maybe I'm not pregnant. A mixture of joy and disappointment flooded her veins, making her knees wobble. She'd have to figure out how to pay for the test. Her wallet was at the bed and breakfast. She only had a 5 in her pocket. She'd much rather think about being arrested for shoplifting than about being a mommy. While she'd been arguing with herself, she almost forgot to start the timer again. Harley leaned against the counter and stared at a frilly cross-stitch hanging on the wall. Family makes any place home. Houston felt like home to Harley. In that respect, she and Vince were on the same page. Neither one of them wanted to return to the place of their birth. I'm not pregnant. She needed to take Britt's advice about cramps and deal with it. The sooner she finished cleaning up her workspace in Joe and Britt's bathroom, the sooner she could crash at the Band B. Rest. That's what she needed. And water. Maybe a little chicken broth. The timer went off. 2 minutes left. It was going to be negative. Harley was going to feel better tomorrow. And in a few days, she and Vince would return to Houston and slowly work on their relationship. Negative, negative, negative. If Harley thought it enough, it'd be true. All she had to do was look and reset the timer. Harley picked the stick up and checked her reflection in the mirror instead of looking at the display. Was that a gray hair? Her eye makeup was smeared, and she had no lipstick on. What had happened to the confident woman who'd landed a coveted job at a top-notch boutique architectural firm? She disappeared along with Harley's ability to problem solve. The door handle jiggled. Harley? Sam's voice. Harley startled. The stick flew out of her hand into the toilet. She shrieked. Her fate floated face down in the bowl. Harley wailed. Harley? Sam jiggled the door handle again. Edna, come quick. Harley's sick. No, no. I'm fine. Harley lifted the toilet seat and fished around the toilet with the scrub brush until she got the stick high enough in the bowl that she could grab it. She tossed it into the sink, where it landed face down. The home pregnancy test gods must be having a big laugh. But Harley planned to have the last guffaw because she wasn't pregnant. No way. No how. She needed to cement her relationship with Vince first. Negative, negative, negative. All she needed to do was to flip that stick over to make sure. I'm coming. An older woman's voice. No need. I'm fine. Harley ran soap and water over her hands and the plastic test stick, which danced around the sink and flipped over. Only then did Harley register the results. 2 big, bold lines of blue. She went cold, staring at a piece of plastic the size of a thermometer. There has to be a mistake. A key inserted in the lock. Harley fell to her knees and prayed. To the porcelain god. Exactly how powerful was a pinky swear nowadays? Sam had given Harley the finger-locking oath that she wouldn't tell a soul about what happened in the bathroom at the convenience store. I'm pregnant. How am I going to tell Vince? Maybe they could discuss it while driving back to the airport. Yes, that was it. Harley should drive and Vince should be safely strapped in beside her, a captive audience for the 2+ hour trip. Or maybe she should wait until they were on the airplane. 4 hours of forced togetherness. He couldn't run away. She'd promised to hunt down specialists and take whatever tests he could think of to prove that this baby would be healthy. A baby. Before her trip to the convenience store, Harley's nausea had been contained to her stomach. Now she felt a sickening sensation from her stomach to her ringing ears. She pushed past it. Harley was rinsing off the tiling tools with the garden hose when Joe strolled over from the garage. All done? Joe asked, ducking inside before she could answer. Was that speculation in his eyes? Now Harley was just being paranoid. Joe couldn't know. Except Sam was in the nearby parking lot. She walked a white parking space line as if she were balancing on a high wire. Harley's pulse picked up, and not from the fear of Sam falling off the high wire. Joe returned almost immediately. That bathroom looks fantastic. Britt is going to love it. Thanks, Joe. Harley assembled a smile for Sam. Wasted, since the kid wouldn't look at her. The tools are all here, ready to be returned. To wherever Gabe had found them. Or to be used on your master bath. Sorry that Britt had to work while I tiled. Joe held himself very still, reminding her of Vince. Except Joe's eyes darted from his daughter to Harley. A new form of discomfort took over Harley's stomach. Dread. What's wrong? Joe nudging the tiling bucket with his work-booted toe. Dad. You are so lame. Sam gesticulated with her hands. So much for pinky swears. Harley frowned at Miss Benedict Arnold. I didn't tell him what happened in the bathroom. Sam scowled at her father. I told him Uncle Vince was going to have a baby. Joe touched Harley's shoulder, moved his hand to rub her back. If there's anything we can do for you. Thank you, but, Harley took note of the concerned lines framing his blue eyes. You say that like I'm destitute. Or in need of help telling Vince. Gabe putted around the corner in Rex's golf cart. Mamacita. He leaped out of the cart, letting it jerk to a halt on the road. He ran across the grass to reach Harley, swinging her into his arms and spinning her around. When her feet touched the ground, Harley's head kept spinning. Joe steadied her. Did Sam tell you, too? Harley asked Gabe when she felt clear-headed. Sam? Gabe looked over at his niece, who still stood a safe distance away in the parking lot. He shook his head. I was at Rex's house watching Jeopardy when he got a call from the phone tree. Harley's mind spun again. Phone tree? The town has a phone tree? Yep. Of which everyone in Harmony Valley is a member. Gabe laid a hand on her belly. Hello, little guy. Harley swatted his hand away. I'm not into public displays of affection. Gabe. Joe seemed more comfortable chastising his brother than reacting to Harley's news. This is great. Gabe pushed Joe's shoulder. Better get busy on that honeymoon, little bro, so there are 2 Messina cousins the same age. Gabe, Joe repeated, louder this time. I know, you don't perform well under pressure, Joe. Gabe must enjoy hearing the sound of his voice because he didn't listen to anyone else. I saw your football games, remember? Gabe. Joe finally cut through his brother's joking. Vince doesn't. Gabe. Vince doesn't know. Harley exclaimed. Or want to have kids. Contain your joy for a minute, please. What? Uncle Vince doesn't want kids. Sam crossed the strip of wild grass to join them. Dad, Harley needs to live here with us. That's extreme. Why not? Why not just not tell him? Harley's suggestion met with 3 pairs of disbelieving Messina stares. Or let's not tell Vince until it's official. You hear about false reads on those tests all the time. You threw up, Sam pointed out, helpful teen that she was. Isn't that morning sickness? Harley refrained from rolling her eyes. A misnomer if there ever was one. She'd been feeling sick all day long. Anyway, I'd say you're pregnant. Sam proclaimed as if she had powers to tell. Isn't that Vince's rental? Joe pointed to the highway lined with trees. Sure enough, a small, dark SUV approached. Harley's heart pounded. Now's not the time to say anything. She'd wait until they got back to Houston. By then, maybe he'd have fallen in love with her a little bit more, enough to see this through. Gabe prodded Harley toward the road. There's no easy way to do it, so just do it fast, the way you pull off a bandage. I'll have to say it fast or you or someone else in town will tell him before I have the chance. It wasn't fair. She was supposed to be married when she got pregnant. She was supposed to cook a delicious dinner for her husband, light candles, pour wine for him and apple juice for her. Why was nothing going the way it was supposed to? I won't say a word. Sam held up her small right finger. Pinky swear. I'm not falling for that again. Harley walked forward, but then stopped. Just. Everyone stay behind me and keep quiet. She means you, Gabe, Joe whispered. I mean all of you, Harley whispered to them furtively.
Chapter 16. Vince had spent more than an hour alone in his rental. And he'd argued the whole time. With himself. There was no denying the love he felt for Harley. Just looking at her made him want to smile, to reach for her, to let his guard down. When he looked into her sky-blue eyes, happiness welled inside him, filling the dark, lonely places with light. But he'd never turned his back on responsibility without disaster striking. Thus, the internal dispute. He should nip his feelings for Harley in the blooming bud. He should be cautious and let love grow. He should limit their time together. He should spend as much time with her as possible because when they returned to Houston, he had to end things. And then Vince pulled into the repair shop parking lot, where his family stood waiting with Harley. Waiting for what? No one cracked a smile, not even Sam and Gabe. Harley stood apart from the rest of them. Her arms were wrapped around her waist and her cheeks were pale. No good news ever came from a somber welcoming party. Fear slid its forearm around Vince's throat and squeezed. He shouldn't have left her here alone. He jammed the SUV into park. If she'd been injured working in that house. If someone had hurt her. Vince got out of the SUV and held the riding mower's new fuel filter hose like a weapon. What happened? No one greeted him. Sam looked like she might cry. The air grew as stifling as a Houston summer. Somebody say something. Vince swept the parking lot with his gaze, looking for arterial blood. Where's Britt? Is she okay? As one, his family stared at Harley. Britt's fine. Some color returned to Harley's cheeks. Is that the part you needed for the mower? The part? Who cared about the part? Vince stomped toward Harley. Look, Vince, Gabe moved into his path, as if assuming command. Gabe. Joe pulled him back. Joe, Gabe warned, swiping his hand aside. Guys. Harley turned and held out her arms as if she was hurting his brothers backward. She should have known they weren't hurtable. Britt's truck squealed around the corner and didn't slow down until she skidded into the parking lot. She threw open the door and ran across the asphalt toward them. I just heard. Congratulations. She wrapped her arms around Harley and squealed. To the both of you. Congratulations. Vince glanced around the group once more, looking for clues. Hadn't they already announced their engagement? What else did they have to be congratulated about? An old school rhyme popped into his head, first comes love. Then comes marriage. Then comes baby in a baby carriage. Vince started shaking his head. No. A freight train was thundering around a track in his head, drowning out sound. Vince didn't know whether to be happy or sad, or angry or glad. What is wrong with you guys? Harley is pregnant and, Britt held on to Harley's arms, but Vince no longer heard what she said. The freight train roared into high gear. Vince couldn't hear what his future sister-in-law said next. Nor did he see how Harley reacted to the statement. Was there shock, denial or happiness? He may have spent the last few hours fighting with himself, but now he'd been knocked out by a phantom blow. The next thing Vince knew, he was sitting on the asphalt, surrounded by his family, who seemed to be arguing about phone trees and pinky swears. Why weren't they talking about the baby? Hold up. Quiet down, everyone. Vince searched the crowd for a set of elegantly sculpted cheeks and calming blue eyes. Where's Harley? The crowd parted and there she stood. The pregnant woman. Looking neither elegant nor calm. Harley swayed from side to side as if she was on a pitching ship. Her eyes were a dark, stormy blue and as restless as a rough sea. She needs me. And yet. Pregnant. Vince struggled to stand. Are you going to have a baby? Harley's uneasy gaze landed on him. It's hard to say. There were two little blue lines. She held her thumb and forefinger close together. And then everyone got excited. Harley wasn't excited. Because she knew she'd run headlong into a deal-breaker. Vince, who'd avoided attachment all his adult life, stumbled back. He stared at the redwood picnic table. At Joe and Gabe. At Harley. And all the while, the chest that had felt hollow for so long, tried to cling to a heart that was breaking. His. A hopeless effort, a vindictive voice inside his head whispered. Vince clung to it anyway. To love. And possible happiness. The afternoon sunlight bounced off the new finish on the redwood picnic table, revealing the tracks of splits and scars in the wood, wounds that Joe had tried to fill. His little brother should have known that was futile. A hopeless effort. More blood drained from Harley's face, and she wavered like a strand of tall grass in the wind. The dad. Is it that? Vince caught sight of Sam out of the corner of his eye and reconsidered his word choice, loser Dan. An image of Dan's smarmy face swam before him. He suddenly couldn't stand the thought of Harley having Dan's baby. Tell me the truth. If I'm pregnant, Harley's voice shook. It's yours. But we were always so careful. I never slept with Dan. Harley's voice hardened. He used to be my boss. Vince envied that strength. He was still too far off kilter to process anything properly. It's only been you. Harley didn't sound pleased about that at all. Widening his stance, Vince shored up his legs, which happened to be rebelling, like every cell in his body, to the idea of parenthood. Do you know what you've done? What I've done? Harley's eyes narrowed. Her arms unwound from her waist and her hands came to rest on her hips. Please, enlighten me, Vince. Britt, get Sam inside. Joe took Vince's arm, not to steady it, but to try to yank some sense into him, pumping it as if Vince's arm was the emergency shut-off valve connected to his mouth. Vince wrenched his arm free. I'm not good husband material and I can't be a father. You know this, Harley. Bitterness formed in Vince's stomach. It erased every bit of control and rational thought he had left. I spent years making sure my life wouldn't be as hurtful as my father's was. And that child, Vince pointed at Harley's flat belly but couldn't complete the sentence. It scares you. Harley spoke softly. Those blue eyes. They registered pain, loss. They mourned love's passing. They punctured the bitterness in Vince's stomach. Not enough to get rid of it completely. Yes, it scares me, Vince wheezed. And it should scare you too. One of Harley's slender hands drifted over the waistband of her jeans. She was choosing sides. Her gaze returned to Vince. Her chin came up a notch. She didn't choose me. This was wrong. Everything was wrong. Her being pregnant. Him saying hurtful words. The situation. The redwood table. Vince almost sank to his knees and begged forgiveness. A sound to his left drew his attention. Britt had turned the knob on the door from the service bay to the sales office. The sound sent him back in time. Mom turning the doorknob, carrying a suitcase. Her eyes red from crying. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Go. Just. Go. Vince's voice gathered strength, until he was shouting, no one wants you here. You make everything worse. You can't take Joe and Gabe out of school. You don't see something has to change. Mom's expression turned cold. You're just like your father. Britt swung the door open, bringing things back to the present. Apologies won't make things right, Harley. Bitterness swelled inside Vince, roughening his words, hardening his stance. You're just like your father. Vince forced himself to meet Harley's gaze squarely. Forced himself not to think about love or lifetimes lost. I can't be the person you want me to be. You mean you won't try? Harley's hand remained at her waist. That's right. Vince couldn't nod, couldn't move. The baby. Her baby. My baby. I can't turn my back on this. But he had to so that he wouldn't turn into his father. Hey, Joe spoke to Vince in a calm voice. Take a minute to think about what you're saying. But Vince was moving now. His head was shaking, his hands were shaking. Heck, his brain felt shaken. How could Harley stand there and deliver the news with such composure? The Messinas, without warning, could follow in their father's footsteps and lose their grip on reality. Like now, he thought, feeling completely out of control, consumed by resentment toward his father's DNA. Vince, how about you and I go to the bar and get drunk? Gabe stepped between Vince and Harley. I'm buy-in. Vince shoved him to the side. Dad was fine when he was younger. Just as sane as you or me. A distant part of Vince's brain noted he wasn't making a case for sanity. He ignored it and snapped his fingers. And then everything changed. Dad was paranoid. Depressed. Suicidal. That could be any one of the three of us. Any time. He caught sight of Sam lingering at the door in the service bay with Britt. And Sam. She could wake up one day and... Shut up, Vince. Normally, Joe was the quiet one in the family. Not when his daughter's feelings were threatened. His face was red and his words on fire. Britt, get Sam inside. Now. Vince. Harley's voice was placating, but she hadn't moved a step toward him. Her distance was just as well. Vince was past the point of reason. I can't predict if a child of mine is going to be right as rain or mad as a hatter. No one can tell. No one can predict. Sam wailed, turning to bury her head in Britt's shoulder. Vince cast his gaze around the assembled group, trying to make them see the truth of it. You can't run away from this, Harley, not like you run away from a bad day on the job. You have to grow up sometime. I can't protect that baby from the possibility of me being a danger to those around me. Stop. Harley choked on the word. She raised her watery eyes to the sky while her hands dropped to her sides and her mouth worked. Not that she found any words. Not for several painful seconds. And then her hands fisted, and she put Vince in her sights and words shot out like buckshot. You don't need to say any more. You don't need to hurt me. Or Sam. Or your brothers. You don't need to lash out at us because you can't stand to hurt alone. Schizophrenia is a disease, like cancer or Alzheimer's. Harley glared at him. Did I tell you breast cancer runs in my family? I could get it at any time. She laid her hands over her breasts before resting her hands on her hips once more. You do not own the "what if I get a disease" card. She's right, Gabe said. Vince might have agreed if he wasn't so afraid for that baby she was carrying. Harley drew a deep breath and the hard shine in her eyes softened. She tilted her head to one side and looked at Vince the way she had this morning. With tenderness. But also, with sadness and regret, emotions so powerful they pressed in on Vince and threatened to crush him. I'll love this baby the same whether you want to be a part of its life or not. I'll love this baby whether it comes into this world healthy or with mental challenges. I'll love, her breath caught in her throat. She drew another, set her shoulders back, and took aim one more time. I'll love this baby exactly as I could have loved you. And then she turned on her heel and ran toward the bridge. Leaving Vince shot full of holes. He sagged on his feet. This is how Dad felt when Mom left. His father had told the boys to never speak of her again. That hadn't kept Vince from thinking about her or missing her or waking up in the middle of the night with a pain in his chest that wouldn't go away. This is what I tried to avoid. Except, in his mind, Vince's hadn't thought he'd feel like he'd been tied to a tow rope and dragged up Parish Hill and then left to rot. He hadn't imagined he'd be the one who was left. Again. Consider your next words carefully, Vince. Joe crossed the parking lot to comfort Britt and Sam, who still stood huddled at the office door. "Congratulations. You didn't just hurt Harley." Gabe stared at Vince like he didn't have the proper credentials at a hostile checkpoint. "You hurt your family." Harley reached the bridge. Her steps faltered. She bent over, as if she were breaking. Vince almost ran after her. He almost gave in. But Harley was tough enough to recover. He had to be strong enough to let her go. "I'm not sorry." Vince watched Harley gather herself and continue over the bridge. "I'm scared for Sam. And I'm scared for us." "You can't turn your back on your child," Joe said in a more controlled voice, having finally gotten Sam to go inside. "I'll give her child support." Vince tried not to watch Harley's retreating back, tried not to think about what-ifs and rolling with the punches. "I don't want to make Harley or that baby suffer. I don't want to push Harley to the brink of a breakdown, until my own child tells her to go. To get away. To leave her babies because she could no longer protect them. I can't do that again." Joe and Gabe didn't say a word. They stared at Vince, processing his admission. His final secret was out. "You told Mom to leave." Joe's voice had the sharp edge of a diamond blade. "I drove her to the bus station," Vince admitted. Surprisingly, the weight on his shoulders didn't feel any lighter. "With your blessing?" Gabe's hands fisted. "Yes." Vince nodded. "Is that why you don't spend time with us?" Gabe's voice was unfamiliar. Rigid. Severe. "You chose her instead of us." "I chose to protect you." Vince's words were a betrayal unto themselves. "I couldn't do it anymore and she told me something had to change. She had this wild look in her eyes. She wanted me to quit school. She wanted you two to help more at the garage. So, I took a stand. I sent her away." Gabe's dark brows were so low they almost seemed a part of his black eyes. "Why, Vince? She could have kept Dad from killing himself. She wouldn't have let you leave for the military," Vince continued in a cold voice he didn't recognize. "And then if you had left, she'd have pulled Joe out of sports. She'd have ruined your lives the same way she ruined mine. You didn't give us a choice," Gabe said gruffly. "I did what I thought was right and I've paid for it ever since." Vince's voice cracked. He slapped his fist against his chest, against his heart which had first broken on that bus ride all those years ago and was now shattering again. "I'm the only one in this family who's had to make the tough decisions. Because you made them alone," Gabe said again. "Get out, Vince." Joe's words were harsh and raw, the same unforgiving pitch Vince had used with Harley. "You're not my brother. You're not family. You have no idea what family means. What loyalty means. What love means." Joe pointed toward the highway with a hand that shook. "Leave. Don't come back. Don't call. Don't come to my wedding." Vince didn't need to be told twice. He'd known for years Joe and Gabe wouldn't approve of what he'd done. He drove back to the bed and breakfast, gathered his things and was out the door before Harley returned to their room. If Harley had meant to return to their room, it didn't matter. Vince left town to be alone. Just like Mom had done. They both got what they deserved.
Chapter 17. If Harley was smart, she'd go directly to the bed and breakfast, shove everything in her duffel, and beg for a ride to the airport from Reggie. But she wasn't thinking as she ran away from Vince. She was hurting. Harley crashed through brush along the river's edge. Her t-shirt ripped. Her hair yanked. And yet she didn't stop to be careful. She couldn't stop. Vince doesn't want to be a daddy. Vince doesn't want me. Harley had suspected Vince would bolt if the cautious love between them grew strong enough to scare him. And if that happened, she'd suspected he'd need space and time to grow used to the idea. She hadn't anticipated a rupture that laid waste to hope and made ashes of her heart. "It's not your fault, little one." Harley had no idea how long she'd been running when she stumbled into a tree, this one an oak. The bark was rough but the circumference sturdy. She sobbed, wrapping her arms around the tree, not caring that its bark scraped her skin. It was a small discomfort compared to the pain she couldn't bring herself to face. Someone cleared their throat behind her. Immediately, her heart leaped toward the possibility of Vince having a change of heart and having miraculously found her. She lifted her head and... there was a man, all right. She should have known it wouldn't be Vince. She'd reached a small park. Tall trees. Sparse grass. Picnic benches. I suppose you don't want to hear me ask if there's anything I can do for you. The mayor stood a few feet away. He wore black tights and a yellow tie-dyed tank. He carried a green rolled-up yoga mat and looked serene enough to have been using it. He held out his arms. But I'm a lot better at hugging than that tree. The man was a relative stranger to her. But in that moment, Harley accepted his offer of solace, ran into his arms and cried on his shoulder. And cried. And cried some more. She shed tears for lost dreams. A stellar career. An unrequited love. A handsome, supportive husband. A child doted on by two adoring parents. Every tear was like a piece of her heart falling into the river and being swept away. When her tears had subsided, Mayor Larry pulled back to look at her face. That's rock bottom. You've got no place to go from here but up. It would be rude to roll her eyes, so Harley closed them instead. Open your eyes, Harley. You've got to face it. It could be worse. The mayor helped her up the riverbank to a picnic table, set her down and sat beside her, laying his yoga mat at his sandaled feet. Harley drew a shuddering breath. You heard through the phone tree? Had it already spread that Vince had left her? I did get the message that you're carrying. He nodded. Vince left. The words, said out loud, only made her hurt more. Some men have a hard time dealing with mortality. Mayor Larry rested his elbows on the picnic table behind him and stared at the slow-flowing river. When my wife told me she was having a baby, I was terrified. But I bet you didn't reject her. Harley laid a protective hand over her abdomen. I told her I wasn't ready. Still had things I wanted to do with my life. The mayor stretched his thin legs out in front of him. Wasn't my proudest moment. He fixed Harley with a knowing look. She kicked me out of the house. Wouldn't let me back in for 2 weeks. It forced me to think about who I was and who I wanted to be. He shrugged and looked at the river again. Mostly, it made me realize who I wanted to spend the rest of my life with and if I deserved her. Vince doesn't deserve me. Harley's eyes burned with tears, but she had to say it, even if it was only out of loyalty to the little one growing inside her. He doesn't deserve this baby. But Harley knew that wasn't true. Vince was a good man. He deserved love, but his fear wouldn't allow it. Oh, Vince. Harley wiped away more tears. Thank you for not running away when I was hysterical. I have daughters. The mayor had the kindest eyes. I wouldn't want them to be alone at a moment like this. He slapped the tops of his thighs. Now. Tell me you've thought more about our downtown projects. I could open up the doors for you if you need to get inside and measure. Today? Harley didn't want to. And yet it might be just the distraction she needed. Not to mention she'd have an excuse to give Vince some breathing room. Not today. Mayor Larry brushed a tear from her cheek. You need a good rest to be creative. Tomorrow then. She needed to talk to Vince tonight. She pulled herself together and returned to the bed and breakfast, prepared to reiterate to Vince his opinion didn't matter. She was having this baby with or without him. Hopefully with him. But apparently without him. Vince was gone. His things were cleared out of the bathroom and his suitcase wasn't in their room. Reality sank in. Harley collapsed. Vince hadn't just rejected her. He'd left her. His fear of hurting someone was greater than the love he felt for her. I could love you if... Harley stayed in her room, not answering when Britt and Reggie knocked. She needed time to grieve. Hours without solid food made her feel a bit weak the next morning, but not nearly as nauseous. She took an apple from the dining room sideboard and made her escape without anyone seeing her. She had a meeting with Mayor Larry to keep. The morning was bright. The air crisp. Perfect weather for love and happiness. Heartbreak? Not so much. Mayor Larry met her outside the old locksmith shop. He brought her a green tea from Martin's, opened the doors to all 4 spaces, and left her alone. But she wasn't alone. She saw Vince everywhere. Harley wandered around the empty stores the mayor wanted for his tie-dye shop but couldn't bring herself to sit still and sketch. She kept seeing Vince's features soften as he'd complimented Mildred's driving skill. She went across the street to the grocery store. Nothing interested her in that spiderwebbed building either, except for the empty train trestle around the outer walls. Its wire support reminded her of a suspension bridge. This was hopeless. All she saw, all she heard, all she felt, was Vince. Dutifully, Harley entered the tall building Rose wanted for the main theater, convinced nothing would inspire her enough today to take her mind off Vince. The building was a box. A blank slate. Her brain was just as empty, numbed by a broken heart. Fresh air billowed inside the open space. She sat against a wall close to where Vince had stood yesterday and contemplated the hard decisions ahead of her. She needed a better job, a better place to live, a good babysitter. She couldn't afford to wallow, or worse, run away as she'd done with Dan. Vince had been right about that, at least. Harley needed to face her problems like an adult, even if it took her baby steps to get her life on track again. She flipped open her sketchpad, but not to an empty page. She'd flipped it open to the spread of the theater with its ribbon of balconies. I didn't need to see you today. She began to flip to something else when she noticed a set of bold lines fringing her balcony. Lines she hadn't drawn. At the edge of the paper was a small set of neat initials. VM. Vince just couldn't resist. He had to try to fix the unfixable balcony. She hadn't asked him to. She hadn't even given him permission to look at her sketchbook. He'd butted in and done it, the same way he'd taken on responsibility for everyone else he cared about. Without letting them know. There was no pattern to his lines. They were drawn like a poorly constructed cat's cradle, the child's game with string, one finger move from flipping into a single loop and losing the game. Nothing webbed or regularly spaced, which meant. Harley bent for a closer look. She'd thought Vince's scribbles would be as unproductive as a starburst cable design, blocking everyone's view. But the way he'd positioned the cables allowed for the curved box seats to be at different heights, clearing the view of the stage. This could work. Out of habit, Harley raised her eyes upward. Instead of sky, she stared at the ceiling above. Almost in the same spot Vince had been looking at yesterday. The side wall. He'd mumbled something about a balcony. But his design, with a few properly placed thin lines, made a balcony possible. She and Dan had talked about suspension as a possibility, but he'd drawn straight, predictably placed cables. Vince knew Harley favored unpredictable lines. How had he known? Harley thought of the answer as soon as she thought of the question. The train track. It had been right there in front of Harley, but she'd been looking skyward. She hugged her sketchpad, wanting to hug Vince. Rose's balconies were going to be beautiful. And like Brit's mermaid art display, it would be unique enough to attract visitors. Vince had left her a gift. She'd much rather have had him sitting next to her explaining it. She'd much rather have been hugging him. But having a solution was better than him fixing her tile saw. With this, she could get her job back with Dan. And, no. She didn't want that job back. But Harley had leverage to break her contract. She could move back to Birmingham and get a job with an architectural firm near her parents. For the first time since Vince had walked out, Harley felt all wasn't lost. She took a picture of the balcony drawing with her phone and sent it to Dan. An old truck and a golf cart pulled up across the street. Joe and Britt got out of the truck. Gabe and Sam got out of the golf cart. I hope Harley's all right. Britt shaded her eyes to peer in through the glass at the former locksmith shop. Your brother is a jerk. A total turd. Sam wore baggy blue coveralls and dragged her booted feet onto the sidewalk. Her brown hair was dull and limp, as if she'd slept poorly. He's my least favorite uncle. Then things are as they should be, Munchkin. Gabe slung his arm over Sam's small shoulders. We've disowned him. No. Harley dropped her sketchpad. Her pencil clattered nearby. She had to set the record straight because Vince needed his family or he'd truly be alone. We're putting Harley and the baby in the apartment over the garage. Joe stared across the street to where Harley was. He wore his work uniform, navy slacks and a blue-gray button-down with his name stitched on the pocket. True to Messina male form, his hair wasn't dull or limp. It was a beautiful, shaggy work of art. There she is. The Messinas descended upon Harley in a wave of Vince-fueled disgust. Forget Vince. He's a deadbeat. Always had been. Joe didn't waste any time disparaging his brother. We think you should move to Harmony Valley. I'll make sure your kid shows up to school every day. Gabe sat next to Harley on the floor, stretching out his jeans-clad long legs. He wore a dingy white t-shirt and too much musky cologne. By the time your kid is ready for school, I'll be retired. Our house will be finished in a few weeks. Britt was dressed for work at the beauty parlor in a pink polka dot slim skirt and a white lace blouse. Her smile was strained and there were bags under her eyes that matched Harley's. You can move in above the garage. I can babysit, Sam said. Harley's stomach did a slow barrel roll. She'd lost one Messina and picked up 4. Much as she appreciated their support, what she wouldn't give to have her original Messina back. That's a very generous offer, but Harley opened her sketchbook and stared at the lines. Vince had drawn. It was just like him to do something good and leave without taking credit. You can't just excommunicate him. We can. Joe drew Sam into a hug, tucking her face into his chest as if she needed protection. You'd do that? After all he did for you? Anger thrummed in Harley's veins. He wanted to go to college. Instead, your parents used him to keep a roof over your heads. And you wonder why he developed a fear of mental illness, while you didn't? Harley glanced from one brother to another, seeking answers that weren't forthcoming. I refuse to feel guilty. Gabe stood and backed away, looking displeased with Harley. I'm thinking about what Vince said to Sam and what he said to you. He was afraid, Harley said firmly. Afraid for me and the baby. He's been afraid for a long time. Afraid? Vince drove our mother away. Literally, Joe said in an icy voice. Harley braved the ice storm. And you resented her for leaving, if memory serves. Gabe scoffed. Of course, we resented her. There were a couple of months there where we had to deal with Dad by ourselves. Before your uncle came and let you run free? Without much discipline or responsibility? Harley tossed her braid over her shoulder just as she tossed Joe's protests aside. She was right because Vince's brothers didn't contradict her. I bet Vince still worked more hours in the garage than you did. For once, Gabe had nothing to say. Regardless, Joe said gruffly, not quite meeting her eyes. Our offer stands. He left, followed by Sam and Gabe. Why are you sticking up for Vince? Britt had tears in her eyes. He left you. Other than the fact that I love him? Harley's hand drifted to her abdomen. Because he's always sticking his neck out for someone else, trying to make their lives better, and no one ever does the same for him. Joe, Britt considered her words before speaking again. Are you staying for the wedding? Harley sighed. She had to stay in town until her flight on Sunday. She couldn't afford the exorbitant change fee. If you don't think my being there will ruin the day for Joe. Of course not. Just, Britt wiped away a tear. Vince can't come. Joe is adamant about that. Vince left yesterday. The words clogged Harley's throat. I'm not sure where he went. Britt bent down and hugged her quickly. He'll be back. No. He won't. Harley lifted her gaze to the point at the top of the wall where Rose's balconies would go. Vince had done all he could for Harley. He wasn't going to return. Gabe drove off in the golf cart with Sam. Joe backed out, calling for Britt. Vince loves you, Britt reassured Harley. I could tell from the first. It was in his eyes. His googly eyes. Which had all been an act for a family that didn't appreciate what he'd done for them. Harley reached for her sketchpad. She wouldn't take Vince's sacrifice for granted. She'd make him proud.
Chapter 18. Vince parked in front of a brick home in Sugar Land, Texas. It was one of the grander houses on the block. Jerry could afford all the trimmings. It was a far cry from the small ranch-style home his mother had left in Harmony Valley. Of all the men his mother had dated in the last decade, Jerry was the most successful. Vince's mother had gone to work for Jerry as a temporary bookkeeper while Jerry's permanent employee was on maternity leave. When her stint there was over, they'd begun dating. And a few months after that, Vince's mother had moved in with Jerry. It was amazing what you could learn on social media. Once she moved in, Vince had applied for work. He'd apprenticed as a carpenter with Jerry. And now, Vince was going to infringe upon Jerry's goodwill once more. He had to find out how Mom felt about the past. And so, after Vince landed back in Houston, he'd put on his best pair of slacks and a new blue polo shirt and showed up at his mother's door. Along the way, he'd glanced at the Houston skyline and thought of Harley and of a child he couldn't raise. He hoped Harley would find his scribbles. He hoped those few hurried lines would help inspire her to find a solution for the elegant curving balconies and return to the profession she loved. He'd send her child support and she'd find another man to love their baby like it was his own. Vince vowed to stay away, even if he had to move far away to do so. But first, he had unfinished business. The Texas heat had turned Jerry's front lawn a brownish green. But the lawn was neatly mowed and the walk clear, edged with white rosebushes. There was a base boat on a trailer in Jerry's driveway next to his dually truck. A large silver SUV sat next to it with a license plate frame that read "Proud Soccer Mom." That had to be Jerry's daughter's vehicle. Vince reached the front porch and knocked on the door. Jerry opened it. He had the sun-bleached blonde hair and tanned leathery skin of a man who lived his life working and playing outside. The sound of a child's squeals and water splashing drifted from within. Jerry had grandkids. 5 soccer-playing prodigies. "Vince, what are you doing here?" Jerry looked perplexed but opened the door, ushering him inside. He was a good man and a fair boss, if a little cheap when it came to purchasing new equipment. "Is Gwen home?" Vince's mother's name felt awkward on his tongue. He couldn't pretend any more about their relationship and didn't care if Jerry fired him. "Vince?" Jerry's house was open concept. A sunken living room led to a formal dining room and then to a kitchen. The walls facing the backyard were floor-to-ceiling windows. A large blue pool sparkled out back. Vince's mother stood at the kitchen counter in front of a blender. Her straight, dark brown hair was pulled back from her tanned face. She wore Texas makeup, which was always a tad heavy for Vince's taste, and a green and white sundress. But all in all, she looked well preserved for 58 and 100% better than the last time he'd seen her in person. "Vince?" His mother didn't rush forward to hug him close or kiss his cheek or take his hands and thank him for setting her free no matter how ugly their parting had been. No. Mom didn't even seem to want any contact with Vince. "There's my answer." Vince crossed his arms over his chest. He'd made a mistake coming here but pride wouldn't let him leave. "Mom." His mother's hands hovered above the blender, as if she'd forgotten what to do next. She wore wide silver bracelets on both wrists. "How did you?" "It's hard for anyone to stay hidden nowadays." Vince's words seemed to echo across the cavernous distance between them. Out back, blonde kids in brightly colored swimsuits bobbed in the water on noodles. If that had been the Messina boys, they'd be using those noodles like swords. "Do you know this man, honey?" Despite being a good guy, Jerry was a little slow to catch on. He moved to stand between Vince and his mother on the edge of the foyer, which earned him points in Vince's book. "He works for me. I should be going." Vince half turned toward the door. "You'll do no such thing. Come inside, Vince. Now." His mother charged across the living space to reach him. "Jerry, honey," Mom didn't take her eyes off Vince. "This is one of my boys." "Did you say he works for you?" "Not for long." Jerry wasn't as tall as Vince, but he managed to look down his nose at him anyway. "He's got some explaining to do. Let me talk to him first." Mom whispered something to Jerry that Vince didn't hear, kissed his cheek, and then led Vince to a small office at the back of the house that overlooked the large swimming pool. The pool was one of those spectacles that cost as much as a small house. Miles of rock waterfalls. A slide and grotto. Hot tub. Sunken bar and poolside grill. Jerry joined his grandkids outside, sitting near enough that he could hear Gwen cry for help and come running if need be. Instead of sitting behind the desk, Vince's mother sat in a pink club chair and indicated Vince should sit opposite her in a matching one. The house smelled fresh. No one smoked here. On the credenza behind the desk, there were pictures of her and Jerry, along with pictures of blonde kids hugging her while they clustered around a birthday cake. Mom seemed to be taking an inventory of Vince's features, looking happy if not exactly smiling. "You're so handsome. There was always the promise of it when you were younger." Vince hadn't come to exchange pleasantries about his appearance or hers. But it wasn't all pleasantries. She held on to the arms of her chair with white knuckles. You look. Vince expected her to say, good. Like you've had a hard time lately. Lately? I had a hard time after you left. We all did. And now, I want answers. Why sugarcoat his reason for coming? Tears welled in her eyes. Her fingers dug into fabric. I'm sorry. And that was all she said. Vince couldn't handle all this civility. Anger burst past the shock of seeing her. Did you ever look back? Did you ever think of us and wonder how we were doing? I did. Her voice, when pitched low, had the roughened quality of a smoker. I called. I talked to Toro once in a while. Once in a while. She'd known where her children were, just as Vince had known where she was. And she'd only reached out sporadically. Not on holidays or birthdays. They were even. I had to go away after I left. She eased a wide, silver bangle off one wrist, revealing a long, thin scar. And then she eased it back in place. I was no good to anyone, not even myself. Who knows what would have happened had I stayed? A child squealed happily outside, but his mother's focus remained on Vince. After your father died, I took back my maiden name. She was so calm, as if she'd rehearsed this conversation many times before. Vince had rehearsed it, too, but it wasn't going at all to plan. He'd expected Mom to be defensive and twitchy, the way she'd been when he'd last seen her face to face. He'd imagined he'd be superior, accusing her of abandonment. Or sometimes the benevolent son, forgiving his weak, lost mother. She may have left Harmony Valley lost and defeated, but she'd found herself, after nearly killing herself. I loved your father. Her smile was tender. I met him when I was waitressing in San Antonio, attending college and trying to figure out what to do with my life. Her gaze drifted to the credenza. Tucked behind the recent, more colorful pictures was a small, faded, family photo of the Messinas. Tony was in the Air Force and swept me off my feet. And then Gabe came along. And the rest is history. You're angry. Mom frowned, the tanned wrinkles making her look 10 years older. And you should be. I took a vow and broke it. I wasn't strong enough to commit my husband to a mental institution so he could get the help he needed. She slowly turned her bangles. You know, your father never gave me permission to access his medical records. I couldn't refill his prescriptions. His psychiatrist wouldn't talk to me about his condition. Her tone rose higher and higher, until her words bounced off the ceiling and echoed around them like a cry for help in a deep, dark cave. I was supposed to be Tony's support system, but he wouldn't let me support him. Vince hadn't expected this version of his family history. It gave him pause. When you told me to leave, I took it as a sign. She slowly moved her hands from her silver bracelets. Like those big street signs that read, Dead End. You saved me, Vince. And I thank you for that every day. I was a kid. There was the bitterness Vince harbored for years, out in the open where it belonged. It wasn't fair. Mom squeezed the armrests. But you kept us going. You should be proud of that. And on some level, you must have known I wasn't doing well either. You were supposed to protect me. Admitting it made him feel small. Not the other way around. A cascade of giggles erupted outside. Jerry held one of his smaller grandkids above the water and was blowing raspberries on the boy's belly. Vince straightened in his chair, his shoulders as stiff as green wood. He couldn't remember being given such unabashed affection, but he bet Harley would be generous in lavishing it on their child. Mom glanced over her shoulder but didn't smile. You think you were denied a childhood like that? Vince was having trouble filling his lungs with air. He could only nod. Maybe you were too young to remember going to the fair. You ate cotton candy, and it got all over you. Gabe tried to eat it out of your hair. Her blue eyes warmed. Her lips eased into a small smile. Or the time I took you 3 boys for pony rides at a ranch in Cloverdale. Gabe wanted the biggest pony, only when he got on, it would only walk forward if I held a carrot in front of its nose. And you? You wanted to ride a pony with Joe sitting in front of you. You hugged him so tight, he nearly squirmed right off the pony. Her voice softened. And there was the time your father made me try to bowl for the Pumpkin Queen crown in Harmony Valley, except I missed all the pins. You three boys ran over and knocked them all down. Her eyes filled with tears. Their boyish antics had meant something to her. I wish I could recall those happy times. Vince kept his voice carefully neutral. He didn't want to like her, or feel sorry for her, and he hadn't planned on forgiving her. He'd only come for answers. And maybe selfishly to vent some of his frustrations to her about the man he was today because of her choices. Hers and Dad's. I remember Dad's mood swings and the chain smoking in some of your last words to me. Mom leaned forward, tilting her head slightly, encouraging him to share. Didn't she remember? Did he really have to say it out loud? You said I was just like Dad. All neutrality slipped away. Vince's words felt heavy and hard, like an overinflated radial tire. You told me there was no hope for me. She jerked back as if slapped. I wasn't well. Apparently no adult in the household was. It was time to go. Vince had spoken his piece. She hadn't apologized or refuted those words from long ago. He slid his feet back, preparing to stand. Vince. His mother reached over and clasped his hand, not hesitantly or lightly, but with the familiarity of a mother who cared. Forget what I said. Take a good look at the man you've become. Other than looking exhausted, you seem well balanced, healthy, okay. Vince blew out a breath he hadn't known he was holding. For now, you mean? Her brow furrowed. You don't think you'll develop a mental illness, do you? It seems far too late. Your father was diagnosed in his teens. No one had told Vince that. But he self-managed his mood swings for many years. It wasn't until Joe was born that he needed meds. And only because I begged him. Taking medicine ate at his pride. She wiped a tear from one eye. If it hasn't happened to you by now, it most likely won't. You shouldn't live in fear. Vince gripped her hand tighter as he tried to process what his mother was saying. You don't think that he couldn't complete the thought because another intruded. Harley. My baby. But what about it being hereditary? Vince stared into her eyes, barely daring to believe. Oh, honey. Mom rubbed her thumbs over the backs of Vince's hands. No one can guarantee that. But things are different today. From diagnosis to treatment. Vince nodded slowly. What did it matter? He'd ruined things with Harley. Mom cleared her throat. I've been thinking about you boys a lot lately. Jerry asked me to marry him. She waited to see if Vince would say something. When he didn't, she sighed. I said no. I do love him, but I'm not the trophy wife he should have. She was just like Harley, holding herself to unrealistic standards. Just like me, thinking that Harley deserved better. A weight was truly lifted from Vince's shoulders. Who are you to judge what Jerry wants? If he loves you, he stopped himself from finishing the thought. If Jerry declared his love for Vince's mother, he had to know what he was in for. Jerry knew about her past and he loved her anyway. He trusted their love would take care of any bumps in the road in the future. Just like Harley had offered to do with Vince. Vince couldn't advise his mother to trust in love if he couldn't do so himself. He wanted to move past his fears. He wanted his mother to move past her fears. Mom stared at Vince with love in her eyes. How long have you been in Houston? More than a decade. Her gaze grew fiery. And yet, you never approached me before. Mom leaned forward, those blue eyes demanding an answer. Why now? Vince had planned to mention Joe's upcoming nuptials as a reason for coming. Instead, he blurted, I'm going to be a father. You say that like it's a bad thing, when, in fact, it's a gift. Mom's eyes saw too much, more than Vince wanted to let on. Ah. You took my words to heart about being ill like your father. He nodded. We should have done this sooner. She stared out the window at Jerry sitting with his feet in the pool surrounded by grandchildren he spoiled with love. I can't take those wedding vows again. I can't trust myself not to break them when life gets hard. She reached for Vince's hand once more. But you can. You can be the father yours wasn't capable of being. Vince had a feeling it might be too late for that. I said some pretty horrible things to Harley. I don't think she'll take me back. Do you love her? Vince didn't hesitate. He nodded. Too much. You can never love too much. You are like your father, you know. Mom released him. In the ways that count. He was an honorable man, so determined to do what was right. You'll win Harley back. She and the baby will need you. You, of all people, know how hard it is to raise a child with one parent in charge. He'd been so determined not to try, if only because he might be a danger to Harley and the baby. Visiting his mother gave him hope. You need to marry Jerry. He's a good man, too. But so were the others. Dave from the oil rig. Warren from the heating and air conditioning company. Tim from the marina. If you love him, that is. I do. Her gaze roamed the photos behind her desk. He's the only man I've dated since your father who I can see myself growing old with. He doesn't judge me for my past. He values me for who I am today. Vince could only hope that Harley had it in her heart to do the same thing.
Chapter 19. Vince wasn't coming back. 2 days had passed. It was time to face facts. Harley sat up in bed unsure if she was out of sorts due to morning sickness or heartache. At least when the mayor Larry had a negative, knee-jerk reaction to being a father, he'd fought his way back into his wife's good graces. If only Harley and Vince had been married before this happened. Harley patted her tummy. I would never blame you, little one. Still, she couldn't find it in her heart to blame Vince either. She understood him too well. But understanding and missing were two different things. Harley approached Gabe during breakfast about finding tile for Joe and Britt's master shower. I need something to do so I don't sit around and focus on how I feel. Overall, the morning sickness was more manageable now that she was eating like a pregnant woman with a picky digestive tract. No greasy food. No rich food. No sugary food. She'd finished the sketches for the town council yesterday morning. She'd been bored yesterday afternoon. Too lost in heartache. You could maybe find a new date for the wedding, Gabe said with a twinkle in his eye. You'd have a great time with me. And if you weren't in love with my brother, why, we could even get married. Harley thanked Gabe for the offer but refused to take him seriously. Making sure Reggie wasn't around, she whispered, you should ask Reggie to be your date. His fork splashed in his syrup-filled plate. Reggie hates me. Hate is such a strong word. Harley smiled. Go find me some tile. Your wish is my command, said Gabe, the miracle worker, returning his attention to the plate of syrup-drenched waffles. A few minutes later, Harley walked to the bakery, enjoying the mild, dry weather. Conversation ground to a halt when she entered Martin's. Apparently, a Messina baby was just as noteworthy as an adult Messina. Any word from Vince? Is he coming back for the wedding? Does she look like she's showing? No. She looks like she's glowing. I wish. Harley stepped up to the counter. Her stomach was still queasy in the morning. The usual? Tracy was on duty this morning. Her short blonde hair was as perky as her smile. Perkiness was an enviable quality nowadays, at least to Harley. Green tea and carrots, Harley confirmed. The bakery kept baby carrots and peeled apple slices in stock for younger patrons. To go. She planned to walk the river. Maybe she'd get lucky and find something Britt could use in her sculpture. That Messina boy will regret it if he doesn't come back for her. If he comes back for the wedding, I'm going to give him a piece of my mind. You can't spare more than a small piece, Georgia. Harley made her escape amid peals of laughter. Next, Harley stopped by Phil's, which was where Britt worked. Phil's used to be the town barber shop. Now it catered to the female crowd. The day was just beginning, but the bride-to-be was elbow-deep in perms and old ladies under hairdryers. Phil was busy, as well, applying color to an older woman's hair. And in the corner, a slip of a young woman was giving someone a manicure. Rose sat in the waiting area, tapping her feet. She looked like she was ready for safari in khaki walking shorts and a zebra print blouse. On the wall above her, a metal mermaid swam above an antique bicycle. I'm debating a color change. Rose waved Harley over. What do you think of red? Your hair is lovely as is, Brit interjected. She wore silver tights beneath a shimmery silver dress. No red allowed. Phil wore a traditional barber's white smock. His hands shook as he painted an auburn tint on the woman's short hair. No one seemed to mind the tremor. Phil was rumored to be a whiz at mixing hair colors. Rose, I've been told I can't color your hair. Poppycock and nonsense. Rose stood, not a white hair in her tight chignon out of place. Every woman should be a redhead once in her life. She looked to Harley for agreement. Harley raised her hands. My mother always said, hair color is like a good pair of shoes. Once you find a pair that fits, you stick with them. We should put that on the wall somewhere. Brit whisked the drape from Mrs. Edelman's neck. All done. Darn. Vince's third-grade teacher eyed Harley. I wanted to hear the news about Vince. No news, Harley said a tad less than good-naturedly. Did everyone have to ask about Vince? He's still AWOL. He hadn't answered her text from a few days ago asking if he was okay. I'm here to ask Brit if I can tile her master bathroom. That is, if Gabe finds tile. Are you redoing the bathroom here? Mrs. Edelman counted out bills to pay Brit. It's more gas station than spa, if you ask me. No one asked you, Carly, Phil snapped. Things are fine here as is. It's for our house. Brit swept Mrs. Edelman's gray hair on the floor into a dustpan. Yes, I'd love you to do it, Harley, but you'll have to ask Joe, too. Rats. She'd been avoiding Joe, aka the Vince hater. The front door flung open. Irwin stepped in. He wore a tan sports coat, khakis, and a blue pinstriped bow tie. He carried a bouquet of daisies and looked like his white comb-over had been treated with too much hair gel. Gabe stood outside on the sidewalk, watching intently. He had an up-to-something smile on his face. Rose! Irwin shouted above the whirring hair dryers. Yes? Rose turned to face him, as did 4 other elderly women. Irwin froze. And not the hesitation or pause kind of freezing. This was the choking kind of freezing. Harley waved at Gabe and pressed a hand to her throat, letting Gabe know his dating prodigy was crashing and burning. Sans grin, Gabe pushed the glass door open a crack and whispered, Irwin, like we practiced. Irwin nodded. Eyes wide. He swallowed and said less confidently and at a lower volume. Rose? Yes? Rose arched a white brow. Irwin sucked in air like a dying air compressor. Be my date for the wedding? The question tumbled out of Irwin's mouth like one long strung-together word. Please, Gabe whispered through the crack in the door. Please, Irwin added dutifully, thrusting the daisies toward her. All eyes swiveled to Rose, who stood silently. Rose, Gabe whispered. Say yes. Rose suddenly seemed to come back to her senses. Or perhaps not, because she said simply. Yes. The shop erupted in applause. Idiot, Phil mumbled, but he was smiling. That was romantic. Now, are you going to take Vince back? Mrs. Edelman sat in her walker near Harley. He was the kindest boy. I know he'll return to rescue you. Harley wasn't holding her breath. At first, she thought he'd left for Cloverdale or somewhere else nearby to cool down. Now she suspected he'd gone back to Texas. Besides, he'd been banned from the wedding. Joe still refused to talk about him. I'm not sure I need rescuing. Funny how just saying the words aloud reinforced what she'd been trying to tell herself. She was going to be okay. We're still trying to adopt Harley ourselves. Brit checked the curlers on a woman under the dryer, and then ushered another elderly client into her chair. What does she need Vince for? Love, comfort, stability. Cold nights in the winter. Someone to help me breathe in the delivery room. Sadly, Harley's list could go on and on. Irwin was still standing in the midst of the shop. Kiss her cheek. Gabe was still standing at the crack in the door. Irwin darted toward Rose, raised up on his toes, because she was taller than he was, and pecked her cheek like a chicken going for seed. And then he practically ran out the door and into Gabe's arms. Idiot, Phil said, louder this time. There was laughter and mention of phone trees. Oh Harley dear, Rose carried her bouquet two-handed, like a bride. I forgot to tell you that yesterday Mayor Larry found an architect interested in your ideas for the theater. That was fast. And a little depressing. Someone else would be attempting to bring her balconies to life. It was bad enough that Dan was ecstatic back in Houston because the mechanical engineers had been thrilled with Vince's solution. Well, not exactly bad. Dan had torn up her contract, accepting her offer to own the rights to the balcony design in Texas. Harley made polite mention of how happy she was for Rose and the mayor. That, at least, was true. You know, this architect was wondering if you'd be interested in an apprenticeship. Rose showed her bouquet to Mrs. Edelman. I told him you were having a baby and moving on. She should consider working from home, Mrs. Edelman said firmly. So you can raise your baby and provide for yourselves. You should get out before they start planning the rest of your life. Britt tilted her head toward the door. Before Harley could make her exit, Sarah entered the shop. Harley. She charged forward and hugged Harley the way she'd hugged Vince, sans the pinch. We should have drinks or dinner or something to commiserate. She smiled at Britt's patrons each in turn. We both got dumped by Vince. Sarah, the way I heard tell, Mrs. Edelman said primly, you dumped Vince for Gabe, who dumped you. Oh, semantics. Sarah's smile didn't waver. We both got dumped by a Messina, since Gabe dumped me later. Harley didn't think that was anything to celebrate. She hurried out the door and headed for the garage. House painters had taped off the ranch house windows and doors and were starting up the paint sprayer. Gabe and Erwin had wheeled the riding mower out to the parking lot. Erwin had taken off his sports jacket and tie. Harley. Gabe grinned and got down on one knee. Are you overcome with Erwin's display of romance? Did you come to hear my proposal again? Unlike my brother, I'm willing to beg you to marry me. The intent is much appreciated, but the answer will always be no. Harley peered into the service bays. Is Joe around? He's underneath Agnes's Buick. Erwin pointed toward the left bay. What do you want with Joe? Gabe got to his feet and blinked, as if he'd gotten a head rush. We need to ask him if I can tile their bathroom. At Gabe's eye roll, Harley added, Britt's orders. Good thing I haven't started on that request yet. Gabe returned to the mower. We're going to take the mower on a test drive first. And see how fast it'll go. Erwin was clearly enamored with speed. And the riding mower was probably just his speed. The painters were giving the ranch house a soft shade of blue. It wouldn't matter what color they painted it. The house would still be boxy and plain, unless. Gabe, do you think you can find shutters for those front windows? He laid a hand on his chest. I can find anything, anywhere. Shutters would be great. I'll let you know if the man in charge approves tile. He better. Gabe turned the key in the mower ignition. It clicked but didn't start. He poked around the engine, much the same as Vince had done a week ago to Harley's truck engine. Britt wants it. And you know what they say. Happy wife, happy life. Harley sighed before entering the garage. Hey, Joe. Do you have a minute? Sure. Joe slid out from underneath the green Buick on what looked like a man-size red skateboard. I need a huge favor. Knowing Joe was on a budget and didn't barter, on Harley's way over, she'd come up with a plan to get his approval. I'm bored to tears. Help a girl out, will you? I'd love to do the tile in your master bathroom. Sam rolled out from under the Toyota in the right service bay. Holy smokes, Dad. She must think you were born yesterday. Joe chuckled. Hey. Harley pretended to be deeply offended. Whose side are you on? Mine. My shower is done. Sam rolled back underneath the Toyota. Joe reached for a bottle of water and took a drink. Harley, you know how I feel about freebies. We pay our way around here. Backup plan number 1. That's fine. You can pay me. Harley hoped her tone wasn't too casual. I'll bill you when I get back to Texas. A few days ago, she'd have looked at Joe and thought how much he looked like Vince. But Vince's features were more pronounced, less tame. And Vince's dark eyes. They went better with that devilish Messina smile and black hair. Joe shook his head. Messinas pay their own way. This is non-negotiable. Besides, that much tile isn't in our budget until next month. Maybe the month after that. Backup plan number 2. But Gabe will be gone by then, right? Where will you get the supplies from? Britt is perfectly capable of negotiating a lower price. Just not as low as Gabe, I bet. Joe hesitated in their back and forth. We've got to get through this wedding without going broke, buy Sam back-to-school clothes. Thanks, Dad. And then we can finish the house. Now for the third and final backup plan. And you'll be asking your new bride to live in the apartment upstairs, which is very Trace chic. Kind of, the furniture no one wanted at a garage sale chic. She paused to let that sink in. Or you could let Gabe work his magic, with receipts, of course, and do this girl a solid so she doesn't get bored sitting around waiting for her flight to leave, and you can get moved into that lovely remodel of yours that much sooner. Joe's mouth worked. Hey. Sam rolled out from under the Toyota again. Think carefully before you delay my school clothes shopping in any way. Joe's mouth worked, all right. It worked into a smile. You have plenty of clothes. Didn't we just take you bra shopping a couple of months ago? Dad. Sam shot to her feet, wiping her hands with a blue rag. Why would you say that? Gah. Parents are just so impossible. She disappeared into the sales office. Her feet pounded the stairs and then doors slammed above them. Joe rolled under Agnes's Buick. And I'm assuming that's a yes? Harley asked. Tell Gabe that tile needs to be nearly free or he's buying Sam school clothes. Joe chuckled. And he can take her shopping. I bet she needs more new bras. Gladly. Let Gabe sweat that one out.
Vince put on his dark blue suit in a hotel room in Cloverdale with sweaty palms. He was crashing his brother's wedding. He had apologies to give and amends to make. To his family. To Harley. He didn't know if anyone would listen. He arrived early at the family property. The house had been painted robin's egg blue. White shutters had been added to the windows and fresh grass had been rolled on the front lawn. Vince almost didn't recognize the place. Someone must have fixed the riding mower. The field once filled with dilapidated cars was now mowed to a civilized height. White folding chairs had been placed in neat rows on two sides of a white gazebo. White ribbons and bows had been placed down the aisle. And in the garage parking lot there were more tables and chairs than ever before, many beneath pop-ups to provide shade. Vince parked on the road and went in search of his brothers. He found them inside the upstairs apartment, along with the best man, Will Jackson, Joe's best friend from high school. His reception was frosty. No, Gabe said when Vince closed the apartment door behind him. He hadn't yet put his suit jacket or tie on. His tie hung loosely around his thick neck and his biceps strained the cotton material of his shirt sleeves. Hear me out. Vince held up his hands in surrender. We're not doing this now. Joe was attempting to knot his tie. The last time he tried to do so had been his first wedding day. He'd needed Vince's assistance then, too. Hey, Vince. Will spoke calmly, like the voice of reason. His blue suit was a cut above those worn by the Messinas, but then again, he'd made his fortune in the tech world. He could afford nice things. Let's go outside and talk. Maybe later, golden boy. Vince used his childhood name for Will as he came forward. At least, let me get your tie right. Fine. Joe lifted his chin. But don't talk. And tie mine before you leave. Gabe buttoned up his collar. Will glared at Vince and leaned against the wall. There was no way Vince wasn't talking. Dad refused to take medicine when Mom was here. And the fight to keep things together took its toll on Mom, Vince said simply. She'd been smoking 2 packs a day and steadily losing weight and her mind. She tried to harm herself at some point. I had no idea she was that sick. Joe's eyes clouded with pain, but he wouldn't look Vince in the eye. Gabe swore under his breath. Mom wanted me to drop out of school. Vince spoke in a gruff voice, roughened by years of emotion. And when I told her no, we argued. But there was no real fight left in her. And we didn't know. Joe's voice trailed off, still refusing to look at him. Gabe was looking at Vince, but he wasn't really seeing him. Will went to the window, his turn back giving them a small measure of privacy. Vince finished tying Joe's tie and turned to Gabe. When Uncle Toro came, I remember them fighting about Dad taking his pills. I think, he hesitated, mouth dry. I think Dad overdosed to spite him. His older brother looked lost. Gabe never looked lost. You should have told me. His voice was rougher than sandpaper on rusted metal. I was the oldest. You took my girlfriend. Vince moved in to tackle Gabe's tie. You snuck out of the house at night more than I snuck out of school during the day. You were so busy carving trees in Harmony Valley, who could talk to you? You should have told me. Joe's brows were crowded together on his forehead. I was here. I was here the entire time. I should leave you guys alone to hash this out. We'll move toward the door. Stay. Joe pleaded. You lived through this with me as much as they did, probably more because you were the only one there for me. Ouch, Gabe said. Vince finished with Gabe's tie and faced Joe. Mom moved to Texas. She's using her maiden name. She's dating a good man. My boss. Might just as well get all of the messy details out on the table. And I finally worked up the nerve to talk to her this week. You mean you hadn't before? Joe's skin was turning a blotchy red. I thought you were lying about that, too. No, Vince thrust his hands in his pants pockets. I couldn't bring myself to see her. I was, no sense denying it. I was afraid she'd be angry that I tracked her down. I was afraid she'd be defensive about what happened and blame me. And? Gabe asked. There was a bottle of whiskey on the counter. Gabe poured himself a shot and downed it. She was sad. Apologetic. At peace in a way that I wasn't. Well, Gabe laughed, but it lacked his usual humor. You're a mess. We all know that. Vince shrugged. What about Harley? Joe pinned Vince with a hard look. What about the baby? Vince couldn't speak. Joe didn't let up. He moved in closer, and his tone turned menacing. If you went to all those lengths to protect Mom, you need to work twice as hard to protect that baby. I offered to marry her. Gabe took his suit jacket off the hanger. Vince frowned. He should have known better than to trust Gabe around Harley. Don't get your pants in a wedgie, Vince. Gabe slid into his jacket. Just so you know, she turned me down both times I asked. You asked her more than once. Vince might have slugged Gabe if he wasn't afraid of getting blood on his shirt before the wedding. Gabe straightened his lapels. To my enormous surprise, she remains loyal to you. Vince had to stop himself from sagging with relief. I'm beginning to regret having a meeting in the city these last few days, Will said with a wry smile. I missed out on all the good stuff. You need to patch things up with her. Joe laid his hands on Vince's shoulders. Until that moment Vince hadn't been sure Joe would forgive him. I don't think I can fix this. He'd said some awful things. Some truly awful things. I've never seen anything you couldn't fix. Gabe slapped him on the back. Hard. Even Mom called you the fixer. Joe released him, beginning to smile. You had some skill in the repair department, Will allowed. They were joking with each other again. In that moment Vince knew he and his brothers were going to be all right. That is, if they could get past one more surprise. There's just one more thing, Vince said. Gabe rolled his eyes. I'm going to pour everyone a shot. Vince reached for the whiskey. Because Mom is downstairs.
Chapter 20. Where should my horseradish potato salad go? Harley had been put in charge of organizing the dishes dropped off for the potluck reception that was to follow the wedding. She turned to face the woman carrying the horseradish potato salad. It was Eunice, the elderly woman with purplish-gray hair who quilted in the window seat of the bakery and watched over two toddler boys. She wore a pink flowered dress and white feathered mules. I wanted to make my famous ham, hollandaise, and banana casserole, but Duffy said that should only be served to family. I'm not entirely sure what that means. Harley's stomach turned at the unappetizing combination. It means he wants to keep that special recipe a family secret. Oh. Eunice smiled and blinked her eyes in that Cupid doll way of hers. Yes, it does. She patted Harley's flat stomach. And how is the baby today? Harley stiffened. This wasn't the first time she'd been touched inappropriately like that in Harmony Valley. Being pregnant was like a license to touch in this town. I'm feeling good. Eunice leaned in close, widening her blinking eyes, which were an interesting shade of brown, almost violet. I've been in the labor room. You need to keep up your strength. She squeezed Harley's bicep. Although you are a wiry one. Are all architects that strong? No, Harley took possession of the horseradish potato salad and backed away. You should find a seat, before all the good ones are taken. Eunice hurried off. Harley? She turned. A very tan, middle-aged couple stood at the door to the garage sales office. The man was and fit and wore a simple gray suit that looked expensive. The woman wore a blue sheath with beaded trim. Her brown hair was pulled back in a neat ponytail. Her makeup was flawless. She wore wide silver bangles along with a simple white corsage on one wrist. The man started to laugh. You don't recognize me without my sunglasses and baseball cap? Jerry? Harley rushed over to hug him. I don't recognize you because you're not yelling. What are you doing here? And then it sunk in. Vince's mother was dating Jerry. Harley introduced herself to her baby's grandmother. Do Joe and Gabe know you're here? Yes. Gwen's cheeks deepened in color. I was nervous. I haven't seen them since. I'm sure they'll be happy to see you, Harley said hopefully, dragging the corner of her lips up. The fact that she was still here, and no one was yelling had to mean something positive had happened. I'm happy to finally meet you. Vince told us you were expecting, Jerry surprised her by saying. You need to be careful about what you carry on the job site from now on. Jerry, now isn't the time to talk about work, Gwen scolded her beau. She hugged Harley, kissing her cheek. I'm so happy for you. We both are. I'm a wonderful babysitter and I'll be in your corner if Jerry pushes you too hard. It was telling that Gwen said nothing about Vince. He'd been banned from attending the wedding and it was probably too expensive for him to fly all the way back from Texas. It's all right. Harley's smile felt easier because Gwen was very sweet. I've been thinking about making a career change. Jerry's eyebrows went up. Not before the Randall job. It's herringbone everywhere. No one does herringbone like you do. Maybe not before the Randall job, Harley allowed. She still had rent to pay. Good. Jerry seemed pleased. By the way, I'm hoping Gwen gets wedding fever and finally agrees to marry me. You don't have to tell everyone. Gwen blushed a fiery red. I don't know what's gotten into you today. Wedding fever, Jerry repeated, chuckling. Let's go find a seat on the groom's side. He glanced at Harley. Do you know which side is the groom's side? Harley shrugged. No clue. It's the right side, Gwen said, fiddling with his tie. Maybe we should hide somewhere until the ceremony starts. I don't want to be recognized and have to explain where I've been. That wasn't such a bad idea. You can walk over by the bridge. The bride created the art on display. She's quite talented. Harley pointed out the mermaid riding the surfboard above the garage doors. She made that mermaid, too. She welds, Jerry said with a gleam in his eye. That doesn't mean she's going to go to work for you, Ja. Gwen took his hand and led him toward the bridge. The guests began coming in droves, dropped off by the party bus or walking from cars parked along the road. Harley was busy for several minutes grouping salads together on one table and entrees on another. Harley? Sam rushed up in a tea-length, gray satin dress, wearing makeup and carrying a small, pink-flowered wreath. Britt wanted you to wear this in your hair. Harley accepted the delicate circle of flowers. Why? She said all family members are wearing flowers. Gotta go. She hitched up her skirt and scampered off. Harley. That voice. It traveled up Harley's spine like a slow hand on a cool night. Harley shivered. She wasn't supposed to see Vince today. She wasn't ready to see Vince today. She turned around slowly. Vince looked like he hadn't slept in the days since he'd been gone. There were bags under his eyes and lines crossing the bags. His cheekbones looked hollow, as if he hadn't been eating either. His hair was the only thing that had held up to the stress and still looked fabulous. Vince. His name came out in a half-broken squawk. Does Joe know you're here? He nodded. I wanted to talk to you before the ceremony. He wore a nice blue suit and a gray tie with white polka dots. Harley? Vince said her name as if she hadn't been paying attention. Which she hadn't been. Yes? Come with me. Vince took her by the arm and led her toward the ranch house. He probably wanted to smooth things over with her before the ceremony so as to avoid a scene. Not that she'd make one. Mayor Larry caught her eye and gave her a thumbs up. He'd misread the entire scenario. Vince wasn't here for her. He brought his mother back as a wedding gift to Joe. They went inside. The kitchen cabinets had been installed yesterday. The countertops wouldn't be added until next week. The house was beginning to look like a home built in this century. Vince stood in the middle of the living room, looking sad and uncomfortable. I'm sorry. For what? There'd been so many harsh words exchanged between them, Harley wasn't sure what Vince was apologizing for. I've been a fool. Of all the truths he'd told, this one rang clear as a bell. He believed it. I understand. Harley sighed. You can't rationalize fears. I hope we can find common ground and parent together. Vince frowned at her. So? Harley's stomach nodded. Vince hadn't gotten over his aversion to being a parent. She wouldn't talk about this here. Not now with the entire town ready to bear witness to him tearing what was left of her heart to pieces. Thank you for the idea for my balconies. Harley forced herself to smile, even if she only smiled at a spot over his left shoulder. It's going to work out. I don't want to talk about balconies. Harley's words were as flat as her putty knife, but sharper-edged. Oh. She had to get some distance between them if she wanted to avoid crying. Harley walked toward the hall. Do you want to see what I've done in the master shower? It was simple traditional subway tile on the walls and classic small octagon black and white tiles on the floor. No, Vince grabbed her arm, bringing her to a halt. I want to talk about us. There is no us. He'd made that very clear earlier in the week. Don't let Gabe force you into something you don't want. Gabe couldn't force me, Vince ran a hand through his hair, making the bangs stick straight up. Can we start over? Harley refused to hope. Completely over or just today over? Vince claimed her hands. His were big and warm and released butterflies in her chest. I'll go back as far as you let me. Harley held her breath, willing those butterflies to calm down. I talked to my mom. About my father's illness. Turns out, he was diagnosed much earlier than I thought. His teens. She thinks I'm fine. Vince spoke in fits and starts. His discomfort was almost a tangible thing in the air between them. But she's not a doctor, so I went to a psychiatrist. He said I was fine. Do you believe them? Because Vince didn't sound confident. And his eyes. They were darting around in panic mode. He didn't want to be a father. He was trying to patch things up because it was the right thing to do. Harley felt sucker punched. I doubt I'll ever shake the fear that I might develop the disease. Vince straightened and met Harley's gaze squarely. But I truly want to pursue a relationship with you. And have our baby. That last statement came out more like an afterthought. Harley nodded absently. This felt all wrong. For years I've been under the assumption that my fate was grim. His dark eyes seemed deep and endless. For years I kept people at arm's length. Harley was unable to look away. In the days after Vince left, this had been the conversation she'd longed for. But it lacked one thing. Heart. She remained unconvinced of Vince's sincerity of feeling for her and the baby. Vince heaved a sigh. But then you came along, and I told you so much I'd kept hidden away. I couldn't keep it inside when I was with you. You only told me because we struck a deal. Between friends. She had to emphasize that last. You know we're more than friends. Vince lowered his voice even though they were alone. We should get married. Because we love each other. His voice was flat. His patience had worn thin. Hers was entirely gone, buried beneath the remains of the relationship they'd once had. I've had days to think about what we had. Vince's smile was pained. He didn't like this any more than she did. And days to think about what we didn't have. Harley held up a hand when Vince would have said more. Most relationships launch slowly. You get to know someone. And then you get to know someone. She whispered this last. You learn to know their boundaries. How they like to have fun. What makes them feel loved. How to trust each other. To know your lover's reaction in times of stress. We have none of that. What are you saying? I'm saying I don't know you, Vince. I can't trust you to be there when I need you. Harley placed a hand on her belly and tried to say these last words without letting on that her heart was breaking. I'm saying that we shouldn't get married.
You look like, Gabe peered at Vince's face when he returned to the apartment above the garage, you've been kicked in the teeth by Harley. She turned you down. Joe stopped pacing in the upstairs apartment and put his hands on his hips. What did you say to her? The truth. Vince tossed his hands. I told her I'd finally got my act together and... Oh, come on. Gabe crossed his arms over his chest. That's not what a woman wants to hear. Will nodded. He's right. Stay out of this. Vince frowned at the best man. What you said. All your truths. Joe moved to Vince's side. That's like saying you're more important than she is. Vince eyed the bottle of whiskey on the counter. Aren't we of equal importance? The other men in the room shook their heads. You gave away equality when you had that meltdown. Joe's smile was rueful. That's not fair. Even as he said it, Vince winced. He sounded like one of Jerry's young grandchildren, tired after a day in the pool. It may not be fair, Will said, all holier than thou, but now you've got to make up for it. Vince smirked. How, genius? With a really grand gesture. Joe answered for his best man. Women want to be swept off their feet. Easy for him to say. He'd built a Volkswagen out of stone to win Britt back. I could propose again. Vince had a ring in his breast pocket. His advisors shook their heads. Not without the big apology first. Will turned a wedding ring on his finger. I got down on my knees in front of the entire town during the spring festival. The back of Vince's neck began to sweat. What you need is something flashy. Gabe brightened. Something in red. Red? The only thing I've seen around here that's red is... No. Vince practically dove for the whiskey. That was supposed to be Britt's wedding gift. You're going to give Harley my bride's wedding gift? Joe's brows lowered. Regifting drops to new lows. Who said anything about giving? Gabe chuckled. I'm talking about borrowing. Taking it for a test drive, so to speak. There's just one problem. Vince had poured a shot but couldn't bring himself to drink it. The chopper doesn't run. What am I supposed to do? Roll it out, straddle the seat and ask her to ride on my very slow steed? You aren't the only one with mechanical skills, bro. Gabe waggled his eyebrows. This is the antique chopper Gabe's got hidden downstairs. Joe looked torn. I thought you were giving it to Britt for her art display. We are. Gabe went out the door. Leave everything to me. Vince rested both hands on the kitchen counter and tried to steady his breathing. Everything would be all right. Gabe was on the case. Gabe was coming to his rescue. Vince poured himself another shot of whiskey.
Chapter 21. The wedding was beautiful, even if Harley's heart was broken. The bridesmaids wore tea-length gray satin dresses. Sam fidgeted, alternating her gaze between her father and Brad, who sat in the second row. Britt wore a vintage lace gown with princess sleeves. Her hair was in a sophisticated updo, and she cried happy tears from the moment her grandfather gave her away until she and Joe sealed their vows with a kiss. And Vince? He didn't look Harley's way once. That was the only thing that wasn't beautiful about the wedding. But how could Harley complain? She'd told him they were through. Too bad her heart wasn't receiving the message. After the ceremony, Harley helped Rose and Agnes get guests settled with food and drink while the wedding party took pictures. Rose took her seat next to Erwin. They both blushed. When pictures had been taken, the wedding party sat at a table near the closed service bays. There were toasts and kisses and laughter. Harley's laughter felt as hollow as her mother's Easter egg chocolates. She wanted to leave and was just waiting for the right moment to slip away when an engine rumbled in the garage. One of the service bay doors slid open. A man in a blue suit rode the monster motorcycle that was Britt and Joe's wedding gift out of the garage. He rode past the wedding party and brought the bike back around to the curb. Harley. The rider held out a hand. Let's go for a ride. Vince? Harley stood at her table, 3 tables away from the curb. Vince? She had to say his name again. He didn't ride motorcycles. He was a carrot-eating, careful man. That's me, he admitted with a smile. I haven't ridden a motorcycle in years. I used to think it was the most fun a person could have. Freedom and the open road. Thought you might like to give it a try. Oh, here we go, Erwin piped up. Harley pushed her chair back and moved toward the aisle between the tables. Vince, what are you doing? I'm telling you how I used to have fun. I used to take chances. Vince revved the motor. Doesn't mean I wouldn't like to ride every once in a while. An old man likes to relive his glory days. You're not old. There was an odd feeling in Harley's chest, and it wasn't indigestion from Eunice's horseradish potato salad. Vince smiled at Harley. Not in the desperate, forced way he'd done in the house, but with confidence and caring. Like he loved her, and he wasn't afraid anymore. I'm not perfect, Harley. I've tried to tell you what choice to make concerning your life and career. Those choices are yours to make, not mine. The odd feeling in Harley's chest increased. She recognized it now. It wasn't the wild flutter of young butterfly wings, but a quickening heartbeat of a woman in love. Do you know when I feel most loved? Harley asked. Harley shook her head, edging between guests to reach him. Past Rose and Erwin. Past Jerry and Gwen. Past the smiling mayor. I feel most loved when I'm in your arms, Vince admitted. The wedding guests let out a collective, "Ah." I want to share that love with our baby, Vince said. The ahs got louder. Sarah had moved her chair too far back in the aisle, blocking Harley's way. You can trust me. Vince spoke with confidence, but there was vulnerability in his eyes, as if he didn't realize why Harley had stopped, as if he wasn't sure he'd addressed all the concerns she'd voiced in the house earlier, as if he couldn't see the woman blocking her way. If you don't take a ride, Harley, Sarah said, half rising from her seat. I will. Harley pressed Sarah back down in her seat. Can I go next? Sam asked, sparing Brad a quick look. I told you that bike's a chick magnet, Gabe, Erwin said, his voice ringing with pride. That bike got me a date with Rose. Idiot, Phil muttered. Harley was working her way toward Vince. Wow, is the phone tree going to go wild tonight or what? Vince ignored their audience. His tender gaze was only for Harley. I love you, Harley O'Hannigan. I love the way you outthink me. I love the way you outwork me. I love the way you take care of everyone else before yourself. He revved the motorcycle engine. But I'm ready to ride off with you in the sunset. Harley was close enough that the motorcycle's rumble reverberated in her chest. She'd forever associate the sound with the strength Vince had discovered in love. He stared at her with a mischievous smile, the Messina smile. I want to be the one that makes sure you're taken care of. I want to be the one that loves that baby to the moon and back. Take a chance and get on this thing. He extended his hand to her. Harley's brain was kicking in, filling her head with protests because she'd been hurt by Vince before. You're scared. Vince's voice had the deep, slow cadence of the river rippling past the bridge. Don't worry. I won't go fast. Not at first. Not until you're comfortable. He wasn't talking about a motorcycle ride. Small steps. Together. Her hand found its way into his. He gave it a reassuring squeeze. And then Vince leaned forward, giving her enough room to climb on. I'm more comfortable with some things. You're more comfortable with others. We can face anything together. Don't go too fast. Or her dress would fly up. Or she'd fall off. She wrapped her arms around Vince's waist. Just a short ride, Harley. Baby steps, remember? Trust me. And she did. To Vince's credit, he went slow, which disappointed Erwin but made Harley the happiest woman on the planet. Well, next to Britt. It was her wedding day, after all. Vince took them down Main Street. He rode over the curb onto the town square, parking beneath the spreading oak next to the lone park bench. There was a bouquet of roses on that bench. Harley nearly fell off the big bike. But Vince's hand was there, steadying her. And then somehow, he had her off the chopper, sitting on the bench and holding the roses. He dropped down to one knee and opened a blue velvet box with a princess-cut ring. That baby is going to be the luckiest baby alive, because its mother and father are going to love it, no matter what. His eyes were bright, and his hair was perfect. Harley felt like a princess, even though she had no illusions as to the state of her hair. She'd worn it down today and had no idea how the wreath was still on top of her head or how tangled her hair was. But her hair didn't matter. It was her heart that did. It seemed to beat just for one man. Mr. Vince Carrots Messina. The bad boy who'd taken her on a motorcycle ride through town without helmets. I love you, Harley. I can't say it enough. Vince was the prince she'd dreamed of. The one who would love her forever and ever. It was there in his eyes, the ones that shone with love. His love had been there all this time, communicating with her heart in secret, keeping her from falling out of love despite every setback they faced. A man like me needs 3 things in life. 3 things? Harley smiled. She'd only ever heard him mention 2. Vince tilted his head. Well, maybe 4. Pride, honor, you, and baby. Will you marry me, Harley? Yes. She ignored the ring and embraced him. I love you, Vince. She kissed him once, sweetly, for never giving up on his fears. Twice, with a bit more heat because he was such a good man. A third time, longer, because she was so very glad that he hadn't given up on her when she'd rejected him before the ceremony. And a 4th time, because he seemed open to it.
Epilogue. Harley. Hurry. Vince ran around the small apartment and gathered the things they'd need: pacifier, baby bottle, blanket, diapers. They're going to have the ribbon-cutting ceremony without you. He laughed. That would never happen. Life was good. A joy. Not a test of survival. Harley was close to finishing up her first year of an apprenticeship with an architect in Santa Rosa. Vince was working as a part-time carpenter for the contractor the town council preferred. He was a full-time student studying civil engineering at Sacramento State University. To save money, they were living in the apartment over the Messina family garage in Harmony Valley, which they'd remodeled. The theater and tie-dye shop were finally finished with renovations and ready to open. His wife should have been floating on air like the theater balconies she'd dreamed into existence. Instead, she was dragging her feet in the bathroom. Harley, I'm packing up Colton. Vince lifted their 3-month-old son out of the playpen where he'd been fascinated with the brightly colored butterflies dangling from a mobile above him. Colt put his hands on Vince's cheeks and squealed. On cue, Vince blew the thick black hair on top of Colt's head. His son giggled as if this was the first time they'd ever played that game. He was a beautiful, healthy boy. Every day, Vince counted his blessings. Vince. Harley stood in the open door of the bathroom. Do you remember the day you asked me to marry you? The day I asked you to marry me twice. Vince jiggled his happy son all the way into the car seat and buckled him in. Yes, that's the one. Harley smiled, tentatively at first and then wider. Motherhood and marriage agreed with her. She was always smiling, always gracious, always beautiful. Today she wore a slim pair of black slacks, fancy half boots and a white sweater that draped off one shoulder. She looked good enough to kiss long and slowly and make them miss the ceremony entirely. Do you remember what you said that day about taking small steps? Sorry, honey. We don't have time to go slow, or we'll be late. Although Vince wouldn't mind being another minute late if it meant he could steal a kiss. He walked over and put his hands on Harley's slender waist. We have time for just one kiss. Baby steps. There was a dazed look in her eyes, like the one that greeted their mornings lately. She was busy and the baby didn't always sleep through the night. Vince captured her lips for a tender kiss. He pulled back and drew Harley across the room toward the diaper bag, the baby, and the door. I'm pregnant. Harley wasn't smiling when she said it. But then she grinned and said softer. We're pregnant. Vince stilled. But, I'm just getting used to having one. Another baby? He gazed down at the drooly, gummy, sweet-faced grin of his son. Another baby. It was going to be awesome. I love you. Vince pulled Harley into his arms. I love you both. I love you all. Tell me the truth. It scares you a little, doesn't it? Harley grabbed Vince's hands and swung around so she was nearest the door, dancing with him as if they had all the time in the world. It's getting hot in here. Knowing Harley would get the joke, he picked up Colt's car seat and diaper bag. But, a little fear can be exciting, if you're by my side. With you. She gave him a quick kiss. Always.